PKA 564. BlameTruth, our guest this week. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew and Lucy. And finally, at long last, Lock and Load. That link is below. Have huge cums all over your boyfriends and girlfriends, whoever you want, your parent.
Yeah. I mean, your dogs, your cats, your kitchen table. Really, these loads should be a centerpiece, a display.
Yeah. It's going to be a huge part of the show. It's all we're going to talk about now until we sell it.
One thing that would be cool is if you went through the process, whatever it takes to get your load. What would you say? 3 weeks, 6 weeks, something like that before you've achieved things.
I'd say,
and then
if you 2 weeks,
if you tweeted them to Taylor, that'd be so funny.
Yeah. Or to Kyle or to Woody. You want
to send those straight to business@pkaonline.com.
Yes, send it doesn't. We need a pre and a post, so we can see how much your volume has increased. So check it out,
boys.
It's a legit product.
You're gonna need yourself a 3 milliliter syringe and a pack of cheap jimmies. All right, and you're gonna come in the condoms. You're gonna draw out the semen. You're gonna be able to measure it to the milliliter, okay, or to the fraction of the milliliter. You might need multiples, okay. By the end of my transition. 9 milliliters of fluid. That's what we were producing with Lock and Load. An incredibly stout, viscous, foamy, hot load. Yeah. This is 3.
It's milliliters, so it doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a lot for cum.
It's a lot.
Huge amount of cum.
It's a gargantuan load.
The viscosity is impressive. I use it to lubricate my truck.
Yeah, I use it to lubricate other people's trucks in parking lots. I'm helping.
I'm pretty sure a vial of my medication is like 10 milliliters. So it's like 9 is enormous. It's enormous.
And it's not going to give you like a watery load. It's going to be thick. It's going to
do you wrong.
Yeah, it's like
Here's the question though. What if I inject a normal man with my load after I've been taking the load stack for some time?
He'll get pregnant.
You'll go to prison.
Oh. No, he wants it. He wants
it. Okay.
Yeah, this is consensual.
Then that's fine.
Oh.
I do mean with the syringe, like right into his vein.
Yeah, if he said do it, then you wouldn't get in trouble. It would probably kill him.
No,
it sounds like you've added an unnecessary middleman in this process. Where you're going to come into a condom.
Oh, don't be crass.
Don't be gross.
I'm being sexy.
No, it's finally out. I know that there were people who didn't believe that we were actually making something called Lock and Load that made your loads bigger. I told my dad about this about 6 months ago. He thought it was fucking hilarious.
My dad liked it too.
But yeah, it took a long time.
Thought it was a really funny idea, but that was embarrassing to explain.
I'm hoping my dad doesn't know about it.
Wow. Go forth and be fruitful. Am I right, Mom. Dad?
Mom's the word, Mom.
Yeah. But finally we're here. This isn't a joke. It's not Tilk, which was my fake titty milk company where we were going to sell not just to babies, because why do they get it all? That was our slogan.
Fair. Yeah. But this is a real product with real formulations, science, technology, math.
Yeah.
All the sciences.
Nice.
Involved. Geometry, the shape of the cap.
Most of the math was counting the pills, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
And that's how you can tell this is gonna,
honestly,
it would have been way easier to be like, just take 1 pill a day, but to get to the amounts needed that Derek was like, we need efficacious dosages. The first text he sent to us in the group, he was like, guys, it sounds silly, but is 18 pills a day too many? And literally the number was it was 18. And we're like, dude, Derek, I know, but we gotta get it to less than 18. The monthly box, it was enormous. And it was after like science and really figuring out how to like get more in there that he's like, I got it down to 9. It's gonna be 9. That's how many it's gonna be.
9's good. 9's good.
Or
Single digits.
It's $39. Coupon code PKA is 10% off, and there's a link in the description.
I'm excited for this. Honestly, I've been waiting for you guys to make this because I come like 8 times a day. I'm ready to just repaint my walls here. Like seriously.
This is perfect for you.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna have to get a green screen like you, and not to spoil the illusion here, but because this room's not gonna be brown anymore after.
Yeah, we're going to have a few different challenges. We're going to have one challenge that involves distance. Obviously, we want a distance champion. Then, of course, volume. And I have one gentleman. He won't leave me alone, but he said he thinks we should have an acidity contest. He's the only one. He's just a few. He's like, come on, get a few pH strips.
Does this guy burn his girlfriend by chance?
Yeah,
he mentioned something about that.
Does he take vinegar shots or something? Like
Pepsi, maybe?
Yeah, we have a friend of the show who has a difficult time making love to his girlfriend because his semen is so acidic.
I remember this guy.
What a creative way for his girlfriend to say, "I don't want to fuck."
Right? Say no.
No, it's chemistry. It's like a chemical burn, but invisible to the eye.
Maybe it really is. I'm like, would facials give her one of those like Middle East scarred women who maybe
she needs to sneak in a cup of Alka-Seltzer into her vagina next time before they have sex and turn herself into one of those high school volcano projects.
This is genius.
What do you use for those? Like vinegar and baking? You just fill the girl's pussy with vinegar and baking soda. It's the only way I can bust.
He finishes and he's like, "You're welcome."
No, I more get off on you having to handle the mess. I'm out of here.
Zach, Hotload producer Zach has given a chemical burn to a girl before. It just says I've given a chemical burn.
That sounds like
that was an honor killing. That has nothing to do with this.
My bad.
I was like, has to visit mom.
Is there a link between fertility and acidity? This guy had 3 kids by the time he was like 14, maybe.
That's why he's called Hotload Zach.
That's right. That is
that is a real thing.
Okay, I thought it was another creative way to say I'm not down to fuck right now.
It clearly didn't work.
Yeah.
No, she's clearly not allergic enough. If you have that many kids. But so you mentioned, we glossed over it. You're coming 8 times a day.
Yeah. I mean, give or take. Yeah, I don't count.
You have a tremendous amount of stamina. Are you just spacing it out
a lot
every couple hours?
The truth is, a few years ago when I was kind of fat, I noticed I wasn't, as horny. And then when I lost a lot of the weight, put on a lot of muscle, cleaned up my diet, like fucking, it's like I'm 20 again, like as far as that goes. So I'm just, doing that because I don't stream anymore. So I get a lot more free time just to,
Nice. You're just doing YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm. Just YouTube. Yep. So I can stop the commentary and bust a nut mid fucking, show. And then
why wait?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
we had a guy drink his own pee on the show. I don't know that we've ever had a guy ejaculate on the show.
I don't want
you've definitely had a guy ejaculate on the show.
I take it back.
I guarantee it.
Yeah, never mind.
I'll keep my hands up here.
I won't.
I won't. I'm jacking off right now.
Taylor, you should get green like gloves or whatever, and nobody could see. Green.
I mean, no one can already see that. It's like what's the Hulk line where it's like, that's my secret. I'm always jacking off.
Taylor with the Marvel reference.
They think that I'm like bouncing my knee 24/7. No, I'm just like I'm jelking.
Don't mind me, guys. I just need to make an adjustment.
So you're just doing YouTube now? Still Call of Duty content, or what are you making?
Call of Duty sucks. Rinse and repeat. People say I make the same video over, like a lot of critics do. They say I make the same video over and over. And to that I say, Call of Duty releases the same fucking game over and over every goddamn year. So why don't you yell at them? Yeah. It's their fault. Like,
people like the same stuff over and over.
They do. They like routine. They like the comfort of. It's like when you watch the same movie over and over. Like my 5th time watching Top Gun in a row, I will, be like, wow, I feel good now. So it's like that. But yeah, just YouTube, pissing fanboys off. Yelled at Hutch the other day.
Really? That's interesting to me.
Do you disagree on Call of Duty?
No, he's just a retard. I don't really like
you guys him, are longtime friends or kind of frenemies right now?
He's just an idiot. I don't know. He's just too stupid. I can't.
That was a concise way
we
to
all
say.
Have from time to time. What is he stupid about?
Politically, he had a very unpopular opinion on SBMM, and then he claimed he was trigging the community.
That's skill-based matchmaking, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. So
I was trying to think of what protected group that was.
No, I was on the sex acts. I'm like,
SBMM. Oh shit.
So what is? I haven't played a Call of Duty multiplayer in years.
You are so fucking lucky.
So people don't like that you get matched. That if you're really good, you play against really good people, and it's hard to get like pub stompy games, right?
It's not just that though. It's the better you are, the worse your connection will be, because it'll without getting too nerdy, it'll put you it'll value matching you up on skill rather than connection. So a lot of the time,
that's terrible.
It's very terrible. And there's no arguing like that's not terrible. You know, I shouldn't be getting worse connections on a game in 2021 with better internet than a game like 5 years ago. You know what I mean?
I've said for 10 years, when you die and it's not your fault, that's the biggest thing a multiplayer game can do wrong.
It's so bad.
Bad connections enable that. The thing I didn't like about skill-based matchmaking is I have friends or people who watch the show who are really good, much better than me, and it makes them undesirable to play with.
I was playing with some friends of mine who are not very good, and they liked me being in there at the start.
Right.
I would drop the harps or whatever, like I'd drop all the big kill streaks, but then they didn't like it too much after like an hour, because then you get tougher competition, and then I'm carrying everybody, and then it's never good. So
if you're streaming, people will join your stream. Like it or not, you're going to be playing with people who are watching you, according to me. Maybe you have a better idea. And so it's like, all right, instead of trying to fight that, I would just fill my team with people from the stream. It's a way to interact, give back, who knows.
That's what I do.
And I've been like, you guys don't understand. I get good games when you're not looking. But, that's what happens. It matches me up with people like me. But then I get it. Then these guys come in and they're people like you. And I can't get good games anymore, and it's kind of embarrassing. And as a viewer, only a tiny percentage of them understand that, like, oh, this is just a lobby filled with studs.
Yeah, and here's the thing: I'm not even like on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being like a Call of Duty god. I'm like maybe an 8 on a good day. I'm not even that great. And if I'm having these issues, imagine what people that are like fucking insane are dealing with.
What was Hutch like skill-based matchmaking, even though it's bad for connection?
He had a very liberal view on it, where he's like
liberal view. Yes.
How could you possibly make skill-based matchmaking political?
He's trying to take connections from good players and share them with the lesser players.
I'm trying to get really good game players, and this fucking loser isn't letting me do it.
No, there's a clip, I swear to God. Do you guys know Sandy Ravage?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Sandy went on Hutch's. I swear to God, this is fucking real. He went on Hutch's stream to debate skill-based matchmaking with Hutch, because Sandy Ravage is against it. Old school guy, kind of like us, doesn't really like it. And he's on Hutch's stream. Hutch is for it. And out of nowhere, it's on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. Out of nowhere, Hutch just says, you kind of sound like Trump right now. And Sandy's like, what? And he's just like, yeah, you sound like Trump, and I'm more of a Bernie Sanders type here. And I saw that, and I'm like, they were just talking. There's nothing that triggered that or whatever. And I'm like, this dude's obsessed with fucking politics.
That is so bizarre.
What a moron.
That's worse than me.
So I'm the hero in this conversation, in the narrative I've constructed about like what could the point be? So he was like,
because like you're kind of a bad guy.
It should just be by connection. Why would it not be by connection? It's always works that way. And so what his point was, you just need to stop bitching and play, or what?
Sandy's point was that back in the day, people still bought Call of Duty without this insanely complicated like algorithm. You know what I mean? Like people bought Call of Duty, they played it. It never really affected anything. And then Hutch was like, well, no, the new players need like a protected bracket. And I agree with that to an extent. If you're like dog shit, if you're like fucking horrendous, get into the Helen Keller. Good. I mean, I was just saying you can get into the Helen Keller lobbies if you want, but everybody who's like good that I know wasn't really good at the start, and the way they got better was facing better competition. But at the same time,
a thing though, I'm sorry to cut you off, but
no, go ahead.
Take COD 4. If you were a level 10, you didn't find yourself with 10th prestiges very much. Like it did impact the way the matchmaking worked.
The way it would do it is you would find just a variety of people, but the thing is that it would primarily just base it on connection. So you'd match based on the best connection to the lobby.
But you agree with me that it did seem to apply rank in there somehow.
Yeah, I don't think it was skill based. It was rank based to some extent, for sure. Because
I think it was
we'd all make new accounts, and it's like, oh look, these guys made new accounts too, because it's like 2.5 years into
back
the
in the day. It was very, very light. So brand new players like that, yeah, they would get slightly, easier lobbies.
But then also, like, when we would be like full team of 10th prestiges, like playing late domination at night, it's like kakong, get matched with 6 other 10th prestiges who are all also playing domination.
It was what random, I was saying. It existed. No, I don't think it was random. I don't think that if you were a full team of 10th prestiges, you were not likely to get a full team of like rank 1 through 10.
I played Black Ops 4 for about 2 years straight on stream, like, about daily. I would party up with people from the stream, and the way it worked from basically Call of Duty 4 up until Black Ops 4 was that there's like a super light skill-based matchmaking system, but primarily it's based on connection, as it should be. So sometimes the best connection is against noobs, sometimes it's against good players, but it's like that's how it's always been, and
how it should be. Like the connection is paramount. The skill might be second. There's also something in there with like joining complete games or what games need a filler. If there's a 6-on-5, it's really cool to get a 6th and level and bring it back.
Yeah, if the concern was people like quitting or getting beat up on, I'm way more likely to quit a game I suck at because I get bad connection than because I'm losing. Like if I feel like if I'm losing because I'm bad, at least it's like I can get better at this. This is under my control. If I'm losing because my connection is bad, it's like I could be a Titan, and you know what? Fuck this. I'm getting off. Like,
no, I played Cold War just like 3 hours ago before the podcast, and I got into a lobby. It's what day is it? Thursday? Fucking 4. It was like 4 p.m. EST, and I get into a lobby with that nearly 100 ping. I got fucking fiber here, man. I could download like 4K goddamn porn while I stream, while I play Call of Duty, and be fine. I have that much bandwidth. Why the fuck am I getting 100 ping? You know what I mean? Like, there's no, like, it's on dedicated servers. My NAT's open. Why the fuck am I getting 100 ping like it's 2007? You know what I mean? Like, when I on Black Ops 4, consistently like 30 ping. But I don't know, man. So it's just dog shit.
The debate between Sandy and Hutch. So, I mean, it's the internet debate. And so at the end of it, everybody doubled down on their initial position, right?
Those are the rules of internet.
Not only should you not get a good connection, you're Donald Trump.
There's
no debating with Hutch because he has no other opinion. It doesn't matter if he's wrong, misinformed, or just being a complete retard. He's going to stick to his opinion. So there's no point in debating with him. It's like debating with
his opinion. But I don't find him to be like uninformed and retarded.
He was here.
I don't. Okay,
he was here.
But like usually he can speak pretty eloquently and defend his position.
Usually, but here he didn't even understand how like the SBMM algorithms worked. Like he's also not very good at Call of Duty, so he's not going to be
matched up with
people that like. Again, me and Sandy, we're probably around like, on a scale of 1 to 10, like maybe an 8 on a good day. I might be overrating myself. I don't know, but Hutch would be like a 6.
If Sandy's an 8, he slipped 2.
Well, Sandy used to be really, really good. He was known for like, no commentary, and people watched just because it was Duke Nukem clips of him going on absurd shotgun ramp. Yeah, it was. It would be like his videos with shotguns in like COD 4. Were the equivalent of watching like Grizz with snipers, where I would convince myself like, yeah, I can go 26-0 with the breakdown shotgun with 2 shots, and it's like, no, you can't. He's just unbelievably good.
He would use the spaz on fucking Wasteland, that huge sniper map, and still make it work.
His videos hurt my KD because I tried to do that and it didn't work. Or and I asked him, right, because I know Sandy a bit, and I'm like, what should I do? Like, do you have any advice? He's like, just use the ump. You can't lose. Silly goose, I can still lose with an ump.
No, you got to shoot faster. Like instead of waiting, like it's like him not getting it. Like instead of waiting to lock on, just do it like instantly.
I like that part where you shoot kind of close to him to scare him a little bit.
But
I never thought of that. I just
Sometimes I
straight in the head.
sometimes I toy with my prey also.
Like a cat. He plays with his food.
So what is the pro skill based matchmaking point of view? I don't get it.
The pro point of view is that it should. Okay, so here's a good example. Call of Duty hasn't changed much from 2007 to now as far as like what you do in game.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not really a lot to do in game as far as like grinding. You know what I mean? So if I'm better than the average Call of Duty player and I get matched up against people that are like me and they get matched up, you know, against me and whatnot, and we're trying our fucking ass off, we don't get anything for it in game. You see the problem there? Like we're at a high. It's like if we were UFC fighters and we're ranking up and there's no title to fight for though. You know what I mean? Like you're just aimlessly
Also,
fucking
like,
fighting art of competition for nothing.
Yeah, and in the UFC, if you knock off like the number 4 contender, then you are probably the new number 4 contender or something like that. Here, they make whatever stats you carry don't distinguish between whether the other player was good or bad.
There's nothing to work towards except that better play. Like the only real difference is that better players get worse connections because it's going to protect those shitty fucking COD noobs at all costs. But the thing is that they're gonna play no matter what. Like it doesn't matter.
They already bought the game.
They already bought the game. They're gonna buy like $50 worth of skins on week 1.
It just doesn't. This is like the first discussion I've ever had on skill based matchmaking because I don't care and I don't play COD. But like it seems so common sense for this in every game. Go by connection.
Yeah,
like get in the game and be able to play. Like what? It just doesn't make sense.
And Hutch doesn't get this either. This is another thing. It's easier now to cheat because of the system. So what you do, okay, so I got a PlayStation and I got an Xbox. So I'll boot the game up on Xbox. Then on PlayStation, I also have the game, and I'll have like a burner account that's like shit, right? All I do to get easier matches and better connections for that matter is I just join that bad shitty account and we search for a game, then it backs out.
And there's no way to turn this feature off. You can't be like prioritize skill or prioritize network or connection.
There's no way.
We literally used to do this back in COD 4 when we would make a new account. It'd be like, oh, Joe made a brand new account. Let's join his lobby. Because he would when he played Search and Destroy, he would not get a full team of like guys sound whoring. He'd get a jumbled up mismatch of people of various ranks in the middle that you hadn't seen in years because you'd been out so long.
You're like, man, that's what it looks like to be level 31.
But they think of that though, but then like amplified times fucking 5, you know, like it's way worse now. So why wouldn't people do like there's more people cheating than ever. You can even do this and you'll find good players that are sometimes better than you that have done the same thing. So you'll get these lobbies that are almost like old COD lobbies where you'll have like one good guy on the other team, then like 3 terrible people, then like 2 guys middle of the road. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, the most fun way to play back in the day is when you happened upon one of those lobbies where you were like the best guy. And then you just stayed there until like it was a full replacement of new people.
I've made friends where I've been playing Call of Duty and I've been the best guy on my team. There's a guy on the other team that's the best guy, you know? And we'll go back and forth. And I'll be like, hey, man, you want to party up? Like after, you know? And I'm like, you don't get that anymore. Lobbies fucking split apart and everybody's just like you. So there's no point.
Yeah. And nobody has their mics on. Nobody's being as mean as they were back in the day.
I miss about the way lobbies split up.
Everybody's mic was on.
Yeah, that was so much
mic
fun.
Was on, and
it was so much fun.
Look, 2 teams played until one team admitted defeat. That's how that went, right? You know, like it was like you and your friends are either going to beat us or realize you can't.
Yeah,
and
they're like Jonesy wants to play. Well, we can't back out and get him. The other guys will think we quit on. They'll think we're afraid.
See, we got to take them on. They're the penis going into the butthole clan, and we're FAGS before they get rid of it.
And we're all named after alcohol.
That was so funny. Like in the beginning, those clan tags, you could put anything.
Tarkov's bad about that now. Like it seems like there's no filter on what you can make your name. So like say what you will about the creators of Tarkov, but they don't give a shit what you name yourself or what you say in the game. Like there is no restriction whatsoever. So it's funny, you'll be watching your favorite streamer and the players drop dog tags, and you can check that dog tag to like confirm that you were the one who killed this guy, right? Like, hey, was it my grenade? Did I really ricochet a bullet and hit this guy? You kind of can get that information.
Yeah.
But you also see their name. So they'll like double click this thing and it'll be like the worst string of 3 words you've ever seen in your life. Like
it's the same 3 words though.
yeah, it's your favorite 3 words, like strung together to describe one another. And it's rough. But they don't seem to give a fuck.
That's good. That's what war is like. War is intense. It's not for the faint of heart.
You check the guy's dog tags, and he's named.
Sorry, Snowflake. There's a lot of racism at war. What a fun take to have. This is a realistic war game, and it's not even racist. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, the new Call of Duty is doing it's based in World War II, but it's doing the whole let's add random black women thing, which is interesting. I don't really care. I can play as a fucking, like furry for all I care, as long as the game's fun.
That would be funny, yeah.
I will allow that.
Well, they'll probably have a skin for it in World War II. So
you know what would make it actually they can't ever add dwarfs because it would just be the odd job situation from the Bond game. Do you remember
this is where your mind goes?
Yeah, because like I don't really care as long as the hitboxes are the same. But you remember that one asshole friend who would always pick odd job, even though you had rules of you can't play with odd job.
Maybe they would put them on stilts if they're like tiny, and then they have like these. That could be a character actually, like a dwarf on like robotic legs. I don't know.
Okay, that could be cool. That. Like those like dwarf spiders in Skyrim. That like.
Or what about Warhammer, where he's sitting on the throne, but he's got like 4 smaller dwarves just carrying him around everywhere he goes?
Oh, stacks of dwarves.
That's cool. This is a way better Call of Duty we're imagining. World War II. You're a magic lizard man.
But I heard what they were doing in the other direction was that they were adding back in the swastikas, because I know in the last World War II COD they just used the Iron Cross. And removed
it's so
all
stupid. Everybody knows what the team the Germans are on.
Well, apparently not.
Well, they don't do that. I think they added the swastikas in, but they took away all country denominations. So it's just your team versus the enemy team, even though you know what team it is. You know what I mean? Like,
why would they did people complain about that?
I don't know. All I know is skill based matchmaking's in it, so it's gonna fucking suck. So I can give a shit about the rest of the stuff. But
yeah, I haven't played multiplayer in so long. I guess since what was the first battle royale that they came out with?
Blackout. Black Ops 4. Yeah,
I played a lot of Blackout. I enjoyed that a good bit. Just playing with full parties. Since then, all I've done is zombies.
Zombies is good.
Zombies is it's too easy now. Though, like, I mean, it's fun. It's a lot more casual, and I kind of always played it casually anyway, so I don't mind. But if I were like a hardcore zombies player, I don't think I would like this one very much, because I'm just okay at zombies, and I've never been beaten by zombies. I just eventually get tired of playing zombies.
I do get bored after a while as well, and I kind of just sleepily like throw. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Or we'll throw it away where it's like, all right, everybody back into this corner and let's see how long we can hold them here.
Yeah,
we'll make it fun, but at the same time, we're like, is it bedtime?
There's a lot to do. It's easier, but there's a lot to do, like Easter egg wise. So if you're like a hardcore guy, I don't really do the Easter eggs. If you're a hardcore guy, yeah, I mean, people still like it, but it is easier because you have way more tools and way easier to carry like not so good, people that you'll match up with as well.
Like the ethers, the different ether shrouds or whatever are ridiculous. And then the armor alone is ridiculous.
The armor and then Juggernog both. Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, those stacking together. And then the wonder weapons are all good. The Ray K is just okay. But like this last map has so many good spots to train, and just you can hit those zip lines and stuff and get like a get out of jail free card. I don't know. It's really, really easy.
Is it easier than the first map?
I haven't played a lot of the newer maps, but the first map's pretty damn easy.
I think they're like equally easy, like more or less. It's easier to memorize the first map, I think, because it's really simple. The most recent map, that's like the streets of some German city, I think, or it's a little more complicated because there's rooftop, street level, and underground. So you've kind of got to memorize the paths, but you get it down.
Cool.
I mean, the exfil thing is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
them adding exfil because like I remember playing like the World at War, the original zombies, and like you wouldn't want to let yourself die. You'd be like, well, I mean, I'm already at level 60. I'm not just going to back into a corner. Where it was with exfil, you can kind of be like, hey, let's play a quick 90-minute game of zombies, which is quick for zombies.
And you get stuff when you do, like, you get rewards when you do that. So
something I don't like, but it obviously has to remain this way, is like so much of zombies, at least for me, is like, oh boy, I got the wonder weapon. Now the whole game is just me using the wonder weapon in a fun way. And there's only one of the really good wonder weapons now, and it's been that way for a while. I don't even think there's 4 ray guns to go around anymore. Like not even like a baseline special weapon for people to have that everyone can get.
You can get 4 ray guns. Yeah, I was in a game where
okay.
Yeah, it's just hard. It's hard, but yeah, you can do it.
Maybe they're rarer because I have one from a box in the what dozen games I've played at zombies.
There's a lot of luck. You know it is. Like literally the last game we played, the other two guys, Scum and Mitty, were like complaining about the wonder weapon situation. They thought, I think I should have it. And the other's like, I think I should have it for whatever reason. I think Mitty had opened it and Scum had just went yoink and taken it.
Oh, what a bitch.
But I was like, I had a ray gun, and like I pulled the ray gun, and then 2 things later I pulled another ray gun, and I'm like, somebody just take one of these free ray guns. And then I pulled it again and pulled another ray gun. Like I pulled 3 ray guns and out of like 10 pulls or something. Wow. So like sometimes it's ridiculous like that. And then sometimes I've had games where I go through like 70,000 points trying to just get a decent like golden weapon or something like that.
Yeah. Something I like the addition of the special zombies, but they've gone almost too far with it. Like the ratio of like normal zombies to special ones should be a lot higher. Like, because once you get to those late levels, like you're not even killing a horde of zombies anymore. You're like fighting off 4 witches and a guy in the BioShock suit, and it's like this is barely zombies at this point. So if they could make those a little rarer and try and kill you the way they used to, where it was just like, oh, round 30, it's just fucking even more zombies. Like it's just even more zombies with higher
No, I agree with you, because there are so many of those witch things.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, the guy in the BioShock suit, and it's nuts. And then you've got your robot you've called in, that your fucking Nazi robot named Klaus. So like there's just a lot of shit happening on the screen.
And the flying sucks, because like there's no worse thing to have to do all the time than to like aim your whole POV up when you're fighting the ground zombies, because you can in like 2 seconds get fucked up or stumble over yourself.
I love the wonder weapon though.
It is cool.
Something on aiming too, like maybe it's just where I practice, but if someone's on the plane, that aiming I'm very good at. If I have to add a third dimension and start shooting insects out of the sky or whatever, it's so much harder.
Especially when they have like weird like deceleration and like they don't move consistently. It'll
I'm
be
gonna need you to be like a Cessna. Just go nice and steady as I shoot your way.
Just turns on a dime. Overall, it's good. Like I'm surprised more people haven't just jumped solely to zombies for Call of Duty, because the only thing I hear about Call of Duty is from, granted, I only hear about Call of Duty from Call of Duty commentators, and those are the people most likely to fucking hate Call of Duty.
Yeah,
so,
well, you know.
So you found that it's a profitable business model to just fuss about the games people are, because people watching your stuff care about COD.
Yeah.
So they watch you shit on what they care about. If you like blasted my favorite brand of motorcycle, I would stop watching you.
It's
just before you answer that, I was looking at your channel. You're like skill based, or your video is just called Hutch is an idiot, and and then like Hutch had a video on his channel called actually Skill Based Matchmaking is good, and your video had like over 5,000 likes, like maybe 150, 200 dislikes. His video 322 likes, 176 dislikes. So it seems that the overwhelming majority of people are on the same page of prioritize connection over.
You know what? Let me stop you right there. You sound like Trump right now, and you need to stop.
This fucking retard, get this. He thinks that it's skill-based matchmaking. That's what they call it, folks. That's what they call it. It's socialism.
So the way I do it is So how I am on the show with you guys, this is me, but on like commentary, I like take me and I pretend I am doing a professional wrestling like interview, like I'm The Rock or Stone Cold Steve Austin. So I do that, and then even though I'm complaining, I'm fucking right. Like everything I'm bitching about's fucking right. So even if you like the game, you want to see it better. You know what I mean? It's like a coach for a basketball team. He's not gonna praise you he's not gonna praise you for what you did right. He's gonna tell you what you did wrong so you can improve. You know what I mean? Kind of like that. So even though it's meant to be funny, but the game does really suck. I do wish it would be better. So I'm just gonna keep doing it because the next one's coming out. It's gonna be so fucking shit. It's gonna be the worst one probably.
You better hope.
Oh, I know. I already played the beta.
This just depends on it.
What if it is just flawlessly?
If it's fucking flawless, I'm gonna play it on stream. I'm gonna go back to streaming. So
so you're not streaming. And look, at this point, you're, I don't know, 12, 13 years into this job. You do it like any professional does his job. It's not a passion project anymore. I guess you found streaming is less profitable than YouTube because most people find the flip.
I was streaming Call of Duty when it was good. Cold War and Modern Warfare, to an extent, sucks so fucking bad that I didn't play them on stream. And then I just said, you know what? I'm not playing this shit unless I have to. Like, I'm not playing this shit 4 hours a day on stream or I'll blow my brains out. So I could make more money if I streamed and did YouTube, but I can't do it.
Can't do it.
It's too shitty.
It's a mental health decision, right?
It really is. It really is. People think I'm joking and I'm kind of being funny, and I am, but I ain't playing that shitty fucking game 4 hours a day, every day.
I think Escape from Tarkov is a good game, but there are a lot of streamers who are just thirsting for something else to do. The rate at which they release new maps, new content is pretty slow. Yeah. And they're like, I've done everything. I've gotten into a battle in every part of every map. There is nothing new to me. And they're like, when this map drops, then, I'll be excited about playing again. And I think to myself, no, when this map drops, you'll go from having like deep knowledge of 100% of this game to like 95. It's just one new map. You're putting a lot of eggs in that basket, but
so
it wears you out.
People that stream, people that get popular for streaming one thing, it can be really hard to switch. You know what I mean? Like if they're just fucking burnt out on Tarkov, what do you do? Like at least with Call of Duty, I can go back and grab or play like an old Call of Duty for a gameplay. I can grab like an old gameplay or go back and get something else, and that still works. But with like something like Tarkov, what do you do if you're fucking tired of it? You know what I mean? What's the alternative there?
When people watch you for the gameplay, then it's a tough spot to be in. It seems like a dream at first. But then it turns into this nightmare of like Groundhog Day. You have to do the same thing again and again and again, and it's like, oh, guys, are you sure you don't want to watch me play Fall Guys or something? Because this is
something casual, No, I had that same issue. I got really addicted to the Friday the 13th game when that came out.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm going to play this regardless of if people like it or not, because I'm a huge fan of the movies, and the game was fucking awesome. I played that shit for like, I don't know, about a month, 2 months, and I noticed each stream just less and less viewers. And I'm like, holy shit, like I can't have fucking fun with this. Like I got to go back to playing shitty fucking Call of Duty.
Dude, if I stream myself playing Magic the Gathering, and that's my favorite game. My favorite. Yeah. I mean, it's calling it a video game isn't really fair. Like, it's not like I'm like gaming better than them. Like, it is a video game, but like, it's not about reaction time or anything.
Right.
And so people get bored as shit so quickly. And most comments are like, make fun of hoarders. like there's something like that. So yeah, I feel you.
I had an awakening on my stream, call it like a year or two ago. And anyway, when people watch my stream, I genuinely like care and want good things for them. I have text to speech. So they'll pay $3 and often ask like a life question. How do you know when it's time to get married? should I buy PMI on my mortgage, or put 20% down? Like this is the shit they ask me, and I do my best to answer. And at some point, like, somebody was being an asshole or whatever, and I was like, guys, like, collectively, you're not being a good friend. I do everything I can to help you, and then you shit on me. And the guy's like, Woody, we're not friends. You're a content creator on my screen. We're not friends. And I'm like,
that's true.
Why did I need to be told that? He's so right. I'm an idiot.
He
Get a load of
basically
this guy. He thinks we're friends.
he should have just said dance, monkey. Like,
right?
back to work. Like,
yeah. And like it was. It shouldn't have been. I should be an adult who knows. I've been doing this a decade. And I was like, yeah, that actually was news to me. I'm a dumb person.
you say it's a tear like goes down the face. Like,
yeah. So Kyle, I thank God you have your Dr. Peppers.
Yeah.
Back up.
Yeah. We're good.
Did Fish bring them?
No, I never ran out. He was just offering if this one runs dry, he's there like a pit crew.
What a
I
nice
feel
guy.
like we have not mentioned the fact that you are a free man in Colorado. To us, it seems like we did PKN, but most people didn't see that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, those people. Yeah.
Check out the Patreon for PKN, an extra hour of the three of us retards.
Oh, the best hour.
The best hour.
The one we try on. So
yeah, this shit sucks, but it sucks by design. To get you to go buy the good stuff.
Yeah,
you
might not know it, but we do PKN shirtless.
Yeah,
that's true.
Absolutely.
Or at least Woody always does.
And pantsless. Yeah. So landed in Colorado on Saturday, and I've just been real high ever since. Having a great time. I did do Delta 8 before I came out here because I wanted to be able to compare the two. Delta 8 to me is just as strong as like
there was the gap after
else.
midnight where you were free but still in Atlanta.
Yeah. So I tried that Delta 8 stuff, and it was really strong. Really strong. I got a Delta 8 vape, and then when I got here, I compared it to like a strong marijuana vape, and I think the Delta 8 is at least as strong and maybe even fucking stronger. It was so goddamn strong.
I meant to mention it on PKN because you were like, because you talked about how like before you smoked, like you weren't that into vapes. You liked like the concentrates, like using a dab rig. And it's like, it was funny thinking like you were out of the game for so long that technology increased to the point that like you're hitting it and you're like, it's just like taking a dab.
Yeah.
But it's in a pen. Like,
yeah.
I mean, being out of the weed world for 4 years is like, I mean, like this is the burgeoning industry. Like it's changed.
He's like one of those prisoners that are like, dude, phones have screens now.
Yeah.
Payphones are gone.
Yeah. For those who don't know what you're talking about, like when I was smoking a lot of weed 5 years ago or whatever, it seemed to me that like vape pens were like weak sauce. It was like an electronic joint, essentially.
You told me I hadn't even been high.
I'm not sure you have, but I mean, I want to believe. Kind of like, just like in kind of Mulder in the X-Files kind of thought process.
At the 2 hour point, I'm
you're gonna go get get hydrated. Yeah, go get hydrated.
Right.
So, but yeah, it seemed to me at least like 5 years ago when I would smoke a vape pen out here that like it was kind of weak sauce. It was kind of like a really weak joint that you had to hit like 10 times to get stoned, and even then it was kind of this like head high, not really a body high. It was kind of a giggly high. But the one that I got out here immediately, like a $60 1 gram pen, it is more like a dab rig or something. It's what it feels like to me. Granted, it's either that technology has advanced and they just literally are stronger, or I just have no sense of like any tolerance whatsoever. Because not only does it a small amount get me really stoned, but it lasts for like 3 or 4 hours, which is something I'm not accustomed to. So,
that's
and BlameTruth. Do you have the expertise to compare marijuana to Delta 8? Because Kyle's opinion doesn't match what I read online.
Yeah, I definitely do.
I do not. No, I do not.
It's like I feel like Delta 8 is more. I feel like there's almost like a cap on it, like a ceiling. Like you need to take a ton of it. And I've definitely taken too many Delta 8 edibles before and like woken up the next day and been like, oh, I'm still definitely high. But it's not as strong as regular edibles or regular weed. Because like I've eaten like 50 milligram edibles of like real shit when I'm out in Colorado, and I'm real fucking high. For a lot of people, that's a huge amount. For a lot of people, it's fucking nothing. Like that's how the tolerance thing works. But I'm like, I'll like get to like a borderline. I'm really uncomfortable, and then get away from that and be back to normal. Whereas like 50 milligrams of Delta 8, like I'm fucking hunky dory. There's no mind aspect to it really. Like it's not very mental. It's just like a body buzz, physical like relaxation high. So I almost prefer it more, honestly. Like it's, I didn't understand that you if it were legal, if regular weed were legal here, I'd switch to regular weed if it was the same cost. But Delta 8's cheaper than the shit in Colorado. Like Kyle, like you have that 1 gram thing for $60. A 1 gram thing here with Delta 8 is like $30. I got like one of these for like $29.99.
What is that?
And this is the same bubble gum? It's a little vape. Delta 8 vape. And they like this is a 1 gram one. They last. This is still half full. I've had this for weeks. Like
and it's not the only one. And you've had it for weeks.
It's not the only one I have, but like yeah, these last a super long time. Because again, like you don't need to just rip. You don't want to like just sit and rip it all day. Like I'll take a hit. Like it's one of those things where like sometimes like you have a stressful day and it's like, damn, I'm gonna hit that pen 1,000,000 times and I'm gonna soar off into the sky. And then like you sit down and you hit it once, maybe twice, and then like 2 hours later, it's like, oh yeah, I was gonna hit it a lot. Get really high.
It's what form was I just assumed that you had a Delta 8 vape pen, but I don't think you ever said what it was.
Yeah. I got this little it was like shaped like an oval, this vape pen from my local like vape shop. And I took one hit and it didn't really work. Like it wasn't heated up yet. And I took a second that actually did work, and that was enough to get me so like just coughing my lungs out and like salivating, so to the point where I'm like spitting in the sink and like throwing cold water in my face. It was never that harsh again, but that first hit was like super duper harsh.
Yeah,
and I was off. It was like burning some plastic out of the way to get to the Delta 8. Who knows that shit's not FDA approved. Nobody's looking over their shoulder. There could be anything in there. That's the real issue.
I do know that I like as far as people who have like really high weed tolerances. I have one friend who used to smoke an insane amount, and he had to stop because of some job thing. And then he switched to Delta 8, which you'll still piss hot on Delta 8. So, but for him, like he needed like 3 times the amount of Delta 8 to get to the same level as weed. Like, and maybe that's like a specific tolerance thing. It's weird. It's like your tolerance varies so much. Whereas with like booze, like, you know, it doesn't.
Did someone tell me, maybe it was Taylor, but I'm not sure, that if you build up a Delta 8 tolerance, that doesn't cross over to pot and vice versa?
Yeah, someone was telling us that.
Yeah, like just
interesting.
Anecdotally, like when I was on vacation and smoked after doing nothing but Delta 8 for a while, just a couple hits off of a joint or a blunt, and I was like too high. So yeah.
Oh, so your tolerance recovered while you did Delta 8.
Because I went and I was like, oh, this
solved how like a tolerance break sucks.
Literally, yeah.
We don't do tolerance breaks. We just rotate crops.
We just switch drugs. We just yeah, it's great. And like the biggest edge it has over weed is the price. At least here, it is so much fucking cheaper than like stuff even at the dispensary. Because I've looked online at like if you get your medical card, what the dispensary is like. A friend of mine has it, and it is easily twice as much for the same amount at the dispensary.
Yeah, but again, you know, it's not regulated, and we're not 100% sure what the fuck's in there, which is a little scary. I think I'm gonna do some research online when I get back to like find a more reputable like Delta 8 source or like company, maybe somebody who does it.
Find a good brand that makes good
like
stuff.
The gas station's not. So that's like
I went to a vape shop.
That. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was
so like
they sell it at gas stations.
They do sell it at gas stations, but I went to the vape shop because I felt like it might be a more reputable brand if it came out of a glass case instead of like some guy reaching back behind the lotto tickets.
You might be right. I never considered this. Like when I buy a Monster energy drink because I'm driving tired, I never consider how reputable the source is.
No, I guess not. That's because there's no brands with this stuff. I mean, there are, but I don't recognize them. So this could be the Coca-Cola of Delta 8, or it could be like the Hyundai. I don't know.
You know, that's a thing. I went to there's a gas station kind of near me that best way I can put it is everything in the store is like expired. I wish I was joking. I got
these
some,
things have to be 18 years old when they're Fritos and like.
I mean, it's everything in the store. I got some of those sour punch straws. You know, they're like kind of chewy. You ever had them? Anybody ever had them?
Yeah, when I was like 8.
Yeah, well, fuck it, man. Like they're good, and yeah, these were hard as a rock. I could have like wrapped them around my hand and used them as like brass knuckles or something. It was insane. Super expired. I still ate them though. Fuck it.
I mean, candy. I don't know that candy really does expire.
It probably doesn't. I'm gonna tell myself that at least, but
neither does canned food out there. You know, I like to give a little public service announcement occasionally. I've told people a lot about salt and the non-dangers of it.
And then my blood pressure went up.
Yeah, that's because. Come on, you got better genetics than Woody, though, right, guys? Like, you're not some salt-sensitive Nancy that can't handle a little more
They're
salt
not
on your
hanging
potato.
half 100 on the calendar either.
That's true. But also the oh shit, what were you talking about? I lost my train of thought. The
Delta 8 brands.
He's talking about
what's
the
good,
candy.
What's bad,
Sour punch straws.
old,
canned food.
Canned
food never gets old. Canned food has expiration dates on it, like those cans of soup and stuff, or green
That's just
beans.
the trick
or
by
peas.
Big Can to make you buy new ones.
They had to put something there. They couldn't just write, who knows? And that's the truth, though. Like 75 years, and those peas are still good.
well, it's like there's those channels on YouTube that eat those
Old MREs.
Yeah. And I mean,
No,
the way I would do it is like if something was, there's something about the date though. I think I told you guys about this, but my mom has a problem with expired food, not throwing shit out. Like, and so anytime I see a date that's like more than 6 months, you know, out of date, I just throw it out. Even if it's soup, it's some kind of mental thing. Like I've gotten diarrhea too much from my mom. So,
Oh God,
yeah.
take that one out of context.
Yeah, that's pretty rough, but it's North Carolina, so you know.
Did she ever get her hoarding more under control?
Mm-mm.
No.
It's a tough
No, I have a picture. I don't have it on hand right now, but
That's good.
yeah. It's the most disgusting. It would turn your stomach if you saw it. It was.
Oh no.
It was.
What, just a messy house?
No, she started.
Like, try me.
Look at all that laundry.
I might grab it. I might grab it in a second, but no, she started fucking. She was convinced there was going to be some kind of food shortage or some shit, and she started like canning food herself, like jarring it herself. And I went over to her house one day.
She didn't do it right.
One, she didn't do right, and it smelled like fucking. It smelled like a dead body.
No, that was the dead body.
Okay.
That's
And
under
then-
everything.
No, that was your uncle. We haven't seen.
She had like 30 fucking jars of just the most disgusting. It looks like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Like,
What
it's
was she
disgusting.
canning? Beef?
Like chicken and beef, yes. And I'm
Really?
like, yes, and it wouldn't be that bad. It wouldn't be that bad. You think I'm joking? I'll send you.
You're
I'll
like
send you
emptying a can of chicken to put in your preserves jar to make it last long.
She'll do stuff like that, and it won't be that bad. But the entire fucking basement, she's already done that. Like it's already the basement's full.
Yeah.
So now it's just full upstairs. Like it's bad.
Is food her thing?
Yes,
Okay.
she thinks
Those
it's-
are some of the roughest hoarders based on the show.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
the more easy ones to deal with, they're like a guy who just loves knickknacks.
Like,
and a
is there
bunch
no
of,
way
like-
to?
Yeah.
Is there no way to channel that into like something like constructive, like gardening?
She gardens as well, but she gardens food.
Oh,
she
well,
she
I
grows
knew
food.
she would, but like I
Yeah.
figured like that could be the focus, or like
No.
like maybe if you take it to even a bigger level, would she love being a farmer?
She is. She
Oh,
farms. Yeah.
that's the
Hmm.
okay.
She
Oh no.
she takes she has so I have a fireplace behind me in my living room, and I haven't used it yet, but I'm gonna try to use it this winter, you know, just because it's fun. And my mom, I was thinking like I can go chop my own wood, whatever, but my mom has I would say a small forest's worth of firewood she has hoarded. over the years, so I can just go grab some anytime I want. In some instances, it's good like that, but then like, when am I ever gonna eat nasty fucking chicken? You know, that's been in a jar.
Yeah, that's really.
I accuse
Mom,
my
do you have
wife-
do you have a jar of chicken feed that I can borrow? Do I ever?
You
I
can literally
accuse
buy potted beef at the store.
You can, but she
You
thinks the
can.
stores are gonna like lose. She's a conspiracy theory. Like, she's like, I don't know, Alex
Well,
Jones.
the problem
with
with hoarding is that they put a lot of value on shit that doesn't have much value. So they keep it, they store it. And I give Jackie a hard time when she keeps stuff. I'm like, when are we ever going to need that?
Yep.
Yeah.
But on occasion, that woman is right. And I hate it because it validates her messiness from time to time. And she's not all that bad, but for the purposes of the show. And like we got Colin a trampoline for his birthday. And the guys that put it together broke this like great big spring. And sure enough, she like reaches into the depths of garbage and is like, I have just what we need. And it's this spring this big.
Extra trampoline spring from a decade ago.
It's like,
I told you it was good. We brought this in the move.
Dude, there is no. She literally moved with an old trampoline spring.
I don't know where it came from or why we had it, but
You've never had a trampoline before?
No, this is our first. Well, little ones. Like,
Wait, what?
She's had that since childhood. That's like every little girl when she's 8 gets an extra trampoline spring in our family. And today mine is what?
That is so
All
bizarre.
right.
I thought you
Trampolines are
meant
cool.
that she kept one that came with the kit, not that she happened upon a trampoline spring and thought, someday.
she's like, oh, you got.
Someday I'll meet a man who buys our child a trampoline.
The people that assembled our trampoline stretched one of the springs too far, and you know how that works. She's stretched, but too far doesn't go back. And sure enough, she saved the day.
Yikes. Well,
yeah, yikes, right?
We got that photo.
well, she's been proven right now. Now she's got that over you.
Agreed.
BT sent the photo to Zach, so he can put that up for us.
It's two of them, a close up and then like a wide shot of how many jars she has.
This is her basement.
No, this is her kitchen.
Oh no! Oh god, no! This is Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4.
I told you.
You know what that looks like? That looks like Snape's office in Harry Potter.
It does. It's bad.
What are the white ones?
I don't know. I don't know.
They believe it's right.
They all started brown.
They all started clear.
Now I'm not a canner, but I know that's not how you do it.
Dude,
I'm not a kid.
What are you spotting? What is wrong with it?
no, okay. What's wrong with it?
I mean, generally you don't jar meat. Generally, you're like making preserves. Like I know from an ex of mine who had a very Mormon family. Like Mormons are big on like jarring and like making their own preserves and stuff. It's just something they like to do. And so I like watched them do it. And all of it was just like saving vegetables from their garden, and they'd done it for long enough that it was all like right.
Yeah, veggies like green beans and stuff
green
like
beans,
that,
tomatoes, like definitely not chunks of chicken
or pickled but things that pickle well, right?
Pickle eggs,
like obviously cucumbers and pickles, but like asparagus and onions and that sort of thing. And I know people who would can tomatoes, but I have never, outside of like the scariest of gas stations, seen hunks of meat in a jar.
I think there was a human foot in one of those.
No. The only thing I could think of, and this is a bad thought, but I was just like, when this woman passes away, I'm gonna have to throw away so much fucking rotting like food. It's gonna be disgusting.
Yeah.
Just throw the whole jar away. There's no way you can open those jars.
There's no way I'm going to. No, I'm gonna throw
we
the whole.
burn the house.
I was just saying, it's bad. She was convinced she lost a safe. There was a safe. No, I'm not. No. Not even lost. She was convinced that someone stole it. This is a common thing with her.
No.
She has so much shit that she's convinced that someone steals this like one thing. And I'm like, if someone broke in and stole stuff, they would have stole more than just a safe. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
It doesn't look like they would have stolen anything.
No,
you can't.
It's like, I gotta get out of here. I don't want to end up in those jars like the last guy who tried this.
Maybe they're like a warning thing. People break in, they see those jars, and they're like, "Fuck this,
Dude,
man!" Like,
I mean, let's be real. If you broke into that house and like you came in through the kitchen door, you're creeping through, the moonlight is coming through the windows, and it's illuminating jars, dozens and dozens of jars full of meat. You cast your gaze around the room, and you see the state that it is in. You turn around and you walk the fuck out.
yeah.
You're like, this person has enough problems without me burglarizing them.
No,
I like the idea that you go into a house. It's a total wreck. It's a disaster. And you just leave $20 and leave. Like they need these guys need a hand.
Honestly, it looks like she would
I hope
benefit
things
from-
turn around.
it looks like if she woke up in the morning and she had been robbed, that could be a great step forward.
No, she has. So her actual house is decently, aside from the jars, it's decent right now. Aside from one room, there's one room that's really fucking bad. The room she lost the safe in, but she has these.
Still there.
She has the. It's still there. Yeah, we found it. She has these.
You lose a whole safe. There's so much shit.
I choose to believe you could walk in it and it stored guns.
She's got all kind. I'll do like a video for the next time I'm on here, just so you guys can see. I don't think she doesn't know how the internet works, so she won't know. But so she has like three storage buildings on her property full of shit. Yeah, 3. Yeah,
wow.
Maybe 4. I might be miscounting, but there's at least 3. One is the size, I swear to God, of like a studio apartment. Like it's big. Like I could, if we cleared it out, I could turn it into like a bachelor pad if I wanted to. It's that big. So much fucking shit, and it just has something to do with. Like she was poor growing up, so maybe that's it. Always, she's like Mr. Krabs. I don't know. Just
that's how I always see it.
Yeah,
Sponge Boy, me Bob. It's normal to jar chicken.
I see everything is irreplaceable, so they place a lot of value on it. And in reality, but if I were to say to you, "Hey, I've got a thing. It's the size of a mini fridge. Why don't you hold on to it for 4 years in case you ever need it?" You'd be like, that thing is worth $4. I'll just throw it away and buy one if I ever do need it.
I mean, food. It seems like food hoarding is like the most common one for people that grew up poor.
It's food hoarding, but as an example, so we went to my mom's a contractor, so she's got this like discount card at Lowe's Hardware. So she gets like 5% off all her purchases or some shit, frequent buyer discount. So I'm like, hey, come with me to Lowe's. I need a new fridge. Mine's like 15 years old. I need to get rid of it. We go to Lowe's and she's like trying to, I swear to God, she's trying to like haggle the cost of the fridge down like she's at a car dealership.
Did it work?
No.
Okay.
She's already getting a discount. And the guy's like, "Ma'am, I just work here. Like, I'm not." And I'm like, "Mom, this is not a pawn shop.
Get Mr. Depot on the phone."
Yeah. Call Mr. Lowe's, please.
Yeah,
Need of a word. No, we get it, right? And I'm like, that's a little odd, but it's not a character. Like, she's cheap. She wants the fucking best deal constantly. What's weird is that so Lowe's will, if you guys ever have had a fridge or like an appliance delivered, they'll take off the old appliance, right? My mom's like, "No, don't take off the old fridge." I'm like, "Mom, it sounds like a fucking demon's inside of it when it turns off. Like the springs are worn out. It barely works. I'm like, it's about to fucking like blow up." And she's like, "No, I want it." And I'm like, "Are you going to pay me for it?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'll pay you like $30. And I'm like, "Okay." So I just hulked it out and put it on the front porch there, but it's like $30, whatever. But I'm like, she doesn't need it. So I'm thinking about just taking it to the dump and because
someone should steal the refrigerator off her front porch as a favor.
Nobody's gonna want it. It's a piece of shit. It barely works. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, she needs that
true.
I don't know. That's not the right way to do it. But yeah, I wish you could somehow convince her that junk is junk.
I
have tried.
So hard to do because it's like an ingrained like, but what when the time comes, I won't have food. And like, like if like that's your fixation, I get it. Like, especially if you grew up poor, but like those houses get gruesome the food porters are so like the people who collect dolls. Yeah, they're strange, but like they're dolls. You could just pick them up and remove them. Whereas like food, it becomes a hazard. What if you drop one of those? It'd be like a dirty bomb.
I was gonna say, there's, I think in that picture actually, there's one you can see the one that's spoiled. It's the one that's brown with like the white murky shit.
Can you
on
put
top
the picture back up again, Zach?
So canning is a pretty in-depth process, right? You have to sterilize the inside of the jars by by boiling them first.
First thing you need is edible food.
It's that right there.
All right. So yeah, that's some sort of mold or something or bacteria growth that she's got going on in there because it wasn't properly sterilized. The one to the left of that one though, let's go to that fleshy one that looks like it looks like she just like is that pig intestines?
I don't, dude. Honestly, I didn't ask. I just said, "Hey, something in here smells like shit."
Don't ask. Don't ask.
I'm not gonna ask.
Like
don't ever let her know you're suspicious.
No, I'm not gonna. No, because she'll try to give me some, and I don't fucking want it.
The 1/3 to the right, and actually,
no, Mom, I can't take this. I have to pay you something.
The one behind the white one has more white on top. The two to the right of the other one that has white on top. I can't figure out what the fuck kind of meat is in that 1/3.
Chicken, right? The tall white one.
God,
I think it's chicken, but
with the skin still on it.
Here's the thing: she has food that, that's so old that she has like in freezers and shit. She might have run out of room, so she's canning this like 20-year-old frozen chicken out of the freezer.
No.
Smart. Yeah.
So it's canned, freezer burned, decade-old chicken.
That's like lost its shape. Yeah, it looks like intestines now. I think that's most of this because it's bad, guys. Like I tried to
chicken qualifies for an antique license plate.
No, like I found a ham that could vote one time in her fridge. 18-year-old ham. I swear to God, 18-year-old ham.
Chicken can rent a car.
Yeah. I mean, it's one time is when I first got my like YouTube paycheck. I was still living at home. I was like 18, 19. So I went to the store and I got some fucking groceries, you know? And I came back and I'm like, wait, there's no fucking room in this fridge or freezer. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to go. What's the logical thing you do? You go through, you get the expired stuff out, you throw it away.
Yeah.
So I did that. My mom comes home and you would have think she had seen a ghost. She starts digging the stuff out of the trash.
Oh, and it's already like thawing and it's not.
It's already
anymore.
thawing.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, don't throw away the stuff. It's still good. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like it's like 15 years old. You know, and it smells like shit. And she would just like, no, like we can't do that. And she goes and like puts it in this secret fucking freezer I didn't know about. She's got another freezer full of shit. She puts it in that.
She's got a secret freezer. Nobody. I can't let anybody get on to me.
Let's take the picture down.
Let's take it off. It's disgusting. Yeah.
I've had enough of that for the evening. We're laughing about this, but it really is a serious issue.
No, it is. It is.
Yeah.
I think within 5 years, I'm going to have to do something. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Because it's getting worse. It's getting worse. It can't be normal. It's not normal.
Yeah. And I know I've asked you this question before, but I'm sure you're careful, like in your own life to make sure that when's that expire tomorrow? Let's go and get that out of here. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
We're not even gonna wait.
No, when I got the new fridge, I just went through and I'm like, this sauce expired like 3 months ago. Let's throw it the fuck out. You know, I don't need it. Like,
yeah,
I'll buy a new.
I don't need it.
I don't need it.
Like it reminds me of the clips on the show where like there was like some guy will like be collecting food and like his fucking sister who comes from, you know, across the country. Like by the time you're like 35 minutes in and it's the end and he hasn't changed his mind, they're like weeping, like it's all crap.
Yeah.
It's all useless garbage, John. Don't you see that? Are you gonna choose this canned ham from 1981 over your son? And he's like, you don't know when you might need that ham. He's like, there's ham at the store.
No, that's everybody kind of has that. You know what I mean? Like that. That's that thing where you sometimes go overboard. Like you think you need more than you do. Like just recently I bought myself a nice watch and I'm like, okay, well, I need a watch for this situation, yada yada yada. And I'm like, if I'm not careful though, I'm gonna end up with like 15 fucking watches, you know what I mean? 20 watches that I can only wear one at a time. So I'm like, I gotta make these ground rules.
Patently false.
You can
okay, well,
huge sleeve of them.
Ground rules are like I can only have 5 at a time. If I get a new one, I gotta sell the old one. And that's been like the rule I've kind of gone with anything like shoes, fucking clothes, watches, food. You know what I mean? Anything like that. Like
what you're saying is I need 2 more motorcycles.
Exactly. That's it. Yeah. No more than that, though.
It's solid advice to prevent hoarding. I'll get to purchasing.
Prevent hoarding. I need to. I'm going to hit my 5 limit sooner or later. You know? I mean, I'll hit it sooner. Damn. That you said as a kid, it wasn't quite like it, right?
It wasn't that bad as a kid. My dad passed away when I was younger, so I think that put her into super like survival mode. You know, after that, because it's gradually gotten worse, and now she watches like. A lot of news and a lot of conspiracy theory stuff. So it just keeps getting worse, and I'm like, I'm probably gonna have her committed.
Anti-vax?
Yes. Oh, dude. Yes, but she is convinced my uncle is now like a magnet, like a human magnet because of the
vaccine. Because he's vaccinated and you get magnetic afterwards.
That's what she says. And they're like, she's talking about how she's like sticking metal to him or whatever. This was over the summer. And I'm like, Mom, like, you ever lick the spoon and like put it on your nose? Like it's hot as shit.
Like when he leans like this, it stays right on there. It's like,
exactly
I think that's more of a gravity thing. I'm looking on just like Reddit. There are like huge forums with like almost 50,000 people about hoarding, but it's people like support groups of people like who have to deal with it in their life. Like it does she recognize on any level that it is a problem what she's doing, and she's like, and she'll be like, I shouldn't be doing this, or is it like, no, this is all essential preparation for when the stores are out of food?
I think she's like, I think she's somewhat self-aware because she at one point you couldn't get up in her attic because she had so much shit that it was coming down and covering the stairs.
Jesus.
But she'll eventually get rid of stuff to where she could walk up the stairs. Like she'll declutter the house, but put it somewhere else.
Right.
She's just organizing
efficiently.
Right. Mm-hmm. So she'll organize. It's not like those jars aren't all across the floor. You know, like they're in a neat kind of area on the counter, and she'll move them to the basement. But there's a certain point where she'll stop like organizing and buy another storage space. So I don't know if she realizes how bad it is. I've tried to tell her, and I've tried to be like, you don't need all this shit. Like when you pass away, I'm just going to throw it away. Like you can't take it with you.
Yeah.
So
how old is she?
60, I believe. Yes. Okay. 61. I think she just turned 61. Yes.
And she doesn't hoard anything but food. So she doesn't like keep knickknacks and shit around.
It's stuff too. Yeah. She hoards clothes, food, anything really. Like she's trying to hoard this 15-year-old nearly broken fridge. And
what about cats? Does she have any cats?
No cats. No pets. Her things are like inanimate objects.
That's good.
Okay. Yeah. Like a dead cat that has been almost like turned into coal. Sometimes by the pressure, they'll discover those. Like we used to have like bets on my streams, and we'd watch and make fun of the show Hoarders about how many dead cats there would be by the end of the episode. I think the worst animal episode ever was there were like 13 dead rabbits, 4 dead cats. They kept having to like fish rabbits out of the wall.
Oh no!
Because they kept finding more and more rabbits living in the wall because the woman was like, I have all my rabbits and they are well taken care of. And they like take them out there, and there's like a vet on the scene like, I've never seen anything like these poor rabbits. and they're like, and there's like, he just has rabbit pattern baldness. Like, no, it's because he's living in an old Clorox container you cut out.
No, wait. Did this not? I mean, this is probably a stupid question. Did this not smell fucking like if there's
It
that
is.
many
It was one of the times
yeah.
where like Matt Paxton, the hoarders guy, he walked in. He's like, "Let's see what, let's see what we have here."
Because goddamn, like that's one thing. I had a squirrel die in my fucking attic once, and that smelled, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that
But
was
you probably
one
couldn't smell the decaying rabbit over the probably inch and a half
trash.
of actual rabbit shit that
Oh,
coated the
no.
entire floor. Like you looked taller standing in that room than outside because of like the level of grime and literal
That's so awful.
So
I can't watch those
It's
shows.
sad.
Like those shows make me feel so bad.
It's bad, but at the same time, I don't even have to watch the shows. I have a friend. I just saw her, I don't know, 5 days ago. So we've been friends for a long time, but she won't let me go in her house. The
Oh.
reason being, and she's self-aware, she'll be like, it's like a hoarding nightmare. So she's self-aware about it. Like she understands it's a thing. And she'll try to like get a hold on it, but she can't.
What if she's really just been holding her mother hostage for like a decade?
I mean, it could be, but her yard's pretty bad too. So I believe her. Like, if I pick her up,
Maybe
or
it's the
something,
yard man she's holding hostage.
Maybe it could be, but yeah, it's weird. There's two dynamics. There's the people that know it's a problem and still do it, and then there's like my mom who probably doesn't realize it's as bad as it is. And I think my whole family's that way. Actually, like every aunt and uncle is kind of similar. So I think it's just accepted.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen that in real life. I've had I've had messy relatives, but whenever we've had a relative die, when we went over there to like clean the place, that it's almost in my family. It's never like, let's divvy everything up, all of the valuables. Yeah, let's make a big pile of the jewels and the heirlooms. Okay, we got it. All right, here's the pile. All right, like.
There's some guns, I bet.
Yeah, stuff like that. But it's it's always just a mess to clean up. And it's like, where did Grandma get this pistol she always had up here? Apparently, now we've got this random.
They always push tools on me. Woody likes tools. Woody fixes things. Woody probably wants this, and it's like Woody likes matched sets of tools.
Yeah,
I like organized tools with racks.
It would be like it'd be like you going, oh, you like to cook, you love to cook, you have a kitchen. Here's 3 mismatched forks.
Yeah. No, and that's how it starts. I think is when you accept it. When you're like, okay, I could take a fork or I could take this wrench, and then you get like a little bit of a dopamine rush, like a tiny
you're like,
bit.
hey, maybe one day I find them all.
Exactly.
You know what they're gonna say? Nobody's gonna be laughing when I got a full set of these.
It's like a Pokemon card or something. Like you get it, and then it's like a tiny little dopamine rush, and then you get addicted.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you get like 80 forks that don't match, 7 of the same wrench. You know, like it's just the trick is just being like no. So when my mom, anytime I brought over like a girlfriend or something, and she's like offering them something, I'll just whisper like, "Don't take it. Just say no. Like don't take anything. Don't eat any food." Just don't do it. Like, trust me.
Don't eat any food.
Don't eat any food she offers you unless I give you the green light. I will go in and check the date if it's like a prepackaged thing to make sure it's okay. And
goodness,
I shouldn't have to do that, but I did.
No, you shouldn't. That's rough, man.
Yeah, it's bad.
But hey, it's bad all over. Like as much as like what you're dealing with is super shitty. Like not last week's guest because that was Finster. And apparently she has a great relationship with his parents. But the week before we had Fluke. Was his name Joshua Fluke?
Josh Fluke, yeah.
Oh my God! Like his family had like
disowned him.
They had borrowed so much money from him, and used it for drugs. Like
oh God!
And stolen stuff from him.
Like he would buy them cars so that they would have like a way. He'd be like, "Mom, you need a job," and she's like, "Well, I would need a car to do that." It's like, "Here's your car." She would take that car and pawn it for drug money, and then he'd be like, "Hey,
God.
are you not at work today?" And she's like, it's my day off. It's just like, well, you've had like 4 days off this week and you're a cashier. So what's happening? Like
he had to learn to keep things in his name. Like, all right, I'm going to buy you another car, but this one's in my name, so you can't pawn it.
Damn, that's fucking rough. That is really bad.
Yeah.
It sucks. It super sucks. I've been watching more and more of his videos. I agree with him 2/3 of the time.
That's
Which
pretty
ones have
high?
you watched about?
So he has a thing where he kind of like he doesn't like it when corporations take advantage of people, mostly employees. Really, it's not about customers. And he'll be like, "Hey, when they tell you that's a family, your family, that is a way to get loyalty. But trust me, the second they don't want you in their family anymore, they drop you. So you should think that way about them." Okay, thumbs up. I agree. But then he does other stuff like, oh, do you want to work extra and get promoted? Fuck that. Never do that. That's a fool's errand. That promotion isn't worth what you think it is, etc. And I'm like, oh, it is okay to like.
And I don't understand that. Like, in what context? Like, it's not worth.
I feel like he says, not do the minimum. That would be overstating what he says, but like do enough, be okay, but don't try to kill it at work for a promotion because that's stupid. They're getting more than they deserve out of you. And I'm like, I don't know that I go that far. There's something to being the guy that gets promoted.
If hard work paid off 100% of the time, I would disagree. But there's a lot of instances where, like, you can
have to be 100%. I mean, if hard work pays off half the time and you keep at it, then you'll do better than everyone else.
That is true.
And that's probably accurate. And one thing I've always found in my career is like they would say you have to do the job to get the job, which seems wildly unfair. So I have to perform at the next grade level before you give it to me. I have to act as a manager before I become management or whatever. And I'm like, I feel like I'm getting robbed, but that is how it works. And it's like, do it or not. Do you want that next job? That's how you get it. Just get fucked for 6 months and then you'll be promoted. So anyway, but I like his content a lot. I think he's a pretty smart guy. I just don't agree with all of it. That's all.
I've only watched his family stuff.
That's heavy.
It is. Damn, that guy. If you guys haven't seen that episode and you want a bummer of a story, go watch that episode.
I had so many like usually I
depressing.
get messages like Saturday morning or something like that. Like, hey, I heard the show, really funny. This part with Taylor was great. I love this story, that story, stuff like that. For like a week, I got messages like, hey man, I'm 2 hours in. What a fucking bummer of a show. And I'm like, it gets better. It gets better toward the end.
I thought it was good.
It was brutal.
Sometimes I don't agree with the viewers on what's good, and of course they're right. I would argue that what they think is what matters, not what I think.
Yeah,
but there'll be shows where it's like, drop the mic, bitches. That one's rocking, and I thought that show was really good. But I think
it was interesting.
No. There's a difference.
Some of the viewers didn't love it.
No, it was a good show. It was just heavy subject matter to the point where, like, if you're here to like feel better about your day, you might have gotten the opposite that week. It might have been like, oh, all right, let's watch some PKA. I want to feel better about my. Oh, wait, what?
He was like, and the worst thing about the third time that they stole my car is it reminded me so much of the first two times. It's like, oh my god! And then when I found out that in addition to stealing my car, they were using it to solicit heroin from people in Walmart parking lots.
And that's how I found out
plates on the car.
And that's how I found out that I wasn't in a car accident when I was 4, and that's why I'm not. That's why I don't have 2 kidneys. You could totally see them doing that, right? Like, you're like, yeah, you were in a car accident, you lost a kidney. Oh, okay. Like as a 30-year-old man, you're like, wait
a minute. Not everybody goes for their first kidney inspection when they're 7.
I gotta take it out, take a look at it.
That was super sad.
Yeah. You want to talk about my flag?
Yeah. Yes. What's the deal with the flag? So Woody had a viewer send him a flag.
This is the flag. It's all folded up like
cool
soldiers do.
What kind of flag is that?
It's I believe American.
Oh,
is it up to date? Enough stars?
So it came with this because I felt like it was like stolen valor almost. Check this.
Oh, it is.
Whoa! This is presented to official spokesperson of the U.S. Marines, Matt Woodworth.
It says, this is to certify the accompanying American flag was flown on the first day of July 2021. in your honor aboard the United States Air Force C-17A Globemaster III aircraft during a combat mission in Afghanistan. This flag is presented to Matt Woodworth on behalf of, I won't dox him, but Sergeant U.S. Army dude, and the men and women of the 6th Airlift Squadron while supporting the global war on terrorism during Operation Freedom Sentinel.
Hoorah.
Yeah, man.
Well, thank you for your service.
Dude, there's more. And I'll warn you, he's this unicorn that likes me the most. I suppose the meaning behind this has changed since I made the offer. He's talking about a flag from Afghanistan. No matter, I hope it still means something. The events in Kabul over the past week or so have been so strange to witness as a member of the C-17 community. Seeing your colleagues on the world stage of all of a sudden was quite a shock. I just wanted to address a bit of what you guys were saying on PKN following the Taliban takeover. When the Afghans were attempting to board the plane by any means necessary, there were actually some things that would have given them the idea it wasn't a foolish move. There are small windows inside the gear well for emergencies that may have given them hope of being able to enter from there. Also, this is not the first time something of this nature has been attempted. People have stowed away in gear wells before with similar results. I want to say thanks for the entertainment over the years, from Mail Monday to Modern Warfare 3 to now. Been watching. First video I ever saw of yours was wiping out on skis. I can't wait for 3 Body Talk show. Kyle and Taylor got to get on that shit fast. Finally, get your freaking tattoo, man. There's no shame in getting something inspired by Neistat. Once you get one, you realize they don't have to have some godlike meaning. That hesitancy passes. Here's hoping you do some politics talk on Twitch, since the guys have no clue what they're talking about in that sphere half the time.
That's not true.
I'm going to include myself in the guys. Stay jacked, Wood T, and then he puts his name.
Wood T,
really cool.
very nice. The high T Woody. What a nice guy.
That's
what a
nice.
Friendly fellow. Man, military guy promotes getting a tattoo. News at 11.
There's 2 patches too.
Oh, cool.
So
you can get discounts at stores if you sew those into clothes.
that is the plan. Yes. I'll put
You're gonna wear
together
those.
I need them to know just how decorated I am. So I'm going to have a Navy hat, a Marines jacket with some sergeant, with some army.
Make a cape out of the flag.
Sure. Okay. But I bought a shadow box. I think I'm going to replace this Black Ops painting or just move it and put the flag there.
Yeah, that was really nice.
That'd be cool.
I didn't know you could just fly the flag for people like buying a star.
I don't think you can.
There's a certificate.
Yeah, that looked pretty official.
I don't believe that.
It's signed by him and who I guess the guy above him.
Okay.
Yeah, President Biden. It's signed by the 5 most recent presidents. They got all of them. Yeah, that's really cool.
That is cool.
I just didn't know you could. How do they decide that? Is it like they take
I'm not
turns?
worthy. Why did it come to me? I don't know.
He had to have
all
paid
get
something.
a
I thought it was like buying a star, like
That's
naming
what
a
I
star after
imagined.
somebody. I figured they were like,
Buying
like
an actual star.
you register. You register a star with someone like I think it's like that. They're like, who we flying the flag for today? Matt Woodworth. All right, everybody, salute Matt Woodworth.
Who are we fighting for? Matt Woodworth! He's taking fire and he takes a picture out, unfolds it, and it's you. It's in his pocket, storms the beach to fight. Man, war is hilarious.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Agreed.
Oh man,
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is really neat.
I'm so honored by it. I don't know. I got a big head now. I'm kind of a important person over in Afghanistan.
I mean, have you served? I pretend to serve every day. Just because I put this on in my trunk and you saw me walk before I walked in, I'm a fake Marine.
I'm convinced I can leverage this into AutoZone discounts somehow.
Oh
Yeah.
my god!
You know what? I don't think is it illegal to pretend to be a member of an allied military?
Wait, what?
Like if we pretend to be
Canadian National Guard.
Yeah. If I'm the Canadian Mounties, or if I'm Spetsnaz wouldn't work, I guess.
SS.
England, whatever they have. What do they have? something with,
SAS.
It should be SS.
is it the SS?
I don't believe it's the SS.
It might be
SAS. SAS.
The
British
SS.
SAS.
Just full fucking Nazi regalia.
I think.
I'm undercover. I'm infiltrating a white supremacist
Oh,
group.
that's the air service. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. You could probably do it though. Just pretend to be in the French Foreign Legion. I guess that's not technically affiliated with France, is it?
I don't fully understand. They're contractors that become maybe French citizens if they fight in a war, or is that
I think
like
that's how it
Hogwarts or something?
I don't know. I always imagined it like closer to like Blackwater or whatever Blackwater is rebranded as now. Or like you get like mercenary group you could hire, but I also don't know at all. Not sure. Kyle, how you doing?
I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Yeah, I
Nice
like the
and
time
stoned.
zone difference. I like the time zone difference so that it's it's not even 7 here yet.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I always feel bad for you guys because like it's like after 11 where you are when we finish. I mean, it's after 10 for me, but like that would be the best part about living on the West Coast, like having some more evening at the end of this.
Oh, not to me.
Really?
Yeah, no, I would rather have a larger block of time so I can do things. Like, I pretty much have to be home at 6 because the show starts at 7. Sometimes I need to clean or eat or whatever. If the show started at 3 and ended at, what would it be, 8 p.m.? It's like, well, that day is fucked. What am I supposed to do that gets me home at 2
It feels like you're waiting
That's
for the
fair.
show to start, and then you're just kind of
That's
waiting to
exactly
go to bed.
what I do.
Yeah.
I would sleep in, I would burn 2 hours, and then it'd be an hour before the show.
I can't sleep. It takes me forever to fall asleep after
Yeah.
the show. You guys are the same way?
Yeah, I'm going to watch What If, the last one.
ooh, is it out?
Yes.
Ooh.
You guys still split?
I
on
know
that
nothing
series?
other than it's supposed to be very good. It ends stronger than it starts. So
So are you caught up? Are you caught up right now?
no, I haven't seen the last one.
Oh, so you've got.
There's a 2-parter.
So you've seen the first part of that 2-parter.
Yes,
Cool. Okay, then we're
we're in the same spot.
same spot. Yeah. It was pretty good, huh? Like it almost seemed like it explains why the others weren't quite as good. Maybe 'cause if you consider them like part of a whole.
Okay, and so the premise of it, this isn't a spoiler, this is the premise you get in the opening series, is that Ultron, rather than getting in that broken crappy body he was in the movie, gets the cool red one that becomes Vision. And with that cool red one, he's far more powerful than the guy they had to defeat in the movie, and he's a real problem for them. And he's a real problem for him. And at this point, I'm like, we can't beat him. No one can seem to beat him. Captain America is not about to leadership him to death.
No.
Or whatever it is he does. We're fucked. So I look forward to the episode that just dropped to know what happens next.
Yeah, me too. I think they've got to go get the A-team together. They got to go to like various members of the Avengers from different realities and like make a team out of that.
I hadn't considered that they might still be alive in other multiverse copies. So there's that. And then to me, I'm like, well, they need people we haven't been working with. The Avengers that I'm accustomed to, whether it be Captain America, Hawkeye, or even Thor, I would guess I'll get their ass easily kicked by this version of Ultron.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a team effort for sure.
And we're gonna need like the what are the gods, like the super gods called? The Guardians?
The Eternals?
The Eternals is what I'm looking for, yeah. Like maybe a team of Eternals can battle this guy or something.
I don't know. I look forward to it. It's been a cool series. Something else to watch. I have not watched the Squid Game or whatever the fuck that everybody's so hyped over.
I finished it.
I've heard mixed opinions.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
The thing about the Squid Game, and you're good this way, but you might not be on this trip. It requires your full attention. The Squid Game isn't really something you watch while reading Reddit.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want my viewers to know that.
Yeah. I like it.
And it's also
I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard good things.
like
really good things.
It got really good. The last couple episodes, maybe 2, tied in there, made the others better.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Now
go
go ahead.
the end, I didn't expect that. I don't want to say anything, but it did surprise me with how it ended. And like, it's one of those shows where like, yeah, it's based around a game where you get killed and people are in debt, and so like it's a bit contrived. But like, if you just sit and enjoy it as like fun, it's a good series. Like, it kept my attention. I didn't mind at all the dub stuff. That doesn't bother me. Some people get really bothered by that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. That the dubbing isn't a problem. Money Heist is dubbed too. I didn't mind
it bothers me a lot because I watch people's mouths.
I watch people's eyes when they're talking.
I'm a mouther too. These masks are, I think my hearing might legit be not what it was. And my father went through that too. I've talked about it, how we used to make fun of him for that. We called him Tad for years and he didn't know.
You're a mouth looker. Like, even in person, you look at the mouth?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I need it. And so I think that I suffer in like listening comprehension when someone wears a COVID mask more than most are. It's I don't get it. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I'm half a lip reader.
I have a friend that's not deaf at all, but she can't like process what's being said unless she's looking at the person.
No, so she's retarded.
Basically, yeah.
Me too, though. Yeah.
So it might not be a hearing thing. It might just be like how you learn to process speech.
Yeah.
Is like you're looking at people face to face, looking at their mouth, seeing what they're saying. My wife and I have a million times. I'm like, honey, you weren't looking at me. I have no idea what you just said. The words went in the wrong direction.
What are you, a dog?
Yeah, but it's like, for one, I need the volume to come in my direction, and two, like, I need to see your mouth. I don't know, like,
yeah, it is easier. Like your brain has that like innate connection to want to be able to take in the whole picture. I guess I'll look at people's mouths if they like have an accent or something, because I want to see like how their mouth is moving and like how they're making it. Like that's the easy, like you just like make your mouth move the same way theirs is, and like look at where like their tongue's placed and everything. Your
fascination about that, and this is like the 50th clue around it, is super interesting to me. Like, like I hear you practice accents in the car, when you can do them wrong with no audience and just sort of, and I'm like, I've never done that. That when you watch me do accents on the show, this is all brand new material, guys.
Usually the way it goes is like you'll try a certain voice or impression, and it's like, oh, that one, that's never going to happen. I don't have the chops for that one. And then other ones you'll try and be like, okay, that's not so horrible. And like the easiest way to do it is to just like, oh, I'm going to do a retard voice. Okay, I'll do Nathan from South Park. Like find some like, or I'm gonna do Jesse Ventura. Okay, well Anthony Cumia already has a perfect Jesse Ventura. How does he do it? Like, I don't know.
It's funny. Like, when you'll teach me how to do accents, you'll say, "Oh, Woody, okay, with this accent, the sound comes from near your teeth, and with this other accent, it comes from deeper in your throat." And I'm like, you're fucking weirdo. All the sound passes all of those things.
You know how you do the Russian accent all over the back of throat. Very far back, you're pronouncing vowels here. And then Southern, now look at where the vowels are coming out there. It's right at the front. You know what I mean?
This is a foreign language to me. I could do both. Okay, when you're Russian, it comes from the back. and when you're Southern, it comes from the front. I don't think I did.
Kyle, you're nodding. You know what I'm.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Kyle can do it too.
Yeah, it's the way you do your.
Those are my two favorite accents, right? So with the Russian one, you're almost like paralyzing the front half of your tongue anyway, and like almost using the back edges of it to sort of warble. And with the Southern thing, there's a lot of tongue going on, like it's moving around everywhere.
Southern thing is like the front of the tongue, I think. Yeah, like
Taylor said that too.
Yeah. And there's like a million flavors of Southern.
I got caught shoplifting at the Chevy dealership. Like that's all front of the tongue.
What'd you do? Try to steal a pickup truck?
You're getting into like mountain Southern there.
We're in Kentucky now.
Between two ferns. What's the most powerful thing on your face? It's your nose. Oh, yeah. You can become anyone you want. Does anybody know where I can get me some iced tea? Doing that? I got caught shopping. Those were Between Two Ferns was like good early YouTube funny shit. I really liked those. Like the deadpan silliness where like everybody who's watching it knows that it's a put on. Like, but it's funny.
In our last batch of PKA hangouts, one of the guys, I had stepped away to piss or something, and like one group had gotten replaced with another, and I just heard the strongest Southern accent I had heard in so long, like from across the room through my headset. He's like, "Yeah, I don't know nothing about all that, but I've been down here for about 3 years now." And I was just like, "All right, who the fuck is this? Who is it?"
The guy from Kentucky.
Yeah, the guy
Kyle was hilariously like direct about it. He's like, you know what? I used to sound a lot like you, and I worked hard to stop sounding like you. But you are at an age where you'll always sound like that. It's kind of a curse. And I'm just like, ouch. Oh, okay. So that's what we're doing.
The Kentucky
where he's
Southern
from?
accent?
He's the fucking Shakespeare of his corner of the world, my friend. He told us where he was from.
He sounds like an offensive caricature of someone from Kentucky.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, they're not like that. Nice guy though, I liked him.
Yeah, he was a nice guy for sure, but he had one of those accents where it's like, oh my, this has not been tempered at all.
I used to think that when I hear like impersonations of a Cajun accent or whatever, I'm like, people are going to find this offensive. You know, like if you do this from a Cajun person, and then I see someone doing it to a literal Cajun person, you know, like in fucking Louisiana, they're like, "Hey, man, that's not where that goes over there now. What are you doing?" And like, it's not kind of like that. And it's like, oh God, they're going to get offended. And then they'll reply in that exact same fucking accent. I'm like, oh yeah. That's just how they sound.
The whole state of Louisiana sounds like they just moved here. Like they just got to America, still figuring out the ropes. But
pretty much, yeah.
It is like, I mean, there's a million accents across the U.S., but what I think is wild is like the U.K. is so tiny in comparison. Like we have states that are 3 times bigger than the U.K.
Texas
and even in the
is
UK,
bigger,
they've got like regional accents whereas I feel like you can drive around the entire state of, you know, you can drive around a huge state and it's all going to be more similar than the UK is, where it's like cities, where it's like a Manchester accent is grossly different than a
Birmingham
or whatever.
Birmingham.
Yeah, Birmingham. It's interesting.
Yeah, and like it obviously you know that, but it's because they don't cross-pollinate as much. You know, I forget who I was talking to, but someone hadn't seen their father in 2 years because they live so far away. 90 minutes.
What?
90 minutes away. And
you can drive like 4 hours and get to like the east and the west coast of the UK pretty much, like 4 or 5 hours. But then the accents will be radically different if you talk to like a UK bartender. So the UK people are alcoholics. So if you talk to a UK bartender, if people come in from like up north, they won't really be able to understand them. You know,
that's
like,
so bizarre.
Give me a log of that, Matt. Like it'll sound like that in the traditional British area.
Oh, I will say this, like Kitty has me talk to her like creditors and stuff. Like if there's an issue with like the water bill or whatever, she's like, "Yes, the water bill," and they're like, "Is there anyone in your household who speaks English, little girl?" You fucking cunts. And I'm on the phone. I'm like, yeah, it's the water bill. We didn't receive one this month. There was no what. I'm looking at her in the eyes. Water bill.
Water.
Because it's
bottle of water.
We didn't get a water bottle.
And her voice is already like high, and so it's probably even harder. I mean, like what BlameTruth was saying, like, what is that old saying where, like, in the U.S., 100 years is a long time, and in the U.K., 100 miles is a long distance?
Oh, that's good.
Like, not going to see someone because of a 90-minute
but that's not really fair, though,
almost
because
3 hours away, and they're in the same state as me.
I don't care where you're from. 100 years is a long time, but 100 miles shouldn't be a long way if you've got fucking roads and cars.
I think they have
no excuse
and shit. Where like you could be like 100 years ago we had this president, and it's the UK is like 1,000 years ago we had this king, like just a much longer history.
I talked to a British friend of mine because I thought about going to the UK, and I was like, I'd probably go here. Like, where are you at? And he's just like, oh, I'm not really near that at all. I'm about an hour and a half away. I'm like, like, okay, well,
I'm an eternity away from there.
Yeah.
And it's like a 90-minute drive in my shitty little European car.
Oh, their cars suck fucking dick. It's terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Europeans have great cars.
I just mean like the daily drivers, and my entire view of this is from like the challenges they do on Top Gear. And it's like
that is a documentary.
It is, and that's such a great show.
Yeah,
I love Top Gear as a show, and I don't give two fucks about cars. It's not my area of interest. But like when they're like, we're going to drive across the entire Amazon in a Ferrari, and it's like, all right, I'm in. Like let's see how it goes.
What's the big guy's name?
Jeremy Clarkson. Yeah,
he beat up Piers Morgan, I think.
Oh, I didn't know it was Piers Morgan. I thought that he like got angry and punched a producer on the show. I didn't know it was like another famous guy. He beat up Piers Morgan. I mean, Jeremy Clarkson.
I'm Googling to see if I have
Piers
it right.
Morgan. I don't know anything about Piers Morgan other than he's like a news guy.
He's a news guy, but part of he did punch Piers Morgan.
That's great.
It's kind of the way that he does his stories is he'll maybe like pick an unpopular side and annoy you with it. Like that's
what station is he on? Oh, he's like trying to get outraged.
He bounces around. Clicks. He was on CNN for a while. I think he was on BBC, and he's somewhere else now.
But he's like an outrage journalist, where like he wants people to get upset by his take to generate attention. Maybe
that sounds.
That's
like
what I accused him of. Yeah.
So
I think
there's a lot of them who do that.
Yeah. So anyway, Jeremy Clarkson was having none of it, and he punched him.
All right. Well, that's so much cooler now to know that it was Piers Morgan that he beat up. Yeah, Jeremy Clarkson's the coolest one on that show, but they have good chemistry. I always thought that would be a show that you would be super into, Kyle, with your interest in cars.
Well, it's not about cars. You're right. Like it's really not about cars. They're more like a comedy troupe that
it's like a
hangs around a garage
comedy. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've liked what I've seen of it, but I've just never really gotten into it. And I would probably like it more if I gave it a chance, but I really haven't.
Honestly, if you're gonna jump into it, don't do like the episode to episode ones. Like the normal episodes can get boring because you actually talk about cars too much. Where they'll like I don't care. But if you look at their like challenges or their voyages, I don't remember what it's called. They're on Amazon though, where it's like them trying to get across the Sahara Desert in dune buggies that they made, like stuff like that. It's neat. Those are the cool ones.
The episode where they go to it might be an older one. They go to Africa or some shit, and they have to drive. They're just given like 3 random fucking cars. Like one's a Subaru, so it's gonna do well. One's like a fucking Buick, like
finding the source of the Nile by chance.
I've seen that one.
It might have been that one, but basically, they just get stuck constantly, and it's fucking entertaining. It's funny. I have to get the locals that like dig them out, push them out, and shit.
I don't remember what area they were trying to drive across, but it was a huge amount of area with a lot of different terrain, and they got dropped in, and instead of being given a car, they got airdropped a car kit, and had to build the car. But because Hammond and May are the only ones who have like an actual knowledge of how to build cars and like the engine, like Jeremy just fucks off the whole time. He's like, I was over there trying to make you supper as you made the car, and they're like, you've burned it. It's an MRE and you've burned it. He's like, well, give me for trying to help. It's great. It's a fucking great show.
It's great content. It bugs me. Like I know how staged it is too.
Of course, but it's silly.
It's that like. Of course it's staged. It's great content, but it's not supposed to be staged. You're supposed to think it's real. And there's a little bit there.
I feel like it's a little give and take there. Like, certain parts are totally fake, but like by the end of those challenges where like they've been sleeping in a tent for a week, they're genuinely getting like snippy and angry at each other. Like you can tell sometimes it gets a little too real at the end where like you can tell they're genuinely upset with one another and they want to go home, and that creates good content too. But like, I don't know, it's the same thing as suspending disbelief for the Squid Game for me. Like,
Except the Squid Game isn't trying to convince you this really happened.
Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like some of the stuff is so obviously put on and scripted that like it's supposed to be like a tongue-in-cheek joke.
Okay.
Like when there's like one remembering like there's a service in India where there's like hundreds of millions of meals delivered, like hot meals prepared by the wives of men, and those get delivered by people whose entire job is to like ride the train with huge numbers of tins and then go deliver them to men at work. And they're like, the train takes 40 minutes to get there. Cars are faster. We can do it. We're going to revolutionize the way India does lunch. And like, then they're driving around with all those things in the back of in the boot of their car. And like, they're sloshing around and spilling all over and there's soup everywhere. And they get there late. And it's like, obviously they didn't think they were going to revolutionize lunch in India when like 2 minutes in, they're like, I didn't imagine the traffic in India could be this bad. it's like, yeah, it's fucking India.
I can't tell if those third world countries with the near accidents all the time are very skilled drivers or unskilled drivers.
Oh, it's unskilled. It's
apparently
unskilled.
India is like dangerous as shit to drive at. Like
isn't that
they're
the
like
place
they're like
where,
doubling up death totals of everywhere else.
Isn't that the place where they have those little they look like golf carts as cars, and then like there's like camels and shit on the main road and fucking mopeds. Like it's just a smorgasbord of random shit, and there's like no actual fucking
Seems
rules.
that way.
Like
there must be rules that they know, unwritten rules. You know, when you're in a parking lot, right? Picture at the mall or whatever. You don't back out without looking both ways, right? It's kind of on you to make sure you don't pull into traffic and cause an accident.
Right.
Well, in India, the rules are flipped. They feel like the person driving should be on the visibility. Lookout. They should be on the lookout for cars since they can see so well. And the guy who can't see just pulls out and assumes that you will be on your game.
That's a horrible.
So you can imagine these conflicting views on who's responsible in the Cisco parking lot.
So maybe I'm just really American, but shouldn't both motherfuckers be looking like, you know, like
that would be ideal, I suppose.
Yeah. It is up to the guy driving.
They say that and just back out, don't even look at their
don't even look
review mirror.
Yeah, I mean that's what's up.
Oh man,
I don't see a lot of Indian dash cam stuff though. It's always, well, I mean, like the reason you only see
they don't
Russian,
have the internet or electronics yet.
I mean, huge swaths of them don't have the internet.
They just make them there.
4 billion people.
yeah. I mean, they live in huts.
I think the reason like you only see Russians with that is because don't they need it for like their insurance or something?
It's something about Russian insurance.
Yeah.
That,
or like
and honestly,
reason,
like
Florida man is a thing is because like Florida has like more lax laws on like releasing those crimes. So I heard something like that.
Florida is just filled with, I think statistically, some of the worst drivers in the fucking.
They're all ancient. Yeah,
the Florida man. Like I think in every other state, when they release like today's arrest records, they use their name, but they keep them anonymous in Florida. So just Florida man and Florida women did this and that.
Yeah.
And so like more stuff gets out there because
everyone has the same name, Florida man, did this and that. So it looks like that guy's insane.
Not North Carolina man, it's Stevie Johnson.
Exactly, yeah.
Stevie Johnson,
but still Florida.
Well, Stevie Johnson, notorious pedophile.
Oh,
probably
pedophile. I've got a bit of a topic about that.
Oh no, I'm so afraid of
for or against.
It's not actually a pedophile. Hold on, I'm getting a link for Zach, and I have it bookmarked, so this won't take long.
Okay.
You guys have heard me rant against Elon Musk before. Elon Musk is not actually responsible for this. His estranged father, which is why he's so innocent, Errol Musk, is having a baby. He had that baby with his stepdaughter, Jana.
Awesome.
He married Jana's mom when Jana was 4 years old. I guess stayed with the mom for some period of time and then reset. And now he's fucking the daughter and they're having a kid.
How old is she though?
It doesn't say here how old she is currently, but it's my assumption that she's an adult.
Like 11.
I
think it's 12. I think it's 12.
So this was from 2018. It says so. This was 3 years ago ish.
But I just learned of it.
Yeah. but
it's breaking news for me.
I'm sure there's more on it. So you probably find her age. And do some math.
Just look up Elon Musk's stepmother. How old is she? And I guess she's 19 or 20.
Zach says she's 30.
30. Oh. So she was 27.
Well, this isn't nearly as scandalous.
Well, he swapped out the mom for the daughter.
I mean, that's pretty fucked up. Yeah.
Or did I say that backwards? I said it backwards.
I mean, it makes Christmas a little awkward.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's not pedo. I presume he waited until she was 18 before he made.
You ever seen Elon Musk's mom?
No.
Yeah.
Oh man, she looks like the fanciest witch at the coven. She looks like
it does.
She really does. She looks like the really rich witch. when like all the other rich, like in the Harry Potter universe, she'd be like Malfoy's mom or something like that.
Yeah, or very like I get a lot of Cruella de Vil vibes.
A lot of Cruella de Vil with the hair, right? Yeah.
Jamie Lee Curtis for the Activia commercials, whatever they're called.
I wonder, credit to her. She looks like one of those old people that's like taking good care of themselves.
Yeah, she
Could
does.
Elon Musk become the richest person in the world? I guess it's hard to say because you don't know how rich like Putin is or some oil.
Do you say should he or could he?
Could he? Because so 5 years ago he was super rich, multi-billionaire, etc. But I kind of felt like he was a bitch billionaire compared to the bigs like the Gates, the Buffetts, the Bezos, the Zuckerbergs, and they've all doubled while Musk is like 10 banged it or something.
He was the richest person in the world.
Get out, Musk. He had a day.
He had a week where he was for about a week. He traded places with Jeff Bezos, but then Tesla stock fell, and Bezos solidified his position again.
I think that he will be the richest person in the world only because I think that he's got like 3 projects that are really wanting for like federal government monies. And if that faucet ever gets turned on for something like the Boring Company, or if the U.S. government wants to use his space tech for whatever, a mining thing, a military thing, a scientific thing, like I feel like he's got a lot of those faucets that are just waiting on that government hose to be turned on, and that'll just balloon his wealth out of. I mean, I get that Amazon is Amazon, but
if he starts getting government contracts, I think you're right. Like that money is unlimited because I mean the government doesn't earn it.
They just print more of it.
They just print it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just
So
print it
Zach
and take it
says
from us.
that Musk is the richest person, but that's from January. It's been 9.
Yeah, I don't think he's currently the richest. I think it's Bezos because he was the richest for a bit when Tesla stock was up.
No, real-time billionaires says Elon Musk 203.9 billion, Jeff Bezos 192.4.
Wow.
Okay, maybe Bezos.
Real-time billionaires.
So my other question is, how much was Bezos's number impacted by the divorce?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. He became the richest person again in September, just recently. So,
we're just going to count that as a poor business decision.
Yeah,
The divorce?
Yeah. The marriage.
he may have got a prenup though, and then
Damn, Warren Buffett barely holding in the top 10. He's number 9 now.
Oh, what an embarrassment.
What a fucking idiot.
If I woke up with that much money, I'd jump out a window because I don't want to be some bitch.
Do you think any of those like uber billionaires do you think any of them ever get mad when people say that and they're like I gave 50 billion away. Come on, this wasn't poor business sense. I gave it away.
Come on, don't reduce my badge at the billionaire conference to the silver.
Right?
And you know this looks unfair. Bernard Arnault, he's third at 177.2 billion, but it says him and family. You can't like okay, well then put the fucking Rothschilds or like one of those huge families in there with a ton
Where
of
it's
wealth.
been divided 100 ways. Or
this
the
guy cheated his way into the top.
the Walmart family is also really wealthy, but it's been divvied up.
Yeah. So like then you could probably put the Waltons on there.
Yes, thank you, the Waltons.
Bernard knows somebody at the real-time billionaires list. Like, do you think that's a real thing? Like, or I guess it is. Like, competition is innate in everyone. Like, they probably, even though they have more money than God, they probably still are like, this fucking cunt, Elon Musk. I own Amazon, damn it! Like, I should be number one.
Yeah, once you get that rich, there's nothing else to do except compete with other rich people.
It's just
I guess
kind of scorekeeping, right? There's nothing you can't have.
Yeah,
know, like,
Well, he's working on Eternal Life right now, right? That life extension thing. Like that's literally what Bezos' new project is.
That's a good one.
I was thinking like the other day, if the amount of like excess that is, like I'm thinking from my perspective, like how much would I need money wise right now just to be like easy street for the rest of my life? It's probably like 200 grand or something. Yeah, maybe 250,000. Yeah, seriously.
200 grand in your easy street for the rest of your life?
Yeah, then I do YouTube like 3 months out of the year and do whatever the fuck out because my house is paid for, car is paid for, no kids, no wife. So yeah.
Damn, you're like living minimalist hermit mode $200 grand for the rest of your life?
I mean, that would be like a big enough nest egg.
How old do you think you're gonna live to? 41?
No, I mean, like, it's no. It's
He only has 1 year left to live.
it's so cheap to live here,
And he's got all that canned food to lean back
yeah,
on.
there you go. No, it's so cheap to live here. Like seriously, it's insane. I think the average income in my area, like per year, is some shit like $22,000 per year.
Wow.
That's it, and that's enough to live. So, like for my area, I'm like high, like upper tier from what I make. So, if I just had like $200,000 like in the bank right now, I'm fucking good. Like,
That really is like the move for if you're like an internet guy.
yeah.
Like I'm always confused when it's like I moved to LA and it's like
that's so fucking
you're
stupid.
ridiculous. Like,
Yeah.
why
it
would you do
stupid?
that unless you're like big enough that you're gonna make your way into commercials or something? Like
It's
it doesn't
stupid.
make sense.
It's
Tucker,
stupid because
a friend of the show, BlameTruth surely knows him, old school
Yeah.
God guy. I think that his career is better based in LA than it would be in North Carolina.
Someone his
absolutely.
size who's like really big, really popular, and he's gonna have that draw. Yeah,
If
but
you
like
can
Who's to
afford
say
that,
his
yeah.
size would be his size if he wasn't there? Like,
I
I
think
think
he
it's
was hugely popular before he went there.
well.
Mhm.
I certainly didn't mean at all to say it like wasn't
Yeah,
earned.
yeah.
I just think it might have been benefited from like a little networking, a little this, a little that. You know,
That is true, but
people see billboards, not billboards, like maybe billboards, but I was talking about the bus station advertisements
Yeah,
with
yeah.
like his picture on it.
see Tucker's bigger, like somebody my size. He's bigger, so he's gonna have more opportunities to cross kind of promote and do like
Mhm.
cross-platform stuff. So yeah, it makes sense then. But at the same time, what's stopping me from like living here in this cheap place and taking a fucking plane to California if I need to do something there? You know what I mean? Like,
I think it's more that he has the ability to like pop into a lunch meeting today.
Yeah.
Like
that's true.
or if there's something really short notice, like hey, we need somebody to show up here now. Could you do that? Like
Okay.
being like that flexible has to be part of it, but also just
That's
the networking that would come along with just being in town and being amongst that group of people could be
Yeah.
huge. Because like, I mean, just every time I would hang out with like Harley or somebody like that, it'd be like, oh yeah, you want to do a thing like that? We know a guy who does a thing like that. Yeah, call that guy.
if you're doing like more not solo stuff, yeah, it'd be great because then all the people are there. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like,
I guess it's like a credit, like when you hit a critical mass of popularity, like it
Mhm.
starts paying dividends. But like someone who isn't collabing a ton, like it just seems easier to be like, oh yeah, I live in fucking Washington, Missouri, and its cost of living is 0, and I'm making good money from my online bit like that. Yeah, I
it
would
sounds
move
like-
rural immediately if I could get good internet for
You
sure.
have to
I'd
take
work more
advantage of
on
the
it.
opportunities, but there are opportunities that exist from living in LA.
Mhm.
And
Definitely.
yeah, so, but I actually, in my heart of hearts, I don't know what the right call is. The cost of living is much higher, and to me, for my it's not my cup of tea, the lifestyle. So I don't know if it'd be worth it.
And isn't California state income tax even like ludicrously high?
it's
I'm sure it's
Yeah.
too high. I don't know what.
Yeah, but
like
it's not
that would be-
100%.
Well, yeah, but it would be discouraging to see that amount of money leaving and cost of living. But I guess like, the people who move there
Oh, it's
are smart
wait.
businessmen for the most part. and
I
so
would
they-
like
they
to
on the
I would
map.
like to ask Tucker at some point like if he thinks it's been more beneficial, because I would never I just could not logically.
Mhm.
I wanted to move to Charlotte, NC, which is not like huge like LA, but it's still probably like double the cost of living here, maybe triple even. Just because they had better internet, it's like a bigger place, more going on. But then I'm like, you know what? Like, eventually fiber came here, and I'm like, there's no fucking reason. There's just no, like, I can work, I can do my thing anywhere in the world. Why wouldn't I do it in the cheapest place and then just travel to those places if I need to? That's the way I looked at it.
No,
So,
I like your way a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes
Yeah.
more sense to me. But I mean,
Yeah.
if you're a really popular guy with huge amounts of opportunity all the time, and you need,
yeah.
like Tucker's like sponsored by fucking like Monster Energy or something. Like
It's also too, he could just afford it, so he wants to live in LA. Like that's
Mhm.
also a thing. Like
I don't want to live in a big city.
Yeah,
Like, I don't think I would like that.
I just don't want to live in LA. LA is one of the worst. It's
I
like
agree.
bottom 3.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you dislike about it?
Oh,
homeless. I'll answer. That's my.
It's the smell.
I didn't notice the smell, but it is. It's there's a homeless problem that's huge. I know you asked Kyle. Something about like I think the climate causes it to be dirty. Like rain doesn't wash away the dirt from the sidewalks. Like it just accumulates in a way that like here the sidewalks get washed clean every so often.
You know, that's true. That town hasn't taken a bath in months.
Thank you. That's actually a pretty good like description, and not just the homeless, but like also the buildings and the sidewalks and the streets.
Are places like Phoenix really dirty?
Because like I can tell you Dallas was
Now you get cleaner people in Phoenix though, so it cancels out.
Yeah, it's all retired people. Yeah.
Somehow Dallas was super clean to me. Maybe the proximity to the ocean gets it a little sticky and the dirt clings, but like humidity and salt and whatever. But Dallas was super clean to me. I was like, look at this! All these buildings like glimmer. It was like dirt repellent. Philadelphia is dirty too. Everything's covered with soot, and everything's covered with like sand in LA. I didn't like it.
It rains all the time here, and St. Louis is disgusting.
LA, not to mention, like the main reason I don't like is the people. Because have you guys seen the show You, the television show You? Netflix?
No, I've never heard of that one.
Well, anyway, in the second season, he goes to LA. He's getting like stalked or something, so he goes to LA because he hates it so much that no one would think that to look for him there or whatever. And a lot of they actually filmed it, I think, on location. And I'm just like, man, it's just like people named like Rosebud walking down the street on TikTok, you know, pantomiming some shitty fucking song. And it's like, shut the fuck up. Like I couldn't handle it.
Like everybody's trying to get famous at the same time.
It's just a bunch of bull. Like everybody is like an alien. I don't know. Sorry, LA, California people watching, but I've been shitting on you guys for like a decade. So just,
dude, it's awkward. Like you take a cab in LA, and they're like, "Oh, you're not from here. How do you like it? How do you like it?" I'm like, oh, it's really nice. Like I just lie. I lie out of my teeth. Because like your place is shit. This is one of the worst cities in America.
This is borderline the worst city.
It's really bad.
There
It's
are people
really bad.
who can't wait to
Right
get
behind
back
St. Louis. You know?
like, and it's not necessarily the people. I do not like the homeless thing. That's its own separate thing. But like, I really don't like the layout of the city. Like it reminds me of like a much bigger version of Atlanta. How we've like nobody lives downtown. Everybody
both made the
suburbs.
same zoning mistake. Like
yeah.
No, all right. Once you get outside the core, no buildings over 5 stories. Like, all right, fuck nards. Now you're just gonna spread out for the whole damn state.
They did that in St. Louis where they were like, no buildings can be taller than the arch. And so it's like, well, you're kind of forcing. Like, and the arch is the biggest like man-made monument in the country, so it's not like it's small. There's still big buildings, but it's still like, the fuck? What a stupid ass rule! Yeah. Like people flying in need to see the arch that much. They can still see it. It's there on the river.
Yeah.
Like,
no, Atlanta sucks. The traffic's terrible. You get that massive influx every day of traffic going into the city, and like Woody said, like. If you talk to someone who's like not from Atlanta, who's like from the country, they think what they think of as Atlanta is a gargantuan area. It's like the top center portion of Georgia, essentially, because like the city just keeps spreading out and out and out. It's, I mean, 40 miles away. There's still what most people think of as Atlanta if you're not from Atlanta.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I think a lot of cities are.
630 feet tall. Would you call that 63 stories? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, right?
I guess so. Yeah, it is. It's like, it's huge. It's
but 63 stories in the context of a city limit isn't like huge.
It's not enough.
No.
Yeah.
It's enough for the fucking arch, but like, come on.
It's a cool arch. We're not saying it's not a cool arch. Only that when you make a rule saying nothing can be cooler, you limit yourself.
It's not cool.
I've never seen this, so I assume it's like the McDonald's arch. Let me look it up.
You've never seen the St. Louis arch?
No.
No, it's you can go up in it.
It's a giant end. It stands for Lewis.
Yeah.
Wait, is this a monument in St. Louis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool.
I've seen it once or twice.
It looks alien almost, like it doesn't belong.
I mean, it's enormous, and they just built a new like park at the base to like clean it up and be nice and everything.
Okay.
And I haven't gone to the park, but it was funny when the Blues won the Stanley Cup. There was a Facebook group with like 30,000 people in it, where it's like, when the Blues win, people in the St. Louis, the Missouri side of the river are gonna push, and people on the Illinois side are gonna pull, and we're gonna take down the arch in celebration. And it didn't work, obviously. But
wait, did they try?
They did. A bunch of people gathered and like push. And but you go like,
what if it worked?
That thing, that would be so fucking funny if they actually ruined it. But yeah, I remember a story when I was a kid. Some guy was trying to like be a daredevil, and so he tried to land after skydiving on top of the arch, and he did. And then he was going to slide down the side and pull out another parachute. And I don't think it panned out for him. You go up in the
thing
arch.
About aviation is being half successful is not that good.
it shakes so much when you're up there. The one time I've gone to the top of the arch, first of all, they didn't spring for regular elevators. They're little like orbs because it goes up like diagonally. And so like everybody like sits in a little like white pod seat, and they take you up there. And the higher you get, like you get to the top, and like you're obviously standing on like an arch, but you're blowing in the wind. You can feel the whole thing move when you're up. It was unsettling. I'll never go up again. I didn't like it.
Wait a minute. How old were you when you went?
Oh, I was probably 6, 7.
Okay. Well, that does sound terrifying for a 6 or 7 year old.
Yeah. I mean, now it would be fine because people go up in it all the time. But
did you learn an inordinate amount about the arch in like Missouri public school? Was there like a whole
there's arch courses they take every year?
Yeah.
There's arch courses. And what's the best thing about the arch? It's there. It's certainly there.
It's really archy.
Yeah, no, the big like Missouri history thing they talked about was Lewis and Clark, where they'd be like, oh, Lewis and Clark departed from right there where the arch is.
Because you like wheeled out that. You wheeled out that stat really quickly earlier. You were like, "Oh, it's the biggest monument."
Oh, they make a big deal of that down there. They're like, it's the biggest monument next to the most dangerous city. And it's so funny to like go down there because it's like surrounding the art. It's such a nice area. Everything's meticulously picked up and clean, and it's like they spend all their resources keeping that little park safe. And Forest Park, which is a big park in the city, like Central Park is. It's like they spend all their resources on that, and the rest of the city is an absolute shithole.
Baltimore and Camden both do that.
Yeah, like where they keep the parks pristine.
They both have aquariums, and Baltimore's obviously way better, but they're they're pretty pimp, and everything is lovely there, and it's safe. And I mean, you could go to the Camden Aquarium and feel like you're in a nice place. Yeah, but nowhere else in Camden would you think that.
Oh yeah, the best thing we have here is probably the zoo. Like St. Louis, like oddly has a phenomenal, one of the best zoos in the country. Might be the biggest one in the country.
I love Taylor's St. Louis pride. We never see this side of it.
Oh, yeah, no,
guys, we got the most badass man-made monuments and zoos in America.
Well, I didn't say it was the most badass. The most badass would be Mount Rushmore because that's like carving into stone. I've never seen it, but I imagine it looks cool.
I rode my motorcycle there this summer, and I flew a helicopter over it. But
is it how big is it actually?
Medium.
Fuck. I wanted to imagine it was like hundreds of feet of face per guy.
The faces, I don't know. It's hard to like judge perspective, but a lot of people were super disappointed. They were like, it's so much smaller than I thought it was. It was the size I thought it was. Maybe because that low expectation was set. But it was pretty neat. The helicopter ride's pretty cool.
Point, like it is there is nothing to brag about with St. Louis, and so people like will latch on and be like, well, we got the arch, we got a really fucking nice zoo that's free,
you
pay $20 for parking,
homicide,
and other than that, it's like, and the Cardinals, only the Yankees have won more, let's go Cards. But that's about it.
No,
other than that,
I was gonna say
the Drew Carey show.
The Drew Carey show, yeah. No, that's Cleveland. That's in Cleveland.
Yeah, that is Cleveland, isn't it?
Yeah. Because I was thinking of the song, and I'm like, wait, it's not St. Louis Rocks, like it's Cleveland Rocks.
Cleveland's Rocks, isn't it?
Yeah, they have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I was gonna say it's in NC. We don't have a baseball team, so we have to root for the closest team to us, which is the Atlanta Braves. which I find odd. Like, why do we
Oh,
have a
really?
baseball team? Yeah, really.
Oh, so I would have said we don't have a baseball team, so instead we root for the Durham Bulls. Maybe it's because I'm so close to them.
Maybe, but
I didn't know North Carolina didn't have a baseball. I didn't know anything about baseball. I figured it was a big enough state they'd have one.
Also, I don't think we have Panthers here. No, we have a better name would have been like the Carolina Mountain Lions for the football.
That's a good point. Why are we the Carolina Panthers? This is our
no
NFL
idea. Why
team.
is there like catchphrase "keep pounding"? Because it sounds very sexual.
I like that about it.
Actually, I'm against you on this one. Keep pounding is perfect.
Keep fucking.
Keep fucking.
Wait. It gets better.
Keep fucking.
What? This is
Is St. Louis is like keep arching or something like
keep arching, keep hammering. Yeah, that's what it would be. Hammer that World Series home, and run to your car afterward.
Cougars are Panthers. But these are like black jungle panthers. It's the mascot is the thing. It's that, so it doesn't make sense.
It's Charlotte,
I definitely
right?
wouldn't
They should
live
have called
here
it like
unless
the
I was born
Carolina
here.
Bankers.
The
Carolina Bankers.
The Carolina, I don't know, gold panners or something. Yeah, I don't know.
The St. Louis murderers.
The Carolina used car dealers, something like that.
I like bankers. They're scarier than cougars to me.
Yeah, true.
Scarier than murderers in a lot of ways. They're
Yeah, right.
powerful people. They control all my money. So I know we're a bit over. Before we get to the next topic, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful, wonderful sponsors. Blue Chew. Fall is here, and we could all use a stiff breeze. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online sales service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part is it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. We got a special deal just for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That is bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. Thank you so much, Blue Chew, for sponsoring the show. That is bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping.
Thank you so much, Blue Chew, not for sponsoring the show, but for my rock hard, enormous dick.
Yeah, they keep telling at the end of the read it says, and we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the pod. No, yeah, I'm thanking them for my hard ass dick. Like, the hardest dick. The first time you try a Blue Chew, I remember. It's engraved in my mind. I looked down at my dick pre-fuck, and I was like, "This is the best my dick has ever looked." It looks angry. It looks mad. It looks
grows
like
eyebrows and
it looks like that pussy owes it money, and you get to fucking. So check that out, Blue Chew. It's also, this episode is brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, and pomegranate. We've said it before, cinnamon is the way to go. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine and cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great. It's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even in the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug the vape, throw out the dip, and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.co and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co and use promo code PKA at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head over to lucy.co and be sure to use promo code PKA for 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. And this episode is also brought to you by the Lock and Load Stack. You want to come a lot. You want to come more. Your girlfriend's badgering you all the time. Why don't you come more? Why don't you come more? You should come more. It's finally time to put an end to that common conversation.
And woman will rehydrate at the end of your sexual escapade with the amount of cum that you deliver.
Yes, absolutely. She'll be manlier than you by the end of it because of all the load she is swallowing. So, you don't want to be a one gulp chump. You want her you want to be a 3 gulp chump and pump her mouth and cunt full of I don't have a read. I'm making this up. So go ahead and buy that lock and load. Use code PKA, link below, and start coming like a man.
This is the worst. This is the worst thing I've ever heard of.
Derek
this is good shit, man.
They made hundreds of bottles. Derek is concerned they're going to sell out. So we're going to put the link in there as, I guess, right away because I have the link. Mm-hmm. We wanted to give Patreons first access is what I'm getting at. There is another batch already being manufactured. So even if it's sold out, the back order should be filled pretty quickly. But it's COVID times. Everyone's constantly out of stock. So get it while it's hot. It's made.
Get it while it's hot.
You can buy it now. It's like literally ready to ship.
It's tremendous.
My bottle should have been here today.
I know. I was hoping it would arrive so I could show it off on the show.
Yeah, he tried to overnight it, and I'm guessing tomorrow we're all gonna get some very expensive bottles of lock and load that got overnighted but took 2 days.
Yeah, more cost on the shipping than the product.
I saw this Oprah meme like your item's back ordered, everybody's item is back ordered. That's just what we're up to now.
Yep.
I don't think that's the case here because it's literally Derek like putting it in a box and mailing it. It just didn't make it.
I think
the back order doesn't fit, but the supply chain.
I think they said something like the USPS is changing something, so it'll be slower overall.
Yeah,
I think I read that. Mm-hmm.
Oh, just in time for the holidays. Nice.
Yeah.
Can you imagine this holiday season? What a nightmare it's going to be with the masks and with the back orders and everything. It's going to be
this
wild.
is a Trump thing, and I sometimes get accused of making everything political, but that's what's up. I don't understand why, but the Postmaster General can't just be fired, not very easily. And Trump put in this guy who has his own vision about making the post office more profitable, and he's able to save some amount of money by making shipping slower. The counter argument is we have huge shipping problems in America right now. We've got this giant supply chain issue. And he's cutting back on what the post office does. Is that good for America's infrastructure? Like, I think it's not, but what the fuck do I know about post and shipping and whatever?
Can't be good.
That's where I land, but
we're getting more and more. We're getting less and less like retail out, like go to a store, retail outlet. We're shying away from that and like using Amazon online orders, stuff like that. Way more.
It seems like the demand for shipping is going up. Why are they cutting the supply?
I was going to say there are like I used Poshmark to get rid of a bunch of shit. You guys know what that is? Like a little it's like an app where you can just sell your clothes and shoes and shit like that online. You just take pictures, put it on there, kind of like eBay but a little bit more streamlined.
Okay.
So I've been selling shit on there just to get rid of old stuff, and I would notice a lot. I get little notifications just recently saying like, hey, this item you shipped is going to arrive like 4 days late, whatever. And it's supposed to be like a 3-day shipping thing, through Poshmark. So I don't know how that's going to work because if you're paying the same amount on the app for the same shipping, that's worse. You know what I mean? How's that going to affect shit? And that probably goes for every fucking site that uses the USPS and stuff like that. So I don't know how it works, but
yeah. I don't know. What I read online is that the amount of money saved isn't worth the degradation in service. But again, like, what am I going to tell the postmaster how to run a post office? Like, I don't know.
It sounds like almost like daylight savings time. Like I've been trying to figure out what the fuck does this shit actually do every year. You know what I mean? Like I Google it and I research and I can't find anything
Well, it used to give us more time to harvest crops.
Yeah, but it's 2021. Like, I think some states just did away with it. Like, I think it's Arizona did away with it. New Mexico? I think
the argument I always heard was the kids would be waiting for the school bus in the dark. And I thought about it.
That's a school. That's a fucking school problem. But fucking start the class. Like, start it an hour later. Don't change the entire fucking,
Would
United
you
States
adjust
time.
the class time? Like, would you be like, all right, you know what? Come like November to
I would argue
March-ish, we push it back an hour?
I would just get rid of it altogether because it's fucking pointless. It's just annoying. Twice a year you have to change the time, and like I can't find a fucking reason for it. Like, can somebody give me a concrete reason? And if certain states are doing away with it altogether, obviously it's not essential. You know what I mean? Like, so what's the fucking? Is it just tradition at this point? Is it just to be annoying? Like, what's the point? What's the purpose?
I like it.
I like it
enjoy
too. I thought I was alone.
You like it switching?
Yeah, I like switching it around a little bit.
Okay.
You know, when that happens, it's usually like, ooh, nice, a little more sleep at night, or oh, okay, and finally we get a full day, day's worth of sun.
Finally, the sun doesn't go down at 5 p.m. or something.
Yeah, it's nicer. It's a nicer way of living for the most part. And it was also like really fun when I was like working with people where you had to show up somewhere to like see who would forget. It'd be like, I guarantee that dumbass has no way of knowing today is daylight savings time. He won't be here. There's no way.
Yeah, just I don't know. It just seems like an annoyance because if it was just, let's say, what is it, spring forward, fall back?
Mm-hmm.
If we just stayed spring forward, it's like I don't see, like you still get the daylight, the extra day. Like it's like I don't know. I just don't get it. I've tried to fucking research it again. Like, what's the point?
No, I would be okay with it not being a thing anymore. I just wouldn't care either way.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what the benefits are at this point because obviously, the kids don't need extra time to harvest the grain necessarily anymore. But it has to be a negative, right? There have to be like X amount of people on that one day a year who aren't showing up on time.
It has to be a negative, and then
like not that it's like on the whole negative, but look, there are some drawbacks to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't get it. And again, I think a few years ago that those states did away with it. And that's when I realized kind of like, oh shit, like we don't even fucking need this. Why are we doing it? Like if these guys don't need it, why do we do it? So I don't know. It's very strange. If somebody on Reddit or something wants to explain it to me, please let me know. Cause I don't think it actually does anything.
I don't have anything against it though.
I do, but I'm angry, so it's fine.
Next topic. All right. This, have we looked at this? The states with the highest and lowest IQs.
What is this?
It is an infogram and therefore accurate.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Any surprises here?
Wait,
I'm surprised.
Who's the winner? Massachusetts.
Oh, California at 48. Fuck them.
That surprised me, actually. I think of California as one of like the tech states where the Silicon Valley.
Bunch of retards. No.
That I was surprised they were 48. I wasn't surprised to see the Southeast do fairly poorly.
My state's the smartest of everyone here.
Really?
Well, if I knew which one your state was, I would.
Yeah. you don't know which one. You don't know which
25,
one Missouri
right?
is?
In the middle.
Yeah, 25.
Okay.
Wait, can you guys not name every state as you see it?
It would be a test. I bet I can get.
I bet
all of them, or maybe 40.
I can get most of them. A lot of the middle stuff in the middle, I don't know, like because I don't care.
The middle's where I get weaker, but I think I would get them all. A lot of people suck at the Northeast, but I grew up there.
Tell me a number that you don't know, BlameTruth, and we'll see.
I don't know. We'll go with fucking 25. That's you. Okay.
That's Missouri.
I feel like 15 and 8. I'm like, all right, so North Dakota, South
that
Dakota,
area right
and
there.
then
15 is Nebraska, and
that
8
was my
is
guess.
Iowa. Yeah,
I went to both of those this summer.
I've been in Nebraska. Yeah.
See, people people sleep on the Midwest. I know all the Midwest.
Yeah, you're right. I felt like I had an advantage coming from the Northeast because a lot of people are like Vermont, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Massachusetts. They all kind of bundle into this tightly packed group of didn't look at chem. Where's Rhode Island? But I know those because I grew up in New Jersey.
Yeah.
But now you have a similar advantage with these states no one cares about, like whatever number 11 is. Kansas.
No, there's 2 11s.
Oh.
One of the 11s is Kansas, and the other one is South Dakota.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
I see.
this
You're
is
right.
this
right.
has ruined this entire. This probably.
Well,
isn't
it
even
only
science
depends.
fiction.
Is there a 12? No, it's just a tie. It's okay.
No, it's a tie. I mean,
No,
damn.
wait. New Jersey's 11 too.
Oh, is there a 13?
They must just be
This-
a tie.
A three-way tie.
I mean, South Dakota 11, North Dakota 3. What's going on there?
I don't know.
North Dakota, this one of the smartest states.
Man, they don't sound smart.
Apparently, I mean, look, according, I mean, this is verifiable fact. What? You
But
think
then why
this
are there
is some-
311? So
you think-
the 311s.
It's okay to have a three-way tie. You guys are
But
really
it-
stuck on that.
How would it be a tie? You know what I mean? Like if it's by average, how would it be a tie? You know
They
what I
just
mean?
don't have enough precision in their measuring system to differentiate.
I
between
guess
And what
strings.
are the
so.
kind of differences? Is it like, is California like 89 and then, what's number 44? Is that
I
like
don't know how I
90?
assume it's based on smartitude. I'm not exactly sure.
smartitude? I mean, I'm sure I give them a standardized IQ test.
Truth be told, I'm surprised at my state being
29.
29 because we're around a lot of red and orange. And then 16,
Yeah.
Virginia's 16. That's what?
I do feel like North Carolina and Virginia are a bit of an oasis in dumbness.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know. Maryland's right there above you. You know what? I hate the shape of Maryland.
Maryland's 32. That's way worse than us.
The shape is horrible. I remember even as a kid being like, what kind of fucking retard picked these lines?
Was Maryland gerrymandered or something for political reasons?
No,
It's
and
like-
then,
it looks
like-
like one of those.
and then
counties.
West Virginia, that little spike it has going up.
Yeah,
Why?
little spike's weird.
And also Florida, give some of that coastline to share a bit. Fuck.
Right?
It's not fair. Florida just has all of it.
Who's 45?
Where is 45?
Louisiana, Mississippi, something?
That's New
Alabama.
Mexico.
No.
No, there's two.
Oh, there's
45s.
245s. I'm like, look at that dumbass. He thinks it's New Mexico.
Man, this doesn't seem like a very valid list at all.
The other
There's so
number
many
45.
ties.
Yeah,
The one that's
45 's
next to
Alabama, which I could buy.
Mississippi,
I could buy
Alabama.
that. But New Mexico.
I just thought 45 didn't get its rightful amount of coastline.
Kyle, you can look at any state and know what state that is, right?
I would not say that. No.
Huh.
Not any. No. Like some of them, like I'm going through right now, like especially even as fucked up as I currently am, like I think I could do okay, but definitely there's gonna be some I don't fucking know.
What is number 31?
It'll take me a minute to find 31.
Center.
It's near the center.
Next
It's,
to 25.
light yellow.
Touches a Great Lake.
It's Illinois.
Yep, that's Illinois. What's
Above
number 9?
that's- Oh,
Or
sorry.
go
I was gonna
ahead,
say.
go
I was gonna say above that's Minnesota, right?
Nope.
No,
That's
Minnesota.
Wisconsin.
Minnesota's the really tall one. It's number 5 up there.
Okay.
How about 19? What do you got there, BlameTruth?
Fuck, man. I couldn't tell you honestly.
Where's
Indiana?
19?
19 is just to the right of 31.
It's Indiana, and I think we've all been there.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It is Indiana.
That is Indiana.
18, super easy one to the right of that. Everyone knows
It's
it.
Ohio, right?
Ohio. How about 34? Right below that.
That's Kentucky.
Kentucky.
I know my southern.
Man,
states.
what a great podcast.
Hang on.
Okay, good boy. Oh, I got lost in the moment.
Just
I was
pick
like,
I'm gonna
hey.
kind of
I'm like
If
into
we-
it.
Guys, we're doing a new bit where we spend half an hour naming
No,
numbers.
I think we should stay on the same topic and just continue
Yeah.
talking about our
Okay,
favorite numbers. Our favorite numbers, actually. Now,
Where I took it was any surprises and like get the conversation rolling. Taylor took it to let's make this a pop quiz.
It's a pop quiz.
I
What's
thought,
number-
I thought for sure where this was going somewhere. You're gonna be like, aha, that's what you think. That's what everyone thinks. But it turns out this is Indiana.
Oh,
And that's Illinois.
I am directionless. I'm just saying stuff.
Like, how high are you?
Let,
Like,
I mean, I did.
sabotaging me.
Let's have a. What's number 22?
No. Turn the map off. Turn the map off.
Yeah, take the map off.
Trying to. I couldn't find 22.
The map is a terrible influence.
And if you want more of this, go to our Patreon because all of the bonus episodes are us talking about maps.
Oh wow, this is. All right, so I just found this topic. I must have bookmarked it earlier, or maybe somebody. I think maybe a fan sent this topic to me.
What?
Thomas Steeman sentenced to 10 years for stabbing a woman with a semen-filled syringe.
I heard about this.
Weren't we talking about that at the top of the show?
We literally were.
Yeah.
Wait, his name is Steeman?
His name is Steeman.
No, it's not.
Steeman the
Yes, it
semen
is.
stabber.
Steeman Seaman. That was his high school nickname, and I guess he took
Steeman
it.
stabber.
He took it literally.
This semen stabber. Yeah, he should be in jail. You can't have people injecting cum into people against their will.
No.
The defendant's actions were truly horrific. He intentionally went into our community with the goal of assaulting unsuspecting women. With this one sentence, he will be removed from our community for a long time.
10 years? That feels like it should be more than 10 years. You're attacking someone, and as far as that lady that got injected knows, she could have like AIDS or something.
Oh, wait, here it is.
That's like a big deal, yeah.
But
On February 18th, 2020, a woman called to report an assault that occurred earlier that day in a parking lot at a grocery store. She told officers while putting back her shopping cart, a white male bumped into her and she felt a pain in her buttocks. She jumped back and asked the man if he burned her with a cigarette. He responded with, "Yeah, felt a little like a bee sting, didn't it?" Once she got home, she observed a small red spot.
How is there a transition now? Once police arrived, like how does she just go home then?
When she observed a small red spot and what appeared to be a puncture wound on her buttocks. She said she also felt a wet substance on her pants after the assault occurred.
What?
Police reviewed the surveillance video, which showed a white male walking up behind the victim, pulling something out of his pocket and pushing it against her. The surveillance video also showed the same man lunging at two additional female subjects. The next day, the victim observed a large round red area on her buttocks where she was attacked and sought treatment at an area hospital. Ouch. God. Steeman was identified by tips from the community and was arrested. A search warrant was obtained. During the search, officers found a large syringe in the driver's side door that had an unknown liquid inside.
It was cum.
There were
So obvious it's
syringes found in the defendant's residence, including one syringe containing an unknown subject. They recovered a sweatshirt pant. That's boring. The syringes were sent to the crime lab for DNA analysis, and the police obtained a search warrant for the defendant's DNA. The substance found inside the syringe in Steeman's River's side door was identified as semen and a DNA match. Second-degree assault. For his contact with this 17-year-old... Steeman also pleaded guilty to second-degree assault for his contact with a 17-year-old girl who was not harmed. Oh, yikes. So I guess he had a failed attempt on a younger girl?
Yeah.
A failed attempt, like he missed?
Well, they said she wasn't harmed, so that's how I interpreted it.
Oh.
He goes to stab her, but it's slow motion, and she just matrix
Well, I
dodges.
mean, he just came.
Yeah. You get that post-nut clarity, and you're all, shaky.
Yeah. Should I be doing this?
What are the odds that we were just talking about injecting people with cum with a syringe?
I thought you guys were talking about that. Yeah.
No.
Because I'd heard about this article before.
No,
Yeah.
it's just a coincidence. But
It's so funny. His name is Steeman.
Yeah.
well, I mean,
You love that.
I love it.
I don't know if that's possible. That's actually true. But what a psycho! Like he sounds.
Police arrested Gregory Rapist today. Philip Pedophile finally brought in on charges of embezzlement.
I'm looking at the other articles on this website, and they all seem legit. Like
No, I've
Maryland's
seen this
new
article.
budget politics nonsense and
CBS. Yeah.
All right,
dead
well,
body
fair.
found.
It
Seems
looks
real.
legit.
Then.
Looks legit.
Holy shit! Well, that's really disgusting that he was running around injecting women with semen.
Yeah, I want to know what happened with felt like a bee sting, didn't it? And then what happened? Like it just cuts
Yeah,
off
right?
the
The rest of
home?
the conversation. Did
I'd
she
be
just like nod and
Are
walk
you a
away?
fucking psychopath? Hang on a minute. Let me take a picture of your face real quick and call the cops.
She's
No, I
just
mean,
like,
but she's
don't
gotta
do
be
that
spooked.
again, and then walks home. Like I
Like
don't know.
she's got to be spooked by that interaction. So her first thought
No
was just
shit.
get away from this person, not like
Yeah,
hold an inquisition, asking
Yeah.
him why he did
that's
that.
true.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think you start screaming.
Yeah,
What a psycho.
Yeah,
but I mean, in the moment, like it's probably so bizarre. You don't suspect something like that someone's going to syringe you in the middle of a parking lot. You just
you don't
know what to think.
suspect. Yeah, you don't suspect a cigarette burn either. So I'd be like, I don't know. It's a weird situation because
And also, he doesn't like. Wait, where's your cigarette though? Like,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did
was he
eat it?
smoking? He must
All,
have.
all I
Maybe.
have is this syringe full of cum.
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
This guy sounds like a real maniac. It's not like he's just gonna hold the syringe up, be like,
Only
and, like,
one
and
person
run away.
here- only one person here has put cum in a syringe. I'll just say that.
For science,
For science, for the load stack, lock and
Yeah.
load.
for the love of the load. Yeah,
For the love of the load. That's a good dude. We'll like buy Facebook ads and have for the love of the load. Do you want to inject women with even more cum?
tired of those pesky prison sentences. Well,
This is the greatest product idea ever.
those guys out there are like, can we get a link for that lock and load, man?
You have to use a turkey baster to get it in them after this.
Yeah, no more syringes.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, but 10 years does not seem like enough time.
I don't know.
That's like chemical warfare, biological warfare.
It's really
Assault.
fucked up, but like that guy's crazy, right? Like
He needs to be.
he's gotta
Yeah,
be
he needs to be put in an institution. I think.
yeah, because like
Um,
this isn't the kind of crime that makes sense to me.
it doesn't make
um,
any sense. No.
So like this,
Gotta
this
be
is
his fetish. Or
this is like the first thing a Batman villain does on his road to becoming a Batman villain. He got caught injecting women with syringes of semen.
like the Riddler.
In a
Like,
non-
what do you think I injected into you? Like his dick's out. A bunch of question marks on his bodysuit.
I really hope it was pee.
Guess again. I don't know what the Riddler sounds like.
That's good. That's good,
Good
enough. Yeah.
The Riddler, I don't know the universe at all, but it seems like he is budget Joker. Like
I was-
he's not doing anything
as a
intense
kid-
as the Joker.
As a kid, I always thought that. I'm like, he's like the Joker, except he asks more questions. I don't know.
He's like the Joker with Asperger's.
Yeah.
Like he can't punish you until he asks you like
The Joker if he's really high or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
One
just-
tells punchlines, the other tells jokes, right? The
but
two ends of
they're
the spectrum.
I guess. But yeah, I always preferred the Joker. Most people would probably agree. But yeah, that seems like a little bit redundant for
I
Batman.
feel like they're
villains.
lower on ideas.
Do
As
they
a matter
ever
of
work
fact, a lot of the
together?
traditional villains are garbage to me.
It's like they
Me
didn't have
too.
any good ideas. The Penguin as a villain makes so.
It's the dumbest thing.
First of all, the Penguin as an animal isn't very good at what it does.
I
or-
can beat
or
up
scary.
100 penguins by myself.
Do you know how
Just kick
big
them.
it? I would have agreed with you.
not the Emperor Penguin.
I know, right? The Emperor Penguin. Guess how big they are, Woody. Like just guess.
2.5 feet.
11 feet.
Thank you. That's exactly. I was gonna be like, 37 feet tall.
I see where you're going. I can fill out the rest of the joke.
Let's see how tall
They're
the
actually pretty
penguin.
big. I mean, but
They're
that's
really
compared to
fucking
other
big.
penguins.
I think they're
Right.
like 3.5 feet tall at least.
Danny DeVito played the Penguin in that Batman movie.
Wow.
Yeah,
So and he's
Dude,
awesome. He
true
made
to
it work.
size.
Kyle did not go 3.6 to 4.3 is the
Yeah.
answer I get online. I didn't expect. I thought 3.5 foot would be like, well, sure, maybe like Arnold Schwarzenegger penguin, but an average is less. But no, 3.6 to 4.3. I did 4 foot tall penguins.
Yeah, right.
What are their
I
defensive
can beat up 2 of
maneuvers?
them.
The defense that
They don't
slap.
have any. They don't.
They-
have.
they-
I watched
they
the whole
slap.
thing about penguins the other day. Why there are penguins on the South Pole but not the North Pole, and like all the different kinds of penguins and stuff. And I was really surprised when we got to the Emperor penguin and we found out how large they are.
You were surprised.
I was
Were they next to
surprised.
people?
I didn't see one next to people, no. But they did that thing where they have like a cartoon of a human being next to like the penguin, and the same thing they do with
Yeah,
like
it's like-
Megalodon and stuff. And Yeah, I was like, that's a big fucking penguin.
Yeah, they're pretty fucking big.
There's a limited number of those that I could take on and hand to flipper combat.
Yeah, I mean,
I like
especially
hand
if they
flipper. It
peck.
shouldn't go unnoticed.
Do
They're-
they peck?
Oh, they
I'm
peck.
I'm sure they do. Yeah.
I mean, that seems to be the
What are
number
they
one
gonna
defense.
do? But
Oh, they
I
peck.
believe I could grab a beak and just control
Hold
the
it.
head,
They're
control what
too-
direction it goes.
How many hands do you have?
But then you've got his comrades coming in. You know,
But then I'd see.
How many
It's like a
friends
kung
does
fu
he
movie.
have?
You separate.
He
you
has
know,
an
your-
infinite number of friends from what I've seen.
Also,
on the
I would
internet.
grab him by the beak and
Wait.
swing around like I was on a sit and
Wait,
stand.
wait.
now we're
Wait.
talking.
Can't you just fucking run away? Can't you just fucking run away? They're pretty slow. Like, do we have to fight them? Like,
Your
they're
back
not-
is your back is to the ocean.
okay.
Your
On
back
one
is
peninsula.
No, in that case, I would just do like a football run through. Because what are the, you know what I mean? Like,
no. You're gonna be too cold.
The entire beach, the entire beach is slick with penguin shit.
it's like a movie. It's like a movie fight scene where I'm trying to like point out the, illogical parts, and you guys, no, it's too cold, man. Back to the ocean.
It
Like,
is.
this
It's
how
chilly.
written.
I mean, if you've ever
reflexes
seen-
are gonna be slowed.
If you ever seen what those penguin beaches look like, it's a slick of frozen penguin shit everywhere on like hard volcanic rock or something. It looks awful for a human to be doing combat on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it'd be harder to run then. 'cause
Oh,
it's
you couldn't
slick.
get away.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, in that case, yeah, I would grab the beak and then start doing some like Muay Thai knees. Yeah.
You don't want to go to the ground. There's no
No.
traction.
Mm-mm.
You're covered in penguin shit and ice.
Muay Thai knees, distance, slide.
Distance.
I think I'd use a gun.
I didn't know a gun was an option. I thought
Well,
we were
you-
just hand to hand.
You got a yes and, you know.
Okay. I would use a lawnmower. Then I would just mow them down.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like
That's
that.
a
You know
good
those
one.
tree mulchers that
Oh
Mm.
God, the tree mulcher.
hey, you guys got guns and lawnmowers. That's what you want. There's this apparatus on a skid steer that
Penguins
penguins
are-
grinds away the tree and brush in front of you.
I was
fantastic.
that would
for
fuck
penguin
up
mowing.
any number of penguins.
Yeah,
penguins
it
are fucked up though. I was looking at like the most fucked up things that penguins do and the most fucked up things that happen to penguins. I don't know which is worse, because if a penguin, like if its baby dies or it like breaks its egg or whatever, it'll get really bummed out. So it'll go and it'll steal somebody else's egg or somebody else's baby and like take it.
Yeah.
But then like right away they lose interest in that fake one. It's just like, I feel better now, and they'll just leave it to die.
Jesus
like
Christ.
they just want a replacement for like the weekend to like get them over losing theirs,
Wow.
and then they're like, nah, I'm good. But then I also saw where I believe it looked like a walrus to me, but I don't know, was just raping the shit out of a big penguin. And the penguin is just under it, like, ah! And all the other penguins are like watching, like Pulp Fiction style. And this enormous, like, walrus thing is just
Here you go. I found it. It's sea lions raping
sea
penguins.
lion. Sea lion. It was a sea
Oh my
lion.
god! It's-
But I
it's-
don't want to miss any penguin facts. I'm riveted to this.
This is wild. Like we don't have to show this video, but
I
if
was
you
gonna
just
say.
look up the name of the video is sea lions raping.
Oh
penguins.
no!
Here we
Yeah.
go.
That's
And
not
he-
consensual.
No. And all the other penguins are just standing around watching. So all his friends
Yeah.
are seeing this happen.
Yeah.
They don't care. They don't give a fuck.
Look, at like 6 seconds, the sea lion even goes in for a kiss.
I'm gonna watch this.
Oh my god. That poor penguin.
It keeps flipping back to it. They're like, "Hey, check out how this beautiful landscape is."
Yeah.
More penguin rape. The
When they're
penguins
not being
held
raped,
down.
they live in a beautiful area.
You know, I thought this would be more rough just because the word rapes in it, but he's like just like, I don't know, like a dog humps a pillow, kind of like.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Well,
not
he knows if he goes too hard in the paint, then the penguin will just explode.
okay.
Oh.
This pit-
Oh, dude, at like go to like 40 seconds. They do a close up of the penguin being raped.
it looks bored. Looks kind of like
Penguin's all
The
dressed up
shock.
in a tuxedo. He was kind of asking for it.
Oh my god. Well, sea lions seem like really rude animals.
you know, this is just like
Rude. He lacks.
This is just
manners.
like
he
one of
lacks
those-
tact.
public sex things. Looks like to me. Looks kind
It's
of
pretty awful. Pretty awful.
Yeah, I don't need 3 minutes of this.
I think we just ruined the show again talking about videos we're not showing people, but
You can look it up. They can look it up.
I mean, we broke it down for them pretty well.
Yeah.
You know?
Here's-
and
Exactly what they imagine is happening in the video is happening in the video. It's a sea lion raping a penguin.
Yeah.
look, the sea lion's gonna survive though. Like haven't people been raped by horses? I'm sorry, the sea lion. I meant to say the penguin looks like it will be fine.
I don't think the
Afterward.
penguin is going to be fine. I think that's a dead penguin.
No,
Really?
he seemed okay.
What
Do you think he
seems
actually got-
okay?
I
He was being crushed by an 800-pound animal.
I'm not saying there's no mental trauma, and then I don't want to minimize.
There's no physical
his
like,
pain, but
There's an
Yeah.
enormous amount of physical trauma to go
Penguins,
along with
yeah.
the mental trauma.
penguins lay eggs probably, and
That was a male penguin, Woody. He wasn't built for it, as you so affectionately like to say.
like people can have sex with chickens. You'd think they'd be too small, but eggs come out of there.
It looked like dry humping to me then.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
I was thinking that it looks
you
more
think
like
he was just.
I don't think he got
on,
his
like-
dick in. I think he was like dry humping
That's what I'm
it.
saying. It looked like a,
But
like a dog
after
humps a
being,
pillow. Yeah.
like Kyle's point, being that big and on top of a bird with hollow bird bones, like, yeah, that thing's fucked.
yeah.
He probably dry humped him because he's not a gay sea lion.
I'm gonna go. Like, do you think the other sea lions are like, God, Teddy keeps fucking raping the penguins? Like,
Chooses male
I
penguins
feel bad
every
for him
time.
because he can't. I feel bad for him because he can't get any sea lion pussy. But this is absurd, guys. He's just raping.
Should we say something?
Should we bring this to the High Council? The High Council.
Taylor, that should be your new thing you do on Twitch. Like, just do this kind of like narrative, like make up some kind of story, like watch a video like
Yeah.
that. And just,
The emperor of the emperor penguins.
Then just let my disjointed thought process to take the rest
Yep.
of the bit go. Just
Yeah, there's no way you'll get banned.
no. I mean, hey, I'm the only one of the three of us who hasn't gotten suspended
BlameTruth has
on
been
Twitch.
Suspended too? Wow.
Yeah, you. Wait, what did you get suspended for? I assumed you hadn't actually. I didn't know you had.
oh, I got suspended for I got suspended for stealing a weeb emote. I think I'd asked. It's a funny story. I think I'd somebody said like, "Hey, I made this. Don't use it," and I like just didn't listen, and I just used it anyway. So I got banned for I think it was 7 days. It wasn't very long.
That's
no,
not too
not even
bad.
less than that. Yeah, but
Yeah, I got suspended for raping a penguin.
I wonder if there's any laws against that.
Yes!
I mean, yeah. There's no way you could do. I mean, I don't even think you can bring a penguin here. That's
I feel
probably
like there's
illegal.
Air Bud rules in play here. Like they didn't think of that.
They literally thought
Your
of that.
Honor, my client had no way of knowing you're not supposed to rape these birds. He had seen it online.
There aren't laws specifically protecting the penguin from rape, but just animals in general are
yeah,
protected.
like an animal
Yeah.
endangerment law. Yeah,
But I mean,
and bestiality laws.
yeah.
it's good we have those as laws.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that.
I mean, maybe like I don't think anybody is like not fucking animals because it's against the law. Like the kind of person.
Yeah,
who's
but they
gonna
can't
have sex
express
with-
themselves. They can't have their parades.
They do furry stuff.
Oh my
they do, like the
gosh.
furry shit.
Oh, I bet the furry people would appreciate you not linking them to the bestiality people.
No, I don't care.
Because there's no connection at
no,
all.
if a furry wanted to dog sit my dog, I would not let them do it. I'd pay them to go away. actually.
shows up in his suit.
Yeah.
The dog immediately shits itself.
No, that's like I view that as like one step away. You know what I mean? Like you're
If I-
one step away from.
I would
fucking-
This
imagine-
is just the way I like to dress. Well, then why are you hard?
I looked up North Carolina's rape laws because I was trying to see if it was okay to rape penguins.
Yeah.
Asking for a friend. The rules changed in 2019.
Good.
Oh,
Previously,
Now it's
if
allowed.
a woman gave consent and then during the course of sex changed her mind, the guy had a right to finish. Like you weren't allowed. You weren't. Yeah.
what?
No,
Wait.
you're making this up.
That's
It was
real.
referred to as a rapist's right to finish, and it should have never been in the law, let alone for 40 years. But Thursday, the state finally did away with that unbelievably regressive loophole in its sexual assault law, which said a person could not legally withdraw their consent for sex once underway, even if the person turned violent and abusive. Such loopholes were not abstract points. Men were acquitted or had their charges reduced or never brought to court because they recognized their rights over the person saying no.
I mean, it makes sense. Your Honor, why turn one rape into two? Just let him bust and get it out of his system.
Jesus Christ. But it sounds like maybe you didn't understand. If it started as not rape and then she said no, maybe he got violent or abusive, then she didn't have the right to say no. She already green lighted it and he had a right.
That's terrifying.
Dude, your state is so scary.
Yeah,
not anymore. It's been 2 years since then.
Not anymore. 2 years have passed.
You're like a real life Pawnee.
Dude,
I love those are some of my favorite bits from Parks and Rec, where she's like, here's an illustration, here's a mural of the time when a traveling salesman came to town. They took him for a witch and burned him at the stake. And then the camera zooms out and she goes, the year was 1973. And they're in a car parking lot with like Buicks. Everybody's wearing like baseball jerseys, holding pitchforks. Like they're burning a salesman alive.
Like a door-to-door salesman in like a suit, modern clothes. Yeah.
Yeah, in a suit.
That law is why it's so cheap to live here in North Carolina. Like specifically,
they don't tell you about the good sides of economic stability.
Mm-hmm.
Holy God, that's awful.
No, that's really bad. I didn't know that was a thing for.
Yeah, that's horrific.
The Jim Crow. We've talked about the Jim Crow laws too, and like the gun rights stuff up there. I can't remember specifically what it was, but when he was like, "No, Kyle, we've got this cool law up here in North Carolina that like."
No, we were disagreeing about needing a permit for a pistol, I think.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's not how it works. And I said it was. I just bought them, so I was fully confident. Mm-hmm. And it turned out to be the permit for pistols was basically used in North Carolina so that the sheriff could say yes to white people and no to black people.
Have you seen those tests, like those old school voting tests?
Oh yeah, that are specifically meant to be difficult.
It was meant to like keep people from voting. Where it'd be like, before you vote, you have to take this test where it's like, circle the first capital letter of this sentence, or and it would like every word would be capitalized, and they would be like, well, you circled the first one in this, or circle the first capital letter in this sentence on the page, or something like that. Like intentionally, like, if I circle the T here, then that's not right. Do I circle the top, the instruction one?
Intentionally vague and confusing, yeah.
Like that, it's so funny. Like if you pull those up, it's clearly just made to keep black people from voting.
Do you think there should be any test before voting?
Yeah, they should make sure you don't rape penguins.
Is that like a blood test or?
I'm sorry, sir. You have HIP.
How would you design a test designed to stop black people from voting? Just fill it with ice hockey and regatta questions.
Bad topic. Even Kyle's like, let's go back to the penguin race. I mean, if you were going to make any group of people not be able to vote, it would just be exactly that. Like just convoluted, intentionally confusing questions to keep people from succeeding.
From anyone,
where maybe the person grading it has like leniency or flexibility in what's right.
Yeah, where they're like, this one definitely came from a black guy.
They're like literally trick questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, literally trick questions. It would. I mean, let's just reinstitute that for everyone and see how it goes. Only the people who see through the tricks can vote. So like the final tally is like 3-1 for like a presidential vote.
There'll be 4 people get all the questions right.
47 states had no successful votes, so it comes down to 3 guys.
We're gonna go back to the IQ map.
The IQ map.
Just 1 through 5.
I mean, according to that, my IQ is 25, which is severely retarded.
Mine's 29, which is slightly less retarded, but still retarded.
Yeah.
If only we were from Alabama or California.
They used like, what are the words they used to like? I mean, retarded was the word for a long time, but like the old school terms, they would say like this person is feeble-minded.
I like that. I
they would
like
have,
that.
He's been studying hard. He's no longer a moron. Now he's an idiot.
I want to
Yeah,
say
literally,
that
yes. They'd be like, there was like a bracket that just said moron and then idiot and then feeble-minded.
Yeah.
Like,
that's a real thing. You've seen that, right?
uh-huh.
I saw it in Forrest Gump.
Yeah, Forrest Gump. Yep.
Well, that's real. I
It
mean,
is a documentary.
that is a
An amazing
documentary.
man.
you know, it's based on a biography. That's so
That's true.
that's real, true story. Forrest Gump. But yeah, definitely so.
I read Forrest Gump too. It was terrible.
Oh
Was it-
yeah, you told me about that. It was just kind of ridiculous, huh?
I
Yeah.
did not know until right now it was a book.
Forrest
Yeah,
Gump is a foul-mouthed character in the books.
Really?
Fuck.
You can't get mad at him. Well, fuck. Jenny, why won't you suck my cock?
So
It's good she didn't because she has AIDS.
movie better than the book there, huh?
Much
I mean,
better.
Lord of the Rings is the same situation where
Yes.
J.R.R. Tolkien, master world builder, not a great author at getting to the point.
I was gonna say The Shining. I prefer the movie over the book. The book's good, but the movie's better. Yeah.
All of like Stephen King's books are all so overwritten. Like, or all the ones I've read, and I've read probably a dozen of them. Like they're all so
They're long.
overwritten.
Yeah, they're long.
I mean, I haven't read it in a few weeks, but Needful Things, the ones where, the devil has the store and he's selling things, or I
A few
assume it's the
weeks,
devil.
you are very current. Like
I haven't read it. That's why I took a
I
break
haven't
from
had sex since just before the show, so my
that's why-
memory fades.
That's why I stopped reading Stormlight Archive, was to get through Needful Things, and then I can bounce back to it. But it's like 150 pages will go by, and you'll be like, one person will have developed a little bit, or like gotten more vindictive towards their dead father's killer, or whatever the fuck. Like it takes fucking forever to get through
Yes.
Stephen King books.
Yeah, it's. I've read The Shining. I think it was like the paperback was like 600 some pages, and then I bought the book, and it was like 900 something pages, and I'm like, man, it's a long one, so I still haven't read it. But
Did you get to the underage sex scene in It?
I know about it. I haven't read the book at all. I bought it and
Yeah.
just.
Do they have sex with each other?
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the boys in the group all have sex with the girl in the group.
It's like a train kind of deal. Like
Is she
Yeah.
consenting?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a
Yeah,
rape
but they're like-
thing.
they're like
it's just
12.
an underage sex, like an 11
Yeah.
and 12 thing,
Yeah,
and it's like out of left field.
it's a little weird.
Yeah, it's
Like
not. You don't need
trying
it.
to hunt
You
down
don't need
it and figure out Pennywise's history, and then there are pages of kids having sex.
In the movie, it's like the new movie or whatever with Skarsgård, whatever his name is, Bill Alexander, one of those two. They do it much more tastefully, where it's just like, hey, these are like young teens. They're going to the river to swim, and they like look at the girl. You know what I mean? Like while they're swimming, and that's it. That's all it does. And I'm like, thank God. Like, 'cause
That's all
I know
you
about that
need.
scene.
And you don't
And-
even need that.
You don't even really need that. No,
It didn't help him catch Pennywise, and it didn't really lead to a lot of character development.
It just shows that they're like what we already know, that they're 13, and
That was not my experience at 13.
no, I was.
Would
no, me
anyone
neither.
be surprised, like, if Stephen King was accused of a bunch of ghoulish stuff? Like, no one would.
I would actually, because
You think so?
Yeah, I would, because I think he gets his bad. Like his thing was always drugs, and I think any kind of like demons beyond that, he got out in his writing. He has like that outlet, which is why his stuff is so long winded, and why maybe he wrote that weird fucking bit in it.
I never bought into the outlet part. Like, I don't know. Some people say they like to hit things or whatever, get all that anger out. I like to lift weights, and afterwards all my frustrations are gone. No, my problems are like caused by what's ever causing that problem, and non-solutions like punching a wall or lifting a weight don't help me at all.
I mean, I hear where you're coming from, where like you still have whatever issue you're dealing with to overcome, but like it does help manage my stress to lift for sure. Where like I'll be less anxious at the end of a lift than I was before. Not
Lifting-
necessarily like it's all better, but
there's a lot of other positive things lifting does for me. I tend to get my sleep schedule on point when I'm exercising hard. I tend to have my diet on point because I'm all like recovery based. Like, oh, today was freaking monstrous. I'm going to make sure I have enough protein. I'm not going to burn my calories on sugars and fats or whatever. Oh, and I tend to get like a little mental wellness and maybe even self-pride when I'm adhering to a good exercise schedule. But it's certainly not anger. Like
when I'm angry, I will usually I do a boxing workout.
It works for you.
Yeah, that works for me. Yeah, boxing specifically because you feel like you are. Best way I can put it is you feel like you have a. Well, for one, you're getting the physical frustrations out, but you feel like you're improving your ability to fucking punch somebody in the face if it comes down to it. So it makes you feel better in a weird way, but you're not actually doing it.
Are you good on a heavy bag?
I'm decent. Yeah, I used to box when I was a kid, and I've been doing the. It's on YouTube for free. It's Boss Rutan's boxing workout, which is mostly about cardio, but I like to use good form when I do it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I like it.
Are you still lifting a lot?
Yes.
Hell yeah, dude.
I had a shoulder injury or some shit. Yeah, something happened with my rotator cuff, so I had to take a break for a few months there. But I got back to it, and
I'm there now. I had to take 8 weeks off. It ends on the 15th.
Did you get a shoulder injury too?
Wrist.
Yeah, I had a wrist thing too. When I took off for it was like something I couldn't figure out. And when I took them off from my shoulder, the wrist healed on its own as well. So
I fell off my skateboard yesterday.
You sent a picture of it, and it was so funny. The 48-year-old man. I fell off my skateboard.
Here, give me a second, and I'll get the picture to Zach.
I want to see it. I thought you were just.
Oh, why am I doing that? I literally have it on my body.
Yeah.
Shit.
So this is. I can't seem to show it. This is the elbow. It's not deep at all. It's just a little road rash.
Yeah.
The knee, you can't tell too much, but it's a little deeper.
Ooh,
and I don't know. Both my wrists got a little banged up, and my hip is bruised up, and my ankle's twisted somehow. I don't remember what part of the accident.
How did you fall? Like, what were you doing?
So I took my truck to get a couple recalls done, an oil change, tires. And I had to get home. It was like 6 miles away. So I brought it. I call it a skateboard. It was a one wheel. If anyone knows what that is. And here, I actually have this time stamped. Zach, can you show this just for a few minutes or a few seconds?
One wheel. I've seen those.
So I used this thing to get home, and I got almost all the way home. I was like in the neighborhood. And of course, you know what a manhole is. You know the little ones that are like 6 inches?
Yeah.
It was that. And surrounding it was a big sort of dent, a low point in the asphalt. And I just hit it too fast. I hit it at full speed. I got
this thing. Yeah.
I got like little speed wobbles and ate it because I intentionally ran over it. I saw it, identified it as no big deal, and I was wrong.
Is that harder or easier than regular skateboarding on the big wheel?
Harder. But if you're good at it, it's a little better for running over stuff because the wheel's so tall, you don't ever get stopped up by like a rock or even a small tree branch or something. You can do it in the grass.
I was going to say, when I did injure my shoulder, I wanted something to do. So I got a skateboard, sent it back within like 3 days. Because
really?
Yeah, because I can't. I don't know. I couldn't.
It's not your cup of tea.
Not my cup of tea. I felt unsafe, so I got a fucking scooter like a bitch.
You are unsafe. I did it a lot when I was young. There was a period in school where bicycles became uncool, so you had to either like walk or take a skateboard to get to school. So I skated as transportation when I was a teenager sometimes, and I surfed. That was like my whole identity and stuff when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
So I have a little bit of board skills that like above average. I'm not
That's
special.
Good. I skated when I was younger, like high school, and I got decent at it. But when I stopped, that's why I kind of went back, and I'm like, man, I've lost everything, and I don't feel like good doing it. I don't know.
I felt very good until I realized I'm not very good.
Overconfidence.
Yeah, but I'm like both my wrists hurt. I'm limping on the one ankle. I'm like, should I start acting my age?
No, that is
fucking Steve Buscemi over here.
When you said that, I was like, I hope you never start acting your age, because that is like the most endearing thing about you. You're like almost 50 and you're like, you get into a new hobby and you're like, I'm fucking in, both feet jumping in, I'm flying around, I'm skateboarding. I remember back to the lawn care thing. That was like you just, the woodworking, that was a long time ago. Probably even that was before your YouTube.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a website.
Did you get good? Like
at woodworking?
What could you make? Or what did you make, I guess?
I enjoyed bigger things, and like the prestige in woodworking, like the way to be beyond just average was to do like the Neanderthal stuff. So I got good with a hand plane. I'd hand cut dovetails with like a saw, and I made things. I made end tables. I made beds, like the headboards and the bottoms and the footboards. Tables are super easy. You can bang those out kind of quickly. I guess that's it. I made a sleigh bed, which was pretty badass.
I always imagine like being really into woodworking. You're probably not really into like the staining and finishing part, or maybe you, because like I feel like you'd like build the whole thing and be like, okay, now there's a chore that I have to do.
So a little mixed up. The prepping for the staining, which is like, it's the sanding basically, is a chore. You do all the cool stuff. All your like feeling of accomplishment as this thing is starting to assemble. You don't get that in sanding. Instead, you get like emphysema and really small amounts of progress. Like it's a little smoother now than before. And but if you don't do it well, then your laziness shows up during the staining. And the staining is not a ton of work, but it reveals like, it converts what's kind of a plain wood thing to a piece, you know, the finished product.
Do you have anything in your house now that you built?
In the guest? Yeah. We've got a table that I made for kids that now the George Foremans use. I have the bed in the guest house I made. The end tables in the master bedroom are mine. I don't know. There's stuff around.
That's awesome. Like that's one of those like intensive hobbies that like I'll look into stuff like that. Like I'll watch people like blacksmith or woodwork and be like, okay, this is far beyond my ability. I need to find a hobby that's a little more my style. And archery's been fucking awesome. I've been shooting that bow every day a ton. I bought a 3D turkey to put in my backyard. I've been shooting at that. I'm loving it. And with 30-pound draw, like I think I shot it. I have a dozen arrows, 2 broke. I think I shot about 400 arrows in a day, like just over and over trying to get better at it. Like in between, like
was 12 the right amount of arrows, or do you wish you had like 20 so that you didn't have to retrieve? Yeah,
I already ordered more. I wish I had a lot more arrows, but the guy at the store tried to sell me like 3 off the start, and it was like, dude, you're losing yourself money right now. Like, tell me to buy 100 and I would have. But
I hear 3. I'm like, what is this, a cardio program? I'm into archery, not hiking.
Like already, like my sunroom, which obviously walks out to my backyard, has 3 archery targets, a couple bows, like, and I already I got different what are they called, tabs that you use like around your hand when you're pulling. And that was just because the guy at the archery store, I was like, should I buy a glove or tabs? And he was like, definitely tabs. It's a much easier release. And it was 100% right. I ordered a glove off Amazon before he had told me that. I got the glove today, and it's way too small. They said to buy like a size smaller than your like normal gloves. And so it fucking sucks. My hand barely fits in there, so I'll probably return it. It is like such a fun little hobby that I'm into now. Like in the middle of the day now, just, I don't have a meeting again until 1. I've sent out all my feelers, everything I need to do for whatever work I'm doing that day. I'm going to go shoot a couple quivers of art. Not like I'm wearing a quiver. I'm in my backyard, so I just put it all on my the table by my grill, and I just shoot from there. But it's like a fun, satisfying feeling when you hear like that, like when it hits right where you're aiming. It's awesome. I'm really enjoying archery so far.
Are there reactive targets in archery?
I don't know what react. Oh,
So on guns, you could like shoot a tree and the target like flips to the other side. Maybe you've seen them like the dueling.
yeah, I've never used one of those with a gun even, but
I've lost several times. I've never won.
Yeah, I don't think I have a badger bag that like makes a nice satisfying thunk when I hit it.
Mm-hmm.
I have this foam one that doesn't really make a sound, but even after shooting at the bag for the week or two I've been doing this a lot, the holes don't go away, obviously. Like when you pull out of this bag and it's already fucking peppered and destroyed the entire thing. Whereas the foam one, it doesn't give you that satisfying thunk, but like you can barely tell I've shot that thing. Like
You'd think there'd be like a sandbag that the holes do go away.
Yeah, I don't know. I just bought that one, and then the turkey thing I have. I'm so glad I went with a 30-pound draw because it's almost going through the turkey at like 15, 20 yards. And if I had the 50-pound draw, which I did buy 55-pound limbs to try a new thing, but like even after that, I'm like, I don't think I could shoot this in my yard. Like this would blast through my I have a back fence, like a big privacy fence. And even with a 30 pounds, I missed the target the other day and it buried like an inch past, like it went through the fence about an inch.
Was the arrow damaged?
No.
No.
Ironically, the arrow wasn't damaged, or from what I can tell, it wasn't. But I also go to the archery subreddit, and people will post like
stresses or something.
Yeah, like people will post pictures of an arrow that has like the tiniest little crack, and they'll be like, "Do not shoot that! Do not shoot it!" And it's like I don't want to get this into it, like But I also don't want it to.
That wouldn't matter from your bow.
Face.
They're worried arrows are going to explode.
Yeah, but a 30-pound draw, which is only like 35 at 30-inch draw, it's hopefully not going to shatter anything.
So you have you tried the 55-pound draw yet?
It hasn't arrived yet.
Oh, I thought you said you had it.
Yeah, I have it, or I ordered it.
Okay,
but it hasn't arrived yet, and so I'm excited to try that out. I don't think I'll do it in my yard. I have a couple friends who have like farms and big properties, and so I'll go out there to fuck with it because I don't want to blast an arrow right through my fence.
I want you to do it like Lord of the Rings style to see how far it'll go.
Just towards the road. Just
yeah. I mean, but if you go, would you be able to find it again? You'd be able.
Oh no! Like if I just like shot like way up in the air. That shit'll go a long way. I probably won't be able to find it.
Like after harvest, maybe.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you could put one of those little trackers on it with an app on your phone, and
just like find a sod farm, shoot that thing as far as it'll go.
That would be fun. Mm-hmm. Like pretending to be at Helm's Deep.
Yes,
and I'm defending the castle against the Uruk-hai. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
You could shoot a couple in a row and have more than one arrow in the air.
I like, when like you become internally embarrassed by your own thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll be like out there like shooting, and I'll be like, I'm like fucking Legolas, and then like and then my own subconscious will be like, that is so gay, dude. Like, stop doing that. But I don't want to. It feels good. It's fun. But yeah, it's a really fun little hobby.
Man, if you like doing it, just fucking keep doing the Lord of the Rings, role playing and stuff. Because
I'm not going to stop archery because people are making fun of me. I play Magic the Gathering. That has tempered my soul to mockery.
Please, I think I really want you to have a bow and arrow based Halloween costume this year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and I like
Legolas would be fantastic.
That would be
cool. Ordered.
Yeah,
Halloween is like 3 weeks away. Order.
I'm just the fattest Legolas in the land.
People
long
would love it.
Blonde hair, just vastly
Please
overweight.
do it.
I really like Robin Hood.
Bearded.
Yeah, Robin Hood could work.
Ooh, in tights though.
Oh, like Robin Hooding. Apparently, it's like an archery term. Like, oh, you Robin Hooded an arrow. Like it's not even uncommon. And like these real archers, I don't know why I put quotes. They are better archers than me. I fucking suck. But they'll be like, I always try to not do the Robin Hood. The first 2 dozen times, it's a little cool. But after that, you just start to get mad about the lost money and arrows. And it's like, this is not a problem I'm going to have of accidentally being so accurate that I hit the same arrow. No chance. Yeah, it's a bunch of fun. Kyle, I saw that bow that you linked me, the one that's like $1,700 or no, it was like $1,100 maybe, something like that.
Yeah.
Do you think you're going to pull the trigger and get it?
It'll probably be that one if I get a bow. Yeah. Because I like that it's the fastest one. And that's literally all I'm going on. So that's good enough.
Like FPS?
Yeah. It's like 362 feet per second or something like that. That's really fucking fast for a bow.
I want to hear that in an arrow. Like, I don't even know. It has to make a... I don't know. Zoom.
Wait, what sound does it make?
I'm going to put some...
Kyle knows.
No. The sound that you want to hear.
He goes...
What does an arrow sound like at 300 feet per second?
I'd like to put some of those, those things that they put on the hood of cars to make the like whistle so it scares deer away. I want some of those, but on my arrow, so it just screams every time you fire it.
Maybe you'll train deer to dislike them.
Advanced hunting. I want them to have a 0.6 second where they know they're going to die.
They can hear it. They can't react quite fast enough, but like you can see the slow motion. Like when he releases the bow, it makes that ka-thunk, and you'll see in slow motion the deer will start reacting. It'll start like getting low on its haunches or whatever to like take off, but like it's not nearly fast enough to dodge an arrow.
That one that you have, you don't even pull it back with fingers, right? Like you have a little switch that
you got to release. Yeah, it's like
release.
It straps to your wrist, and then you're holding on. There's a lot of different designs, but you're holding on to a thing, and it's essentially giving you a rifle trigger on a thing that
probably makes you 1,000,000 times more accurate. Like having to fiddle fuck with your fingers, because that's something I'm having trouble with. Is like I'm watching these with the recurve, like these videos instructing it, and they're like, don't release it, just create back tension and push forward, and then just relax your hand. But it's so unnatural to like relax when you're holding something, because like you get halfway into relaxing and now it's just being held a knuckle up. And it's very, I don't know, it's hard. And I watched the video. You want to keep your pupil directly under it, because otherwise if you're like too far to the left pulling like that, it's not going to shoot straight. But then I put my pupil behind where it's being pulled, and I can't see any fucking thing because I'm looking through the bow. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to figure out aiming correctly. It's tough.
Yeah, it's a lot easier with a compound because you've got like a rifle trigger. You're pulling. That's really.
And you have a sight.
And you have a sight. Yeah, you've got a peephole in the back, and you've got a nice bright little pin in the front. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a fun little hobby. I'm enjoying it. If I ever wanted to hunt with it, I would definitely learn how to do a recurve bow. But I imagine a recurve bow with a fucking release would be so intuitive after like learning the muscle memory of how to draw a recurve.
Yeah, I don't know. I've shot both, but 95% of my time was on compound bows. I kind of got the recurve bow just to goof around.
I mean, that's what I'm doing, goofing. And I was telling you in the text, like I was imagining myself when I was first shooting, like missing the target by huge amounts. Like it really is a pretty intuitive, like draw and shoot thing. Like even though I'm a fucking bad archer, like I'm still hitting the target pretty much every time. Like it's only 20 yards away at most, but it's a cool little. I have a friend who is so into guns. He spends thousands of dollars a year. He has a ridiculous armory, and I was texting him about archery, and he's like, yeah, that's how I got started in obsessive gun collection. Is I got into archery because I thought it would be cheaper, and then a friend of mine had me shoot his gun, and now I own 67 guns. So we'll see. Maybe I'll get into guns later, but there's something like aesthetically fun about like pulling it back, seeing the arrow, the thunk of the target. I'm really enjoying it.
I can't see the bullet. I only mention that because Kyle can somehow. Like, I don't know. You could shoot a steel target, which doesn't really leave a mark. There's already, if you've never shot a steel target, audience, then it's obviously a piece of metal, and there's already like 130 little dots on it. So you don't shoot it and see your new dot. It's just lost in the noise. And Kyle adjusted my scope for me. And he's like, yeah, just shoot with my eyes open. Look where the bullet, like see the bullet fly through the air at whatever, Mach 1, and then adjust the scope accordingly. I can't see bullets. fly in the air.
How did you learn to do that, Kyle?
You just don't blink.
And you can actually see the bullet.
You can see it depends on the bullet in question, right? So like a 30 caliber rifle bullet, not so much. You can see the vapor trail. But with like subsonic stuff, especially like 22 stuff, and it really, if you've got the sun behind you, so it kind of shines off the back of the bullet, yeah, you can see those bullets.
How far away do you have to shoot before you can see it?
We weren't far.
It depends. It depends on what you're shooting. But like to get like for me to see the vapor trail, it kind of needs to be far. But
we were like 25 yards from the target.
Yeah, if it's
pretty close.
If it's something smaller, like especially if it's 22, you can definitely see them. And it depends on the weather too.
There's no way I can see a bullet.
Yeah,
there's no way.
You're almost certainly going to see the vapor trail and not like the actual bullet. And outside of certain subsonic situations and obviously tracers. And then I've seen them from like longer ranges.
Yeah, I can.
If I've got the sun behind me. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, even at short distances, I felt like I saw tracers. Yeah, you see it.
Yeah, and it depends on the tracer because like the 5.56 tracer doesn't light up until like pretty far out. It's lame. But like pistol tracer, like 9mm and 45 and 22 lights up right out of the barrel. So you've got like a Star Wars ray gun.
I shot a saw that had tracer ammo in it at a car, and that was really neat. You could use the tracers to adjust your aim.
Mm-hmm. Which I guess is the idea, right?
Yeah, it works great.
And your dad taught you all that, or were there other people in your life that were?
Oh, most of my dad that I learned to shoot from. Because and most of what we did was rifles, like bolt rifles and shotguns.
Kyle told me this, that I'm going to retell Kyle's story, but his father told him that he needs to be good at adjusting scopes because it's a rare talent. And now everyone needs you to do it for them. And it's a good place to be. And it was like, there's some fucking mental jujitsu happening here.
That's not good. That's like having a truck when people are moving.
Yeah, it can be. But it's
okay. I guess it depends on who's asking, whether you want to twist the knife at all. Like, yeah, sure, I can adjust your scope for you, but I have to move. So we'll call it even.
Yeah.
Well, you'd want to adjust your own scope, right? Because otherwise, next time they're not near you or an expert, they won't know what the fuck to do. You just go back.
I mean, if you've got your scope on correctly with good mounts and stuff like that, you've really got to fuck up to get it off. Like you got to bang your rifle pretty hard, or like changing bullets or changing scopes. As long as you're like leaving everything the way it is, it'll kind of stay set for years and years.
Especially if you're like me and the guns rarely leave the safe anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I own a gun I've never fired, just a 12-gauge shotgun because I
own a couple that I've never fired. I inherited them.
Really?
And I just haven't taken them to a range or anything.
So do you have no interest in shooting in BlameTruth?
I bought this shotgun because A, it's America and I can. B, it's for home. Like it's cliche, but it's for like home defense. Like I've fired guns before, so I only plan to use it if I have to.
What stock is on it? Is it a full one you put on your shoulder or like a little?
It's a full one, yeah. I can't remember I think it's like an off-brand kind of like Mossberg-esque 12-gauge. It's been in my closet for years, but yeah, it's just.
I have one of each. I think I saw a Richard Ryan video where he threw something in the air, had a shotgun in one hand with a pistol grip, and shot something in very slow motion. And he looked like such an action figure hero. I was like, well, now I need one of those.
They look cool. I mean,
I went to a pawn shop and there was one that he was in a bit of disrepair. It was like sticky and gummed up, having lived under the bar for like bad people, I guess.
Yeah.
And there was like an endless amount of Jack Daniels and shit spilled in it and on it. So I cleaned it up and fired it, and it seems super reliable, and the action is good now. It's not hard to clean. The shotgun, and it's like, I got an inexpensive shotgun with a little history, which I think is.
I was gonna say the history part is one of the coolest things. Like it's a fucking rough bar, like
right,
like defense mechanism in a way, and all that Jack Daniels and shit. That'd be fucking cool. I kind of like that over a new one, honestly.
I think so too. Yeah, I got it at a pawn shop.
Yeah, pawn shops around here, you can get so many good deals. In North Carolina, so yeah, like so many good deals on guns. Yeah, I got this one from a friend, and it was just like, I think I had a what was it? I can't remember what it was, but it was really old. It was some inherited shotgun, and I'm like, I want to get something a little bit newer that's more trustworthy, and I just got this from a buddy of mine, and yeah, it's just sitting in the closet. But
I have a double barrel shotgun, and it seems like they're worse in every way, but cooler.
they're fucking cool. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, I can see why they're so popular in like television and movies. And
it's just that flip, and then like
it's reliable.
The way that it breaks open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so fucking, yeah. And then you can fire 1 or 2 barrels. And
you can fire 2 at once.
On some of them you can. They got like hammers that you cock in the back. So you can give them both barrels.
I don't have much experience with mine, but I don't think it works like that.
It doesn't.
I think there's like a trigger that, or like a lever that chooses which one it activates.
Yeah, and it's always the same one first.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But have you seen mine? It sounds like you know it better than me.
I'm just guessing the type that you have, that you don't have some sort of old Wild West style with the hammers and the double triggers.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I got it from my father-in-law, and I like that history about it too. I liked it.
Yeah, that's one thing my mom does hoard that's good. It's guns. So
they're in there.
They're in there somewhere.
They were in the safe when that's been stolen, lost. But
no, I think she's got a separate like gun safe. I'm not sure how many she has. I'd say probably a dozen. Last I counted, roughly.
I got a survival gun that's like double barrel, and one barrel's a shotgun, and the other's a 22.
Interesting.
Yep. I've seen those. Yeah,
you've seen it. Okay.
The Russians used something very similar for their in their Soyuz capsules when they would come back from space, because sometimes those things would go off course and they would land in Siberia or something. So they needed this like thing that would do several different things, so they could defend themselves from a bear, but also like maybe shoot a squirrel.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
that's very cool.
Yeah. Well, if I'm ever in a space capsule, I can bring my own gun. Thank you.
No, that's really awesome though. I'll have to see what my mom has next time I'm on here. I'll take some more pictures of the hoarding as well. But I want to say she's got a double barrel. I want to say she's got several rifles. I'd have to look, but yeah, she's got a pretty extensive little collection. I think a lot of them were heirlooms as well, like things passed down. So these might be really fucking old, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of those rifles that have like different, like 2 different caliber barrels on them. The one that I always wanted as a kid was called the Contender, and it's they always had it like at the gun shop, and it was this like pistol that had like, I don't even know how many different calibers it could be, but it was a bunch. Like it was bunches of different barrels you could put on this pistol, and then they had like all the bullets the different calibers it could be listed on it. It was always fascinating to me. It was like, yeah, you just need the one gun and you got them all. But of course, it was just a real weird, unique piece of junk. I don't know.
I like the cowboy guns, and I like totally into it. Taylor and I should play Cowboys and Indians, because I would be all about the lever action and the Western pistol and the chaps and fucking a horse.
Yep. Fucking horses. Totally up your alley. I'll be the bow guy. I will get absolutely dominated. As we saw.
I have set myself up for success. Can we be teammates? Maybe we could just be teammates.
Do you think that was like a funny realization?
Who's the enemy?
Like showing up
at like the unarmed.
You show up at like Plymouth Rock. And
look, it's the Irish.
They
still have bows and arrows. We're going to win so hard. Like the Spanish conquistadors, they probably thought the same thing when they landed, and they're like, this Mayan empire, they've got rocks strung to sticks. They're fucked. We have armor, and we're armed conquistadors.
They literally thought that the conquistadors on horses were one thing. They thought that was a giant 4-legged man wearing armor.
What a bunch of dumbasses. They should have seen when he got off. You know what I mean? Like, clearly.
I guess
You
they
guys
see him
should,
get off.
You guys should do the Halloween thing, like Woody's the cowboy and Taylor's the Indian. Although I don't
got
know.
my costume already. I was COVID concerned. Sometimes it's a month to show up. So
Fair enough.
I do. We do cowboys and Indians, but I show up in brown face with a dot.
And Woody shows up as a football player. Oh, this is great.
I was gonna say I don't know the ramifications of you wearing like the Native American headdress, but you just took it a step further. So there you go. Just
Yeah,
Even
not
further
that.
than that.
yeah.
I got a topic.
Yeah. What do you?
Yeah.
It's interesting to me. So China created more billionaires than America. And now they're doing what the left talks about doing, which is like wealth redistribution. They're cracking down on billionaires. They said they're going to regulate excessively high incomes and encourage high income people and enterprises to return more to society. I guess they have 600 million people, which is a lot, that live on $150 a month. And then they have more billionaires than America does. So you hear about America's income inequality, but China takes it to a greater extreme. And now the Communist Party feels like in order to stay in charge and stay popular, they need to start redistributing the wealth of the billionaires. What do you guys? Is that good? Is that smart?
I mean, it sounds good, but who knows?
It sounds good if it's
Bunch of liberals on this podcast.
well, no, it sounds good if it's billionaires. Like there's a certain point where like maybe I'm just more frugal than most people, but like I would never, I wouldn't know what
You
to do
could get
with
by
that.
on just 1 billion.
Like
I could
like 1
snake
million.
by.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, BlameTruth. You sound a lot like Trump right now.
This is a sick callback.
But I'm Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. You say with the brown face and the red dot on your head.
Now I'm Elizabeth Warren.
I'm more of a Senator Warren type, you're more of a Trump.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know. There's a certain point where it's like you're just kind of a dick if you're that rich and there's that many people poor, but at the same time, it's
agree
not
with you.
your. I don't know. It's a slippery slope. Now, I wouldn't come after like millionaires. I think it's
No?
no, we'll not do that.
How about like half a bill? Not
Half
like a 3-4 millionaire guy, half a bill.
half a bill?
It's a lot of money.
That'd probably be the cutoff. I think over half
I
a
gotta
bill.
inflation proof it. Keep it at $1 billion. Don't index it for cost of living. Anything more than $1 billion. I mean, I saw this on Reddit. They named a dog park after you. They say you won capitalism, and they give the rest to the people.
I was gonna say the billion thing is like so much more than a millionaire. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. It's the difference
I know this.
between.
Maybe you're gonna say the same stat.
I was gonna say no, I wasn't. But I was just gonna say it's like the difference between like somebody that has $1,000 and $100,000. It's a big fucking difference.
Dude, I'm gonna ask BlameTruth because I've asked Taylor before and he might get it right.
All right.
1 million seconds. How long do you think that is?
I don't know.
Throw a number out there.
I'm gonna sound really stupid.
No, it's okay. Nobody gets it right.
Million seconds. I don't know.
All right.
3 years.
It's 11 days.
Oh, okay.
Damn, you were so off.
I was very off.
1 billion seconds. How long do you think that is?
3 years.
It's 32 years.
Okay.
Oh.
There you go.
We went from 11 days to 32 years.
There you go.
You've told me this before, and I forgot, and I'm surprised again.
Yeah.
if that's not perfect, it's really close.
Yeah.
And it's just like, whoa, 11 days and 32 years. Like, I don't know. You hear millionaire and billionaire, and they do have a lot of letters in common. So they're probably about the same. No,
Yeah.
they're very, very different.
Very different. Yeah. I have a friend that lives. Well, I don't know him, but he's like an acquaintance.
Mm-hmm.
He's I think he's a millionaire, but like lower end, like 2 million or whatnot,
Okay.
or whatnot. And like that is so much. Yeah, like that's just so much fucking different than a billionaire in general.
Mhm.
It's so fucking far off. Like there's like he can afford to live well for the rest of his life, not have to spend any money.
Yeah.
That's what a millionaire
He
is.
can afford, he's a low grade multimillionaire. He can afford to not work if he never makes a financial mistake.
Yeah, he's just got to watch his finances,
Mm-hmm.
maybe work a little bit, with, I think his thing is, I think he was some sort of trader. I can't remember, but, you could work very little and just maybe make some investments and play it safe and you're good to go. A billionaire can afford to make a lot of financial mistakes. You know what I mean?
They can make penis-shaped rockets for kids.
Exactly. It's so different.
I mean, even a low-level billionaire like Trump, like how many, like he can have not a million, like failed ventures, a ton of failed ventures, and it's like, oh, I'm still a billionaire. Who cares? Like even being worth like 3 or 4 billion is low-level billionaire, but that's fucking absurd.
It's outrageous. He, to me, it's the things you can do without noticing the money's gone. Like if you woke up one morning and said, I kind of want to have lunch in France. There's a place there I think is cool. You could just go. And
that's just on the table, and you're flying, and there's no thought in your head about cost. Like it,
I was going to say,
it doesn't
private
even hit
jets
your sense of money. Like it's so nothing. What a wild world to live in.
It's like you buying lifesavers.
I feel that way.
Literally,
I feel that way when I'm like, I wake up and I'm like, I want fucking Waffle House. And I go and I get it. And like lunch in France would be like that. You know what I mean? If I was rich as fuck, like I'll take my private jet. I will go to France. You know what I mean? I'll wear my goddamn $9,000 suit. It's like stuff like that.
Yeah, a $9,000 suit that you don't even look good in.
It's not even
because you're so fat. Because you're a billionaire, and you can just be as fat as you want. Oh yeah, Trump. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of other fat billionaires. I just don't know them.
Probably most of them are they struggle with their weight. I don't know, actually. The ones in my head don't. Gates doesn't. Bezos doesn't. Zuckerberg doesn't.
That's fair.
Did you see that video? And I don't even know if I judge him. I just thought it was funny that it was a video. It's Zuckerberg being picked up in a SUV, and he just stands by the door like waiting on the driver to get out, come around and open the door.
Really?
For like a minute. Maybe I'm exaggerating. Call it like 35, 45 seconds. He's just standing at the door like, am I expected to operate this thing? Like it seemed like a bigger pain in the ass to have someone open your door than to pull on the handle.
Yeah. Like, am I giving him way too much of the benefit of the doubt to like suggest that maybe there's a germ thing, or maybe he's afraid of like syringes behind door handles or something like that? Like maybe Zuckerberg has a reason not to open a door, or is he just an asshole?
I think he's an asshole.
He is.
Yeah, me too.
His haircut is
outrageous,
horrible.
Like, wait, you were the Dumb and Dumber bit where he pulls him over and he calls him a
pumpkin pie haircut.
Yeah.
That's what
his
like.
is. Yeah.
Yeah. He looks absurd. He's worth what? 40 billion, not more than that, probably almost $100 billion. And he's cutting his own hair.
He has a transformation coming. I'm calling it. Like it.
Into what, a lizard?
I was going to say into an alien. Yeah.
Elon Musk go from like super ugly losing it dude to kind of buff, strong, hair came back guy. We've seen Bezos go from like Walter White to Heisenberg. Zuckerberg, it's coming, man. That guy is gonna look. He's gonna get testosterone injected into him. He's gonna get a new haircut, and he's gonna be an enhanced version of himself. In the
and he'll still be
years.
5'7".
Is he?
Yeah, he's 5'7".
So is Jeff Bezos. Yeah.
All right, this makes me feel a little better. Not
Zach says he needs a beard.
I don't think he can grow one.
That can be solved, right? You can minoxidil your cheeks. Am I right, Kyle? Right?
Yeah.
And get a better haircut, and
you're really hammering home. Get a better haircut. Like that's the one
essential.
No, that's what
he's right. He looks like an asshole.
That's what helped Elon Musk not look so ridiculous. Is he got hair
looks
plugs?
A million times better.
Yeah.
I think Elon Musk. I could be 100% wrong on this. Has he had some plastic surgery where maybe he falls into that category of would he have looked better without it?
I don't think he's had plastic surgery. I think he's just odd looking.
Yeah.
Can we get a current Elon Musk picture, please?
Because if he has like weird, like when he smiles, if like wrinkles don't form, then he probably had something. But if he looks like a normal,
look a little bit like the character from Saw.
They look lumpy.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, maybe he's had some surgery. And I'm not saying like I always argue for the plastic surgery. Like, yeah, this guy doesn't look great, but who knows what he would look like without it at all?
I don't think so, because he's 50 something. 50.
If I told you he was a rough 39, you'd be like, you kind of see it.
Yeah, but you got to take into account again. He was going bald really early.
The hair restoration.
Yeah, and he got hair plugs.
Made him youthful.
That's the main thing. Yeah,
and the hair color. Like I don't see a single gray in there for a 50-year-old. He must dye it.
Now he doesn't have any forehead wrinkles, which I remember from like my mom would get Botox and like she just stopped getting like forehead wrinkles, and you look like an absolute ghoul when you smile when you don't have forehead wrinkles or like proper side wrinkles.
Yeah,
I can't. Maybe
you're right.
Maybe maybe that's like edited out or something, because
it's probably Photoshopped. Yeah, it's probably.
But you only have forehead wrinkles in some like
mine only. Yeah, I was gonna say mine only.
Because like if I were relaxed, I would have 0 forehead wrinkles. I have always like crow's feet.
Yeah.
He's got a little crow's feet there, a small amount. You can. I don't know. I can't.
I've seen him as like when he was younger. His face doesn't look any real. Like it doesn't look different. Really.
The only curious part to me about like having had treatment is the left side of his mouth. Our right, looking at it.
Yes.
It's not as upturned as the other side, and I totally remember that from my mom, like just not being able to smile correctly anymore.
So you think like Botox was applied imperfectly?
Yeah, I would think maybe or maybe not even imperfectly, because I'm sure he had the best people, but sometimes that's just what it does. Like it paralyzes it.
Maybe they injected perfectly and your body's asymmetrical reacting to it.
Yeah.
You know, if he did get the hair restoration, it's not out of the question that maybe got something.
Oh, he 100% got the hair restoration.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just saying one thing leads to another. You know, you get one and then you kind of.
If he didn't get hair restoration, he's sitting on a secret more valuable than his empire.
No, there's plenty of bald Elon pictures on the internet. Balding.
And then what's his name? Jeff Bezos. He like that picture of him and the jacket.
The vest
to him and like the vest compared to him in the late 90s, he legit looks so much cooler.
He looks like the Terminator. Yeah.
Like
I think the Walter White to Heisenberg transformation is descriptive.
Mm-hmm.
That's good
for sure.
I like that a lot. Yeah, he got pretty fucking big, and then he went to space, and he's breaking out of that that nerdy bookstore.
Yeah, right. It's like running Amazon is no longer his passion. It seems from a distance that now he's like, oh, there's other shit I'd rather be doing.
Yeah,
look at that.
Look at that. Look at that right arm vascularity, dude's.
I was gonna say I would love to just dress like this.
He has 4-digit testosterone levels.
Oh yeah,
and those glasses, even those are cool.
Those are cool.
Not everyone
to
can
save
pull
John
off.
Connor.
Can you make it bigger?
He looks.
That's what
great.
she said.
There you go.
Bazinga.
Yeah, his arms are huge.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Schillinger.
That's Schillinger.
Schillinger, because I had is it
Schillinger.
Mike from Breaking Bad? But Schillinger's better.
Yeah, he's about to rape a guy and put a swastika right next to his butthole. That's what he looks like. He looks exactly like that guy.
It looks like he just did that 10 minutes ago.
You know what?
This is his post-rape strut.
Talking about that actor, I don't recall what it is. J.K. Simmons, is that right?
That's it.
J.K. Simmons.
That's what his name is. I watched, like, I had in my head him as the hard Nazi, like, scary guy from Oz. And I watched months and months ago with my brothers the movie where he's like the band camp guy or like
Whiplash.
And it was like really difficult to reconcile like how hardcore he was supposed to come off as with the fact that he's telling people to drum faster. Like it's like this guy is a bitch.
Yeah.
He's a little music minded bitch who isn't very threatening and everybody's scared of him. I guess because their future careers depend on him. But yeah, it just like his like whole like, oh, this guy's so intense.
He's more annoying. Yeah, he's more like, dude, shut the fuck up.
irritating.
Like you're a college like music teacher. Like
that's not my tempo.
Yeah.
Like he's screaming it. Although I will say it was a great movie. I enjoyed it.
He's very good in it, but yeah, it's weird because he's not gonna punch you in the face. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
he can't do anything. Like,
it's like the stakes were so low in my mind because I'm so not music minded that I'm like, who cares? Like, you clearly are tremendous at drumming. Go find a guy who's not an absolute cunt to you, and he'll say you're great at drumming.
Yeah, exactly.
Not this guy.
Did either or any of you watch the Sopranos movie after we talked about it on
I watched
PKA?
it.
You turned me off to it. I don't even want to anymore.
I watched it. I thought I need a more toned down word than exaggerating. When you said it was the something Moltisanti, what's his full name? His first name?
Dicky Moltisanti.
When you said it was the Dicky Moltisanti movie, I was like, all right, it's not going to actually be the Dicky Moltisanti movie. It's going to be too much of him when we really care about Tony. No, it is not about Tony. Tony. I can hardly think of a parallel. It's like saying Star Wars was about BB-8. Like, this is a side character that barely had a role. I
don't know what they were thinking. Like Tony Soprano is like, and this is the guy who made the show, right? He knows Tony Soprano is the point of The Sopranos. He knows he's the main character. I mean, but somehow, and I get this isn't really Tony Soprano, but like you've got to know that if I'm watching your movie, it's because I want to know more about Tony Soprano as a child. Yeah. I want to see his mother. I'd love it if Uncle Junior's in there, if Tony's dad is in there. But like Dickie is who I'm least interested in because he's someone I heard about one time. I want to see how you've recast the young versions of characters I knew and how those like portrayals come off. That's kind of what I want to see.
And I especially want to see Tony.
Yeah,
I care about Tony. And I guess she wouldn't be in this, but Chris Moltisanti's wife, I always thought was kind of an interesting character. The hot stripper chick.
Adriana wasn't a stripper.
Yeah. Okay. She could have been.
She should have been.
Anyway, she was like a good person in the midst of the mob, and I thought that dynamic was interesting. But she was too young for this. It was about Tony for me, and I was really disappointed.
Yeah, me too.
Not only was it not as good as I hoped it would be or compelling, it wasn't about what I wanted it to be about. And my theory is they're milking it. Like the next one's going to be about Sal or the next one's going to be about Paulie. And finally, someday we'll get our Tony one. And it's like...
No, they're done.
Is it going to be a series of movies?
Nah, they're done.
My theory was they wanted there to be a series of movies, but this one's not successful enough to carry it.
This
what do you think?
True.
I don't know what they were thinking. If anything, they should have made like a mini Saints of New York TV show. Like you could have done that, and maybe it's fine that you spent the first 2 episodes with Tony Soprano as a side character for some reason. Like he's all I care about. I don't care about Dickie. I don't care about like Ray Liotta's character either.
Yeah. Characters, right? Did he play 2
characters?
guys?
Yeah, he played like twins or something like.
Oh.
That I'm watching it. I had but I remember like 3/4 of the way through it being like, I'm done with this, and I just went to bed. And I don't think they finished it.
Yeah, if you ever watch the last quarter, you get to see the ending, which took me by surprise. But I
bet I could guess.
Do you want to?
Yeah, but I think the answer will spoil it for these two.
Yeah,
we can type it if you want.
I haven't seen The Sopranos at all.
All right, so my guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I do not care about.
I am going to type it so that it doesn't.
So that we don't spoil it for the audience.
So I'm guessing the surprise is who kills Dicky Moltisanti. Is that correct? It's this guy, wasn't it?
Nope.
Oh, well, shit. That would have been that's the twist I wanted. Oh well.
Wait, are you right? I don't even fucking remember who.
Well,
I could be wrong. I'm sure. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, shit.
Fuck. I'm sorry. You know me and these shows. I'm the worst person to play this game.
Dude, speaking of new shows, my wife and I have been watching. Like she likes Harry Potter a lot, and
fuck yeah.
I had in my head that I had because my youngest brother was into Harry Potter as it was coming out and everything, and so I was in the room as a lot of the movies were playing, and I had in my head like, yeah, I probably by osmosis, even though I wasn't paying attention, kind of absorbed most of it. Not at all. Like, I didn't know a huge amount about the Harry Potter universe. I've watched the first 6 now, and I think there's 2 more. And it's great. It's a really good series. I'm enjoying it. I like Neville a lot. He's a cool character. Neville, aside from like the core 3, Neville and Hagrid, definitely tier 1 characters. I like both of them a lot, and they do a good job. I just last night watched the one with the woman in the pink outfit, like like being shitty to everyone.
She's the worst character. Yeah.
Well,
She's considered like the most evil in Harry Potter history.
Plays it perfectly.
The book version is awful. The book version is so awful.
Of her.
Oh, you hate her so much.
Well, I mean, she tortures the kids with like writing, and then like, everybody's like, you like have pen marks on your fingers and stuff. So, but like as far as the same way that Joffrey and Ramsay, like you got to respect how well they played that character. This character, she played the unlikable bitch to a T, and I really liked that about it. I just got, or the one I most recently finished is where Dumbledore dies at the end, which I knew was going to happen because like it's part of the, it's part of like the Harry Potter ethos.
Everybody's seen it by now.
I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
It's a really good series. I'm enjoying it a lot, and it did markedly get darker after the 4th film.
Yeah. So here's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, J.K. Rowling is fucking brilliant for this. All right, first of all, the first book, I want to say they're, I don't know, like 5 years old. So their problems are a 5-year-old's problems. Like, I get that we're having to fight an evil wizard, but you do it in like a 5-year-old's way.
They're like 11 or something.
Yeah, maybe they are 11 in the first one. Yeah, that makes a ton more sense. Yeah. But they're still like fucking children. But and it's meant to be read almost by an 11-year-old at that point. Like, and every year it kind of progresses to the point where like the last book, they're like 19 years old. They're fucking each other, and like at any moment, like we could be tortured to death, like terribly and murdered. And so it's kind of meant for like a 16, 17, 18-year-old to be reading.
It grows up with you.
Yeah, it grows up with you.
Yeah. I mean, no wonder it was such an epic series and so many people are attracted to it because it's really good. Like I was talking to my wife as we were watching, and she's like, who do you think's going to die? And I was like, well, Dumbledore for sure, because I know like the meme of Dumbledore dies. Like when that movie came out, everyone was like, oh, Dumbledore dies. And so I know that. I guessed and was right that Sirius Black dies because he would have been the guy to like bring Harry back to normalcy, and so you obviously can't allow that. You have to keep him estranged from everyone other than his friends. And then Snape, I'm split on him. I think Snape is gonna die in the next 2 movies. And like, because he's been so shitty to Harry, but like as more movies are coming, like it's clear he's not actually a bad guy, and I imagine he's gonna be like sacrificing himself for Harry in the end. But I don't know. So I'm excited. Tomorrow night, my wife and I are planning to watch the last 2 because Book 7. There's like 2 Book 7 movies, and we're gonna watch both of those because that's all we have left.
Oh yeah,
I cry at the end of the first one.
At the end of the first of those movies?
Part 1.
Yeah, part 1 of book 7. At the end of that, I cry.
Well, don't spoil it because I'm actually interested in seeing what happens. There is no fucking. I know that Harry doesn't die because he's the main character, and I know that Ron and Hermione aren't going to die because they're main characters, or at least I don't think they will.
You'll be surprised, man. By the end. Not a lot of people left.
Do they go Game of Thrones style and like people are dropping left and right? I hope Neville doesn't die.
Don't give Game of Thrones that credit. Those people have plot armor. And
I mean, you'll get to a point where it's just like, and you get a death, and you get a death, and like every little group and family kind of like.
Well, I didn't like. Well, not that I didn't like, because I knew the what is his name? The guy from Cedric Diggory. That's his name. When he gets Avada Kedavra by that little mousy rat guy.
Yeah.
Like I liked how they did it because that's the way it would have went down. It would have just been Voldemort going to kill that guy. Just unceremonial, just dead. Yeah. And so I liked that. And then it
takes you by surprise. He just goes, Avada Kedavra, and it's like, boom, he's dead. And you're like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
Wait, this isn't one of those, we can't take that one back. He's just dead. Like That guy's kind of been like a
I
main
didn't
character
like
throughout
that
the book.
because I liked him as a character. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
he's a great guy.
He and Harry are going to be good friends. Oh, no, they're not going to be good friends. And then I felt bad for Crumb, the
Russian
Bulgarian guy, where it's
Okay.
like, he's not a bad guy. They're treating him like a bad guy. He just likes to play sports.
Yeah.
And so I'm enjoying it a lot so far. It's a good series. 20 years late on watching
dude,
Harry Potter.
I watched all. Is there 8?
Yeah,
Is it
total.
8? Yeah.
There's 8 of the movies, yeah.
I've watched all 8 I think it was 3 or 4 years ago for the first time. So I mean, I did the same thing you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, it's fucking time. Need to do it. Put them off. Like let's do it now that it's not like popular. I guess because I'm a hipster. I don't know.
It's great. Like I really like the
very
series.
good.
I never. It's not that I didn't watch it because I didn't want to. It was more like I feel like I got the gist of that series. My younger brother, he was watching it all the time. I was in the room, but yeah, no, I was not paying attention clearly because there's a huge amount I don't know.
Yeah.
I like Snape a lot.
He's great. He's my favorite character.
The way he delivers lines is hilarious.
Alan
Rickman's a very good actor.
Yeah, he was. He's great. Going all the way back to Die Hard. He's the villain in Die Hard.
Yeah, he's the one like that. They always do that like behind the scenes where they're like they told him they would drop him on 3, but they dropped him on 1 to get the genuine reaction. Like that. Yeah. That old meme.
He's got He's got the. I don't remember if that's the one where his arms look weird or not. I think that's RoboCop.
He's in RoboCop?
Nah, it's a different thing. Like they throw a guy out a window in RoboCop, and the special effects go all wonky, and his arms get like 8 feet long, but they just left it in.
Huh?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Well, what else was popular 20 years ago that I should watch now?
Man.
20 years ago,
Buffy the Vampire Slayer,
The Wire,
Requiem for a Dream.
I couldn't stay into The Wire. That second season took me out of it so much I haven't gone back.
Fair. It is not the best season.
I did not give a fuck about that dude and his doc.
I didn't either.
I do not care about that Eastern European fuck and his doc problems. I don't care.
You can skip season 2 and be pretty well in the know. Just roll right into season 3. Like you could watch that like previously on The Wire, and like you're pretty much good if you don't care about the.
If you want to skip it, you could probably read a Wikipedia, like what happens in every episode.
Yeah.
Take you 90 seconds and you're ready.
Yeah.
I should get back and watch.
It's great.
How many seasons of The Wire are there? Like 6?
Fewer, I think.
5.
Might only be 5.
Yeah, I think it's 5.
Yeah, like it wraps up really nicely in the end too.
I've heard that's a really good series. I think I might check it out pretty soon.
It's great.
Do The Sopranos first.
Okay, yeah, I need to.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say I have this thing where once I start something, I will finish it, but it's the act of starting it. So I need to just start fucking Sopranos and The Wire because they're classics. And I should watch them.
Thing about The Wire is the first season's the best one, and that's. I hate it when that happens, right? You like to see it, like, oh, dude, it'll hook you in 2 episodes, and
I was gonna say
2 tops it.
I think it's really good, but I don't think it's the best.
I got spoiled from Breaking Bad, where each season kind of got better, and Better Call Saul's the same way. It's like each one gets fucking better and better.
There was one season where Omar was kind of a bigger part of the show when he was like going around getting revenge.
Mm-hmm.
I think I like that season a lot.
I like that girl who kills people with a nail gun.
Oh yeah. I can't think of her name right now, but it's Snoop. Yeah. Well, she doesn't kill him with a nail gun, but she seals up bodies with him. I love that whole conversation he has with the nail gun salesman. And he's like, what you really want is this one here, not that pneumatic stuff. Where you want this one? It uses 25 caliber blanks, and just going through the whole thing. And she just pays him cash. He's just like,
he's a Home Depot employee, so she gives him like $500 in the hallway and walks out the door. And he's like, "What the fuck?
This is way too much." He's like, "Oh, you earned that tip like a motherfucker."
Well, Kyle, you got to check out the Squid Game. I think you'd like it.
I need to watch that too.
I would suggest it after this trip. Maybe.
Yeah, probably. It sounds like I think a lot of these guys have watched it, and I kind of want to watch it by myself. So I'll check it out when I get back home. We've been watching a lot of garbage. We watched a good bit of Troll 2. It's awful. It's
Wait, is that the one with Jennifer Aniston? No, that's Leprechaun.
that's Leprechaun.
Yeah.
Troll 2 is fucking really bad. Like,
Really bad.
There's no trolls in it for one. And
No,
There's no trolls?
And it's literally
That's
not
fantastic.
even a sequel to Troll 1. Like they made Troll,
Yeah.
it did okay, and then they had this movie, and it was like looking terrible, and they were like, let's just call it Troll 2 and release it, and maybe we'll make a little money just because people get
Capitalize on our small
bamboozled.
success. Yeah.
yeah.
the movie's about goblins, not trolls.
Yeah.
And so do you know the "Oh my God" meme?
Which
What
one's
is it?
Oh my god!
It's just this kid going, they ate him and now they're gonna eat me. Oh my God! And that's how he
Yeah,
delivers the
I've seen
line. Yeah, that's from that movie.
A lot of the lines are delivered just like that. Just like,
Mhm.
I don't know why you would think that, Jenny.
Is it meant to be tongue in cheek?
No, it's like
That's
it's
funny,
not
right?
intention. It's not self-aware at all. It's
And the whole premise, as far as I could tell, was these goblins were trying to trick these people into eating this green goo that turns them into like half plant, half people hybrids because that's their favorite food.
it's a vegetarian knock,
What a
basically.
horrible film.
Yeah, and the town is called
Nilbog.
Nilbog, which is goblin.
Goblin.
It's called Nilbog, and it's goblin backwards.
Okay,
It's-
I like that. That's
It's
funny.
so fucking shitty. There's
What
a
is
scene.
that? Like, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say there's a scene where what is it? There's like corn on the cob.
Oh yeah, between the two like lovers. Yeah, the guy and the girl like making out, and so she takes like a whole ear of corn and puts it between their mouths, and like I guess it's so hot what they're doing, the corn starts popping, and but there's no way to make that a visual effect, so they just throw popcorn at them.
Yeah,
That's
and
hilarious.
they end up in a room full of popcorn. Essentially,
Yeah.
from that.
Yeah,
Because they were fucking so hot.
Yeah, and they only
Yeah,
had the
it's
one ear of
ridiculous.
corn, so it made no
Yeah.
sense.
So, like, I know you're a huge horror movie guy. What are your go-tos? Because I'm always looking for maybe a little more obscure go-tos. Because I'm always looking for campy, bad horror. I love it. It is my
You
favorite genre of movie.
You want campy bad horror?
Campy, bad horror.
You need to watch. Everyone needs to watch right now. This is my favorite campy bad horror movie, Sleepaway Camp.
Oh,
Seen it? Yeah,
Seen it? Okay,
Sleepaway Camp is great.
What's another good one here? Off the top of my head, it's been a while since I watched.
We've been watching the Freddy's, and those are super
Freddy's are good.
cheesy.
Yeah. Let's see here. Maniac is
I
good.
haven't seen Maniac. I'll check.
Watch
that out.
the old one. The New York Ripper is good.
New York Ripper.
New York Ripper, Maniac. What's another one here? Those are actually pretty good though. I wouldn't call them like bad, but they're
But I'm down for regular good horror too.
Okay,
There's
they're-
something endearing to me about campy bad horror films that I really
Yeah.
enjoy watching.
the 80s has a fucking shit ton. What are some other ones? Off the
Wait,
top of my head.
Sleepaway Camp. That's not the one where
That's with the dick, right?
the chick has a dick at the end, right? Yeah, it is.
yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a light switch in my room, and it's her with the knife, and the light switch is her penis. So you can you flip it on and off, and yeah.
Yeah, that was some college student they paid to wear a mask,
Mhm.
and he got really, really drunk before he did it. They said
Yep.
Why would you get drunk before?
because he was embarrassed because he was about to be in like
A feature film.
a feature
naked.
film with his dick out.
Yeah.
He got a mask on.
Yeah, but still,
Still. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. You know, you want to look your best, so you want to get bloated and drunk.
Yeah. Exactly.
he's got that.
Yeah. Maniac.
I wouldn't volunteer for that spot. My big fat fucking belly hanging out. That'd be so embarrassing.
I don't know what they pay him.
Probably fucking nothing. It was an 80s horror movie.
Case of beer.
In case
Yeah,
of beer,
Give him a case of natty and,
a honey bun. Yeah.
and a honey bun.
Not much to it. I can't
I'll
think of
check
anything
it out.
else.
Is Maniac from 2012? It's a recent movie.
The 2012 one is the Elijah Wood remake. It's not bad, but watch the old one. Watch
I love Elijah Wood, so I might watch.
I know we've talked
Watch
about
both.
it before, but I would recommend The Void.
The Void's good.
The Void is
Yeah.
like this Lovecraftian horror thing with real special, like practical effects instead of CGI for the most part.
The
And
Void's very good. Yeah.
got a little bit of body horror mixed
Oh.
in with the Lovecraftian stuff. It's cool.
House of the Devil is really cool. It's a newer horror movie. It's like 2009, I think it was made, but it was made to be and look like it was made in the 80s. Ty West, I think, made it. That's a good one.
We watched that shit on Netflix. What is it? There's like a 3-part movie series that's horror, where it's like different time periods.
That's that new thing. I know what you're talking about. I watched it too. It was good.
The first episode is like in like 1994 or something. So we watched that one. I haven't followed up, but it was okay. It was very gory.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, it was actually a good one. It was almost like Stranger Things. Hack-O-Lantern is one. If you want campy, bad, good 80s horror, Hack-O-Lantern. That is a really fucking good one. I'm gonna watch that one again. Actually, I'll spell it out for you.
Hack-O-Lantern.
Hack-O-Lantern. That one's a fucking great one.
I'll check all these out. This is my favorite genre of movie. Just love it.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I've watched so many that I don't remember the names of most of them. The Beyond is good.
What do you don't enjoy the campy bad horror at all?
Right. It's like like, do I like rap music? Kind of. I like the best 5% of the songs and not the others. Do I like horror movies? Same thing. If I throw a dart at a horror movie, I probably don't like it, but I like some.
Okay.
There's a really horrible one called Shrooms.
I've seen that. I watched that shit the first time I got high off of like weed. Bad idea. I was convinced I heard like a car door slam, like I don't know, half a mile away. And I was watching it with my girlfriend at the time and her friend. And I heard that car door slam and I just shut off the fucking TV, shut off the lights. I'm like, it's the fucking cops. Get in the room and shut the fuck up. And I'm like, I just turn off all the lights in the house. I was convinced, 100% convinced.
All because of Shrooms, that horrible movie where they're like in the woods doing drugs and it goes poorly.
It's bad. Yeah. It's not very good. Not very good. Not very good.
What is You on Netflix? Is that horror or something else?
It's a really good show. I'm watching it with my girlfriend right now. Have you seen Dexter?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is like Dexter, but the guy is not really self-aware of what he's doing, and it's more romance-based. Like he's a very dangerous, like stalker simp that sets up these relationships, and there's like death and
okay. So he's like a relatable character.
Yeah, it's
we all know one of him.
Yeah, it's better than Dexter, I think.
That's high praise. Dexter was really good for a while.
Dexter's about to come back for a season.
It is. Yeah.
Dexter in the last seasons was absolute dog shit. It didn't make any sense.
I just wish he'd gotten it over and fucked Deb before she died.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, if he killed that annoying face sister, that would have been great.
God, that last season of Dexter was rough. Yeah, it was. It wasn't the ending so much as the last season specifically was fucking bad. It was like
it had been getting bad. Like I don't know. Every year he found a new fucking sidekick to be weird with.
Yeah,
dude, it's like in Harry Potter. Like I didn't know like the plot line, but every single season there's a new teacher of the dark arts.
It's like Dexter. There's a new serial killer.
It is a huge spit in the because I didn't know until the most recent one that Severus Snape wanted to be the dark arts guy, and they kept like hiring other people instead of just moving. It wouldn't even be a promotion. It seems like it'd be a lateral
transfer.
Move.
Yeah, it's a lateral move
to dark arts, and it's like they keep fucking him. And like I didn't know if that was because he's not very good at dark arts, but then I watch more, and it's like no, this guy knows his dark arts. He was. A
little too well.
Where I am now is it's not 100% confirmed whether he's working for Voldemort because he's trying to steal information from Voldemort, or if he's working for them like as a double cross against Dumbledore. I assume he's trying to give information back to the good guys, but I don't know.
Have you come to the realization that Dumbledore could easily kick Gandalf's ass?
Oh no, it's totally different forms. It's totally different forms of magic. No, not
Two
even
different,
close.
completely different forms of magic.
It's two different, completely
You
different.
went so hard in the nerve.
what
right
was
there.
at the nerve? What happened after
Nerd,
Oh, the nerd. I thought you were saying the nerve of me complaining.
I mean, funnier.
What happened after Gandalf died? Oh, he came back 10 times more powerful. What happened after Dumbledore died? They gave him a gay ass ceremony in the dining hall.
You haven't gotten to that part yet. You don't know what happens.
Yes, I do. I saw them do the fucking parade, and they're like, "Oh, poor Dumbledore."
No, he does. Just keep watching. He might come back.
He's coming back in the same way that like Luke came back with like the shit. He's not casting magic. He's not doing any of that shit.
God.
And so yeah, Gandalf would be the sea lion, and Dumbledore would be the penguin. Gandalf would go, "Oh, you've killed me again. I'm even stronger. That's because my mission in life is to rape you."
That is
so the
really
lords of the Valar will bring me back.
What magic does Gandalf have? Like, he enchants moths and makes small firecrackers.
Yeah, he fights underground demons. Exactly.
That's swordsmanship, and I'm not impressed.
Yeah, I do.
I'm literally asking what magic does Gandalf have?
Well, the thing about Lord of the Rings is that they don't use magic as an out the way Harry Potter does. Like, I was watching Harry Potter, and
they would if they could. They would if their magic wasn't garbage.
If J.R.R.
If only I was better written.
No, literally, if J.R.R.
I would use my magic now.
Dude, you're saying it, but oppositely. Like,
thou shalt not pass.
They didn't need magic. They didn't need magic to get out of things in Lord of the Rings because the dude was so autistic for his world building. Whereas with Harry Potter, it's like, "Oh, unlock us, Doris." And it's like, "Oh, okay." And then what was I joked about this
point that the magic is so much better in Harry
No,
Potter.
They're more reliant on.
They have time travel in Harry Potter. They would just go back and try again.
Those are heavily regulated.
But apparently that trick stops working after the fourth movie. You can't use time. But like,
time travel is so powerful. It's hard to fight for it.
They do explain why they can't use stuff.
The Ministry of Magic made it illegal.
No, they broke all the time. They broke all of them. They broke all the time.
All of them.
Devices.
Damn,
Yes.
it's like
there was one
weird
box of them
because it's always been established that there's a huge amount of hiding places in this world. So I don't believe it. But the thing I was making fun of, even to my wife when we were watching last night, they were walking around and they're like, "This is the room of necessity. It shows up when the writer hasn't decided how people are going to get better at casting spells." And it's like, no.
First of all, it's the room of requirement, and it's very well written.
Oh, it's very well written, is it? This certainly isn't something used by authors when they can't figure out where to go next. The room of requirement. Are you fucking high?
It becomes yes,
probably
the room of requirement. So just a cure-all panacea room where anything that needs to happen.
It can become a bathroom if you need to go.
But that's not bad writing. Really?
She was like 29, single, living at her dad's house. It's pretty damn good.
It is good, but don't you fucking tell me the room of requirement is not a loophole to write.
I haven't heard you say anything that proves that Gandalf is more powerful than
Gandalf is taller. Oh, if only they were a spell to make.
I used to get them confused back in the day. I would call one the other, and people thought I was just doing it to be a dick, but like they look similar, and it's
Gandalf would abuse Dumbledore until
you say that, but you don't make convincing arguments. You just say it.
What? That Gandalf doesn't need to use spells as often?
You sound like Trump right now.
I mean, part of it.
Lots of people talking.
It just seems to me that not
nearly enough recognizing Gandalf. I'm not saying he should, but he could rape him.
I just think Dumbledore is stronger. I just think Dumbledore would be stronger.
Dumbledore can't wield the sword.
Well, first of all, sure he can. He's got that Phoenix who will come and like airdrop it to him through a magic hat if he
Dude,
needs
that
it.
phoenix would probably do like really dope against like dozens of giant eagles that are bigger than it, right?
They come back to life, so they're automatically better at winning.
They have infinite lives, so I think they're kind of
Do you think the eagles attacking Dumbledore would be very patient to allow the phoenix to rebirth and then come back to fight? What are you? Have you not thought this through?
I like that you have to solve your
like
Lord of the Ring issues with eagles,
and they'd all drop.
Like, why do the eagles have to be part of attacking Dumbledore?
Well, we're talking about everything he has at his recruitment, right?
I just think that like in Harry Potter, you actually have combative wizard magic as like a trained like skill, whereas in like Lord of the Rings, it's just.
Dude,
they're just like, I don't know.
With the amount of fucking magic they use in Harry Potter, they may as well be those people from WALL-E where they're just wheeling around obese, like foodus, enterus, and like
that's my point. Eat. The magic is way better.
No, it's just they need to use it more because they're lazy.
They have actual combative magic. I like the way Kyle phrased it. They have a spell for every occasion. You said that yourself. Yeah. And then you got Gandalf over there. If he's got a lock to pick, he breaks his fucking sword out or something. He doesn't have any magic.
He has amounts of magic, and I won't discuss it further. You guys want to call it a show?
I think Harry Potter could probably beat Gandalf if we're being fair.
Oh no!
Don't you fucking trigger me.
In the first movie, he could.
I could just put pedophilus on him and he'll go to jail.
Not after
that would be the funniest thing for Harry Potter to be like pedophilus, and then it's like, oh no, now the media is coming for him because he's a pedophile.
Wait, wouldn't he have to rape Harry first? Is that not where you're going with this?
The accusation is
no. The accusation is enough. Yeah, and then everyone thinks he's a pedophile. That's a useful spell. Not fucking Doris Unlockus or whatever the fuck they said.
Wingardio Levioso. I'm close.
I mean, and also like the Harry Potter spell names, like she got pretty lazy with those.
Yeah.
She was sticking to her Latin for a while, and then she just was like, fucking Wingardium Leviosa, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, we'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind as I finish the last two movies. I won't.
You'll have to come to the realization they're not even close in power.
There's a lot less fucking what's it called when they fly around on the brooms and they play soccer?
Quidditch.
Wizardry.
Yeah, there's a lot less Quidditch by the end, which is welcome.
I like Quidditch. I like it when
Quidditch is a stupid ass sport.
I liked it in the books because you can like make a book as long as you want, and it doesn't seem to like have timing issues. But like in the movies, I was like, maybe less Quidditch.
I don't know. I thought it was cool just because
it was cool to see. I guess
you could die. Like technically,
you would just have everybody go for the seeker ball or whatever it's called.
Yeah, it seems like that's all that ever matters.
Like nobody's winning by points
because it was like 10 points a goal or like 200 points a Quidditch ball or something.
Every single time I've watched Quidditch in the movies, the points, it's like whose line is it anyway? The points do not matter. You just wait until the seeker gets the seeker ball, and that's how you win.
Mm-hmm.
And which seems to make it a shitty sport.
Yeah, probably so. Just like soccer and basketball.
Well,
we all done here?
You're not going to convince me otherwise there. I think we're all done there. You need to get back to your friends in the other room. Get high.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
All right. PKA. Oh, wait. BlameTruth. Anything you want to pimp?
No. I put some more on my YouTube. Just search my name. I put some more horror movies in chat for Taylor.
I appreciate it. I'll check those out. I love horror.
Check out our sponsors. PKA 564.